Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex again for what promises to be a really exciting match here between the Major League Cricket Invitational XI and the Oman national side. This is Brian Walters, and I'm pleased to bring you the commentary today. News from the center, of course, is that MLC has won the toss. Captain Unmuk Chand deciding to have a bowl first. And then looking at the pitch before the match started, I think there's pretty much a consensus that whoever won the toss would want to bowl first. I think it's going to get better for batting later on in the day. And I think the conditions up front are going to be relatively testy for the two opening batters for Oman. That would be Jatinder and Kashyap. So a 50-over match. MLC has won the toss and decided that they're going to have a bowl first. So in looking around, looks like Corny Dry is going to open the bowling from the forest end, the northern end of the ground here in Prairie View. Tall, brilliant opening bowler. Tremendous opening bowler, actually. A lot of skill, good pace, good carry generally. And he's definitely somebody who is, I think, going to test these two opening batters for Oman. And it will be Kashyap who takes first strike. Kashyap, a right-handed opening batter. The umpires for the day are Brian Kane. Brian Kane is at the forest end. And umpire currently at square leg is the experienced Jamaican and Houstonian Owen Brown. So umpire Brian Kane says, let's play, and we are off and running. Good delivery first up, but well played in the end by Kashyap, just running it down to third man for a single, and we are off and running here in this encounter between MLC Invitational XI, that is, and Oman. One without loss, immediately getting off the mark is Kashyap. Now Jatinder will be looking to hopefully counter the aggression and the hostility and the accuracy of Corny Dry. Corny Dry, right arm, bowling over the wicket. Two slips in position. Oh, he bowled him, knocked him over. What a beautiful delivery. Looks to have cut back in off the seam and knocks down the top of leg stump. That's at least what it appeared to be, coming in off the seam. I mentioned earlier that with the grassy covering on this wicket that you would expect some lateral movement. That certainly is the case here. I want to see on the replay to make sure, but to the naked eye and standing here at what is essentially fine leg, it appears that that ball danced in off the seam. Unfortunately for him, Jatinder has to go back to the pavilion without having opened his account. Really, really good start here for the MLC Invitational XI, as Corny Dry does what he's expected to do and knocks back the leg stump of the opening batter. There you see, beautiful delivery on the replay again. Looks like it moved in again off the seam, probably on an off-stump line is where it pitched, but just dancing back in and taking out the leg stump. So beautiful, beautiful delivery here by Corny Dry. Jatinder, unfortunately, has to go back without having opened his account. And the score is 1-1. The new batter for Oman is Shoaib Khan. Shoaib Khan, and he will be facing up to a fired up Corny Dry. You expect that as he takes a wicket that he'll continue to build in confidence. Here he is, very full and well played. That's actually a beautiful shot. That actually is a great response to a number 3 batter who was under a little bit of pressure, a little bit too straight on that occasion by Corny Dry, and just flicked away elegantly through square leg for the first boundary of the day. So good response here by Shoaib. to the good start by Corner Dry in the MLC Invitational XI. 4 runs to the total. The score is now 5-1. 3 balls having been bowled here in the first over. And of course, the first over represents the first over in the power play. We'll talk about the power play in a second as Corner Dry continues. Ooh, good response. A little bit straighter or a little bit more toward off stump on this occasion. Sounds like there was an inside edge onto the pad for no run. So the first over of the power play, of course, the first power play is overs 1 through 10. Within those first 10 overs, the fielding side can have a maximum of 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Those 2 fielders right now are at fine leg. Justin Dill is down here at fine leg. I suspect that he will be the one to take up the bowling from the southern end, from the highway end. Another good delivery by Corner Dry. Good carry. Excellent carry. Taken by the keeper. Keeper Lahiru Milanta takes that ball somewhere up around his face. That tells you the amount of bounce and pace in the wicket. And just for confirmation, it looks like Justin Dill down here at fine leg is warming up, so I suspect that he will be the one who takes the new ball from the highway end. Last ball coming here in the first over. Oh, great delivery. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps as Corner Dry with a really good first over. Maybe one delivery that was a little too straight that was put away for 4. But apart from that, exactly where he wants to be, bang on target. So, end of the first over, Oman is 5-1. Here we have a look at the Oman players. Jatinder Singh. I'm not even going to try saying that name. Prajapati is his last name. Let's call him Kashka. Then Shoaib Khan at the wicket now are Kashka and Shoaib Khan. Then Zishan Maksud, the captain, who's coming in next. And then Mohammed Naseem and the rest of the lineup coming in a little bit later on. In the meantime, for the MLC Invitational XI, Justin Dill, number 8. Good fast bowler in his own right. Maybe a couple yards of pace slower than Corner Dry, but very accurate and generally bowls a pretty difficult ball to get away. And he's now bowling from the southern end. Good delivery, defended. A great diving stop there at backward point. That is the effort that you want to see. That is Ali Sheikh. Very athletic in the field and definitely stopping a single there. In fact, he may have stopped more than a single because third man is too straight, I think, to have been able to prevent that from getting 2 runs. So definitely that effort in the field, I think, yields very tangible results. Justin Dill again. This is cut away, and there's Ali Sheikh again. He definitely saved 3 runs on that occasion. Firmly struck and absolutely headed for the boundary behind point, rather, on the offside. He dove with that left hand and prevented that ball from reaching the boundary. Deflected down to third man for a single, but again, virtually certain that that would have gone for 4 had he not stopped it. So Khan is now on strike. He's 4 from 4. His one scoring shot was a boundary. The first ball that he faced. Justin Dill just avoiding his run up. Appears to have something in his eye. Not exactly sure what that was about. Very pleasant day so far here. We'll get hotter in Southeast Texas this time of the year. Is always going to be the case that the temperature is very hot and sticky. Good delivery. And again, Ali Sheikh has been in the action all 3 balls of this over. Once again, had he not stopped that very easily could have gone for 4. Again, we are in the first power play, so the only protection in the deep are at fine leg and at third man. So that fielder backward point is in the hot seat, and he's doing very well to save runs for his team. Little inside edge on that occasion. Definitely trickling to mid-wicket for no runs. So 2 more balls remaining. Umpires Owen Brown and Brian Kane signaling to each other exactly that. two balls rather remaining. Khan 4 from 6. Prajapati 2 from 3. Good delivery. Quick single taken underhand, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. They get through pretty easily. That's Heath Richards doing the work there in the infield, but not able to prevent that single. Score ticks on now to 7 for 1 with 1 ball remaining here in the second over. Really glad that you're joining us here in Prairie View. Good delivery again. Defended, this time down to third man. Single to end things here in the second. After 2 overs, the score is 8 for 1. Back here in Prairie View, corner dry to continue. Very full Yorker length delivery. Defended, just back down the pitch for no run. So Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is the batter who is on strike. He's on 3 from 5. Oman, of course, just arrived here in the Texas area not too long ago. I believe they arrived either not yesterday. I think the day before yesterday is when they arrived. But just having arrived relatively recently and just looking to, as Captain Zishan Maksud said, just looking to get acclimated to the surroundings ahead of the games that count. Oh, little aborted appeal. Looking that time on that occasion was Kashyap looking to flick that on the leg side, missing and struck, but I think certainly bouncing over the top of the stumps. So just a little bit of excitement, but not a real appeal. Here, looking at the replay, certainly going down leg and maybe slightly high as well. So corner dry, again, with his height and the amount of bounce that he gets, he's going to have to pitch it relatively full to get an LBW shout, especially on a pitch. Here he is again. Very full and then struck straight to Ali Sheikh again at good point. It's a good contest here between bat and ball. Corner dry, of course, taking a wicket in his first over. The second delivery that he bowled here in this match. And in response, these two, Kashyap Prajapati and Shoaib Khan, are looking to rebuild, looking to just sort of get something on the board that they can hopefully defend and, of course, blunt the attack of these two very skillful opening bowlers. Short ball for the first time today. Oh, you hear the big grunt, the effort that's been put into these deliveries by Corner Dry. Do not believe that that was signaled as a short ball for the over. Here's a replay. Good short delivery and just swaying out of the way. Played really very well in the end by Prajapati. Just swaying out of the way. And so Corner Dry just reminding everyone, including the two batters, that he does have that weapon in his armory. Here is again. Oh, good ball. Just right on that fourth stump line. Very full. Not unexpected that after a good short ball like that, you'd see a fuller delivery. But equal to the task was Prajapati, just leaning out of the way and letting that one go through. 3 deliveries, or 3 runs scored rather, for Kashyap. 9 runs scored. 9 balls faced and 3 runs scored. Khan at the other end is 5 from 7. Here's Corner Dry with the last ball up the third over. This is defended again to backward point. Ali Sheikh has a lot of work to do in that area, and he's doing exactly what his captain needs him to do. That's the end of the over. After the end of 3, The score is 8-1. Eight for one here at Prairie View. Once again, the MLC Invitational XI has won the toss and decided to bowl first. Justin Dill now starting his second over, and that is cut away down to third man. Third man wide enough that he's able to prevent anything other than just a single. So Prajapati on 3 from 10. Khan now 6 from 8. Overall score is 9 for 1. Justin Dill now to Prajapati. That is a lovely shot. That's going to run away close to the boundary. They'll have one. That may run away for 4, actually. Yep. Goes down the hill. Proper on drive. Getting it wide of that fielder at mid-on and too straight for the fielder at mid-wicket to do much about it. So easily running away down the hill. The outfield here, very curated very nicely, and a proper outfield that you'd want to see on any test ground anywhere. So tremendous conditions here at Prairie View, and the batters are really going to get full value for their shots here. So just a little bit too straight on that occasion by Justin Dill. And the ball runs away for 4. That's a better line. Good correction by Dill. Getting it on that good length also. Rising and getting up on his toes to defend on that occasion was Shoaib Khan. Looking at the replay here. We'll get back to the replay shortly. Here's Dill again. Well played. Down to mid-off for no run. $13 for 1 the score. Justin Dill, again, maybe not quite as quick as Corny Dry, but no less effective a bowler. A little bit of a delay as there's a shift in the field. Here's looking at the replay again, just up on his toes and defending that ball down to mid-off rather, for no run. Here's Dill again. We're back live. Full and defended to mid-on this occasion. So after the boundary ball by Dill, good couple of deliveries to pull things back. Score still 13 for 1. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is on 7 from 14 balls faced. And Shoaib Khan 6 from 8 balls faced. Here's Dill again. Oh, short and pulled away. That is a good looking shot. A shot of disdain, actually. Justin Dill dropping short for the first time. And immediately Prajapati pouncing all over that short ball. Good shot to end the over. At the end, up the 4th over. Lovely, lovely stroke. Here's a replay. Short and into his body. Didn't quite get it high up enough to be a proper threatening short delivery. Probably ended up being around chest height. And the number 3 batter would love to see those types of deliveries. Puts it away effortlessly over mid-wicket for 4. So at the end of the 4th over, the score is 17 for 1. $17 for 1. Corner dry to continue. Good full delivery. Fielding that defensive prod back to him. Feeling it in his follow through with corner dry and feigns a throw at the stumps. No harm, no foul. Corner dry so far. 2 overs and 1 ball. 1 for 5. Good start for him. Just again, in his first over, the 3rd delivery was just a little too straight. It was put away for 4. But apart from that, all of the deliveries have been on the money. Oh, that was a little bit uncomfortable where you see Shoaib getting up on his toes and defending awkwardly. That was the old-fashioned rib tickler on that occasion by Corny Dry, aimed directly into the ribs of the batter. Here's the replay, and he defends it awkwardly. That's a great delivery by a good opening bowler, and you expect to see that type of aggression and hostility. Corny Dry also a thinking bowler, so mixing it up well between deliveries that are short, aimed at the batter's body, and then those full deliveries that threaten the stumps. And there is the full ball. It edges and lands just short of Captain Unmuk Chand at second slip. Oh my goodness, I want to see that again. I mentioned Corny Dry, one short, then one full, and here's the full one. Full edged and just landing short. Good piece of fielding in the end also, because easily that would have gone away for four had he not stopped that. But Captain Unmuk Chand in the hot seat, doing the work and supporting his big fast bowler very well. So a dot ball, 3 straight dot balls in fact to start the fifth. Corny Dry's third. Another short ball, and he's late on the pull, only getting a trickle down to backward square leg. This is good, hostile bowling by Corny Dry. And if he follows the pattern with which he's been going, short, full, this last ball was short. It is every possibility that this next one is going to be full and targeting the stumps. Here's Corny Dry again. Oh, wrapping him this time on the pad. Not quite sure if that was his thigh pad or his batting pad. He certainly heard the sound of ball hitting pad. But once again, here's the replay. Jagging in. I believe that that's the thigh pad. We're slightly shielded. The non-striker Kashyap was sort of in the way, so not exactly to see what happened at the point of contact. But either way, it's going to be a dot ball. 5 consecutive dot balls here to start Corny Dry's third over. So doing a really good job keeping Oman under control. And here's the last ball of the over. Oh, flash! And a good take. Excellent take. Umpire Brian Kane raising the arms to signal that that was a wide, but what a great take by Lahiru Milanta, the wicketkeeper, diving away to his right. Here's a replay, short and very wide, and in fact kept going off of the seam. That ended up in front of first slip. That would have been a brute of a delivery for first slip to have to take, but the great work of Milanta means that first slip's hands live to fight another day. But another wide, or a wide. First one, I believe, that Corny Dry has bowled. And he will be coming up now to finish this, his third over. Driven down to mid-on for no run. So great over here by Corny Dry. The only one run that scored off of it was from that wide. After 5 overs, Oman is now 18 for 1. $18 for 1, the score. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati, 11 from 15. Shoaib Khan, 6 from 14. And Justin Dill to continue from the highway end. Oh, that struck very nicely. That's going to run away for 4. Good positive drive, just on the front foot, punching that ball through the covers. Not a bad ball necessarily, but maybe just a little bit too much width. Maybe a 5th, maybe a 6th stump line. And here's the replay. No, that was actually on a 4th stump line, but it's just a good piece of batsmanship That time you just see Kashyap Kumar opening the face just a little bit to get that ball wide of that fielder at short cover, and once it beat the infield, certainly runs away down the hill for four. So good shot to start the sixth over of the match. Justin Dill with the correction coming up. Oh, slapped away. It's going to be down to third man. A good piece of fielding down there by the third man fielder. Keeps the damage or limits the damage to just one. But all of a sudden, the Oman players are looking now to start opening up just a little bit. 23 for 1. This partnership now worth 22. Khan 6 from 14. He's now on strike. And Prajapati 16 from 17. Oh, awkward bounce on that occasion. Defending it in front of the stumps, and Ali Sheikh very quick across the ground and not able to, or in fact his presence prevented any attempted run. Always good, of course, to see, as I mentioned, the communication between the umpires. Umpire Brian Kane standing at square leg from the New York area. Oh, big wave and a miss outside off stump. Brian Kane from the New York area, representing what I think is the future for cricket in this country. Has no prior relationship with the sport. Born and bred American, but learned the sport and was interested in continuing to learn it. And his knowledge has extended all the way to him now being a certified umpire. So the more of those that we have in this country, the better, I think, long-term for our cricket. Is Justin Dill. Good delivery, defending to Ali Sheikh, rather, working in that backward point area, as I mentioned. And, of course, the umpire at the southern end, Owen Brown, at the highway end. Very experienced umpire. And, again, I always say he's a destructive batter in his own right when he played, but these days now more known for his abilities as an umpire. Highly, highly qualified umpire. Dill again, very full and driven into the ground. Not really timed very well. So another dot ball. 5 runs to start the over. But Justin Dill closes with 4 consecutive dot balls. So after 6 overs, the score is 23 for 1. Twenty-three for 1, corner dry, 6 runs conceded, taking 1 wicket from his 3 overs. Good, accurate, hostile, fast bowling to start with. And he will now be starting his 4th over from the forest end. Look at the bounce on that delivery. Taken by Lahiru Milantha up above his head. Boy, this is really, really good fast bowling by corner dry. Here's the replay. Dug it in short and just dancing inward. Just missing in terms of a line. Maybe he wanted to start that one a little bit more outside the line of off, but it snaked in toward the batter, and then Lahiru Milantha taking that one well above his head. So great bowling here by corner dry. Defended into the offside for no run. So corner dry's last 8 deliveries, well, last 9 deliveries have yielded 1 run, and that 1 run was from a wide. So he's generally being extremely difficult to get away here. And again, I mentioned that he's just a terrific opening bowler, exactly what you would expect for somebody of his caliber. Here he is. Oh, what a great delivery once again, drawing the batter forward. Kashyap Kumar not able to get bat to ball on that occasion. And here is the replay. Oh my goodness, slanting in from that right arm over angle and then pitching and straightening and beating the outside edge. So yet another dot ball bowled here by Corner Dry. 3 straight to start this his 4th over. Here he is again. Oh, another difficult delivery. Jags into Kashyap Kumar and not able to play that one in any way. In fact, I think that might have hit him right around his abdomen, coming down and having a poke at the end, or at the pitch rather, where that ball pitched, in some way to suggest that that ball might have been hitting a spot that created a little bit of a difficult reaction from the ball. Not exactly sure if that's the case. I think it's more the case of Corner Dry just being a really difficult bowler to get away. Here he is again. Big flash and a miss outside off stump. So 5 straight dot balls, 11 straight dot balls overall by Corner Dry. And this last delivery, you get the sense that something is going to give, because there's a fair amount of pressure that is building on Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. 16 from 22. He seems to be the sort of player who wants to have the scoreboard moving and doesn't like to be tied down, but he's definitely tied down here with Corner Dry putting in work. So here's the last ball of the 7th over. This is played away very nicely. That's going to run away for 4. Good response by Prajapati. A little bit maybe too wide by Corner Dry, and just opening the face and getting that ball past the fielder in the covers. And here's a replay. A little bit of width, good bounce, but maybe just a little bit too wide, and providing the room for Prajapati to free his arms just a little bit and gets that away. So a boundary to sort of release a little bit of the pressure. So after 7 rather, the score is 27 for 1. Looks like we have the first change. Appeal for a leg before, not out. Change is Savage, who is now the new bowler. I don't have Savage on our sheet, so I'm not exactly sure. We'll get that information. So the 12th man is coming on and having a bowl, which further emphasizes the fact that this is a warm-up game. Good delivery. Struck beautifully away for 4. I said it was a good delivery. In retrospect, it might have been just a touch too wide. And it's played away with the angled bat through that backward point area. Here's a replay. Savage, very full and just a touch too wide. Maybe on the 5th stump line, and played away very nicely for boundaries. So Dill having come out of the attack and giving the ball to Calvin Savage. First 2 balls. First one was a leg by down to fine leg, and this next delivery put away very nicely, very expertly through backward point for 4. $32 for 1 is the score now. Here's Savage again. better length and better line. But right on an off stump line, and they run through for a single. And in fact, now they'll have a couple others because this ball gets away, not backed up properly, and two more runs come. Yeah, here they come for the second run. So good running overall. 3 runs to the total because that ball was defended into the offside, and the throw coming in was not effectively backed up. So that gave them the room to run away for 3 additional runs. So a little bit of an extra or an expensive start here by Calvin Savage. 10 runs, rather 8 runs being scored from the first 3 deliveries. It's a good comeback on his part. Good quick delivery also. Taken maybe chest height by Malanta. No run. Score ticks on now to 35 for 1. The scoring rate has picked up just a little bit in the last several deliveries. The scoring rate now up to 4.57. Oman, after that early setback with the first wicket, taken by corner dry, looking to sort of push on from here. Another flash and a miss outside off stump. Kane not able to get bat to ball on that occasion. So 1 ball remaining here in the 8th over. Again, 8th over meaning that after this 1 ball, we'll have 2 overs left of the power play. After those 2 overs have been bowled, then the fielding side, MLC Invitational XI, has the option of having up to 4 players outside the circle. And then after over 40, that number is changed to 5. Full delivery, looking for a Yorker. Ended up bowling a low full toss that's defended to mid-on for no run. So a good close out to the over. The first 3 deliveries yielded 8 runs. The last 3 were 3 dot balls. So 8 runs rather from the total, from the over. And so the total score after 8 is 35 for 1. Eight overs gone, score 35 for 1. Corner dry continuing to attack, which I like to see. Still has 2 slips in. Good delivery, defended into the offside for no run. Corner dry now into his 5th over. 1 wicket, 10 runs scored. Of those 10, 2 were boundaries. The 3rd delivery of his first over and the last delivery of his 4th over went for boundaries. Other than that, just 2 singles given up by corner dry. Definitely helping to build pressure on this Oman side. Top edge, this is going to sail away for 6. Wow, that is a huge hit. It actually went very, very fine. It's a reflection of the amount of pace, number 1, bowled by corner dry, and number 2, the pace in the pitch. Rushed onto the batter, rushed onto Prajapati. Genuine top edge. Did not go anywhere near where he was trying to play it. I think he was trying to play that a lot squarer. Now, in fairness, that ball was a little too straight and going down the leg side, so any amount of bat on that would have yielded runs. On this occasion, it actually flew all the way for 6 and landed probably some 20 or so yards past the rope. So a very big hit. Again, genuine edge, but it went a long way. So the first 6 of the innings, corner dry now with a much better line on that delivery. Defended into the offside. Ali Sheikh doing the cleanup there. If we could get a look at that replay again, if Roddy can arrange to have that happen, because very straight delivery. Here's a replay. Going down the leg side. So once he got any amount of bats on that, it was always going to go away for runs. But the fact is that it flew away because of the pace from the wicket and the pace from the bowler himself. That went all the way for 6. Good delivery and diving stop by Ali Sheikh. Again, he's doing a lot of really good work in that backward point area. Has saved a lot of runs so far. Prajapati moving on now to 33 with that 6. 33 from 29, now 30 balls faced. Check that. That last delivery was the 29th delivery that he's faced. He's now up to 33. Kane much more sedate on the other end. 6 from 22. Corner drive definitely making things happen here. Top edge flying over the top of the slips. Runs away for 4. Third man a little bit too wide to square rather to be able to get to that. Again, probably a moral victory for Corner Drive. Genuine edge, thick edge, and flying away over the top of the slip cord. And here's a replay. Looking to play that cut shot, but flying wide of second slip. That's Captain Unmuk Chand with his arms on his hips. Not able to, in fact, he'd need to have been about 8 feet tall to be able to get to that one. 4 more to the total. So a lot of runs coming thick and fast here all of a sudden. Corner Dry came into this over having conceded 10 runs, but with 2 balls or 1 ball remaining here in this over, he's already conceded 10 in this over. Down the leg side, umpire Brian Kane says, nope, sorry, you're going to have to re-bowl that one. Going down the leg side, of course, most instances where the ball goes down the leg side without having touched anything, it will be adjudged a wide. Certainly the case on this occasion. Score ticking on now to 46 for 1, and the run rate is now above 5. Started very slowly, did Oman, but certainly the case that they're looking to start accelerating. It's Corner Dry again with the last ball of the over. Good delivery again. Defended in front of the stumps. That is the end of the over. Oh no, a little bit of an unnecessary piece of action there. A shy at the ball of the batting end for no reason apparently. And they concede a run. That will irritate Corner Dry. It will irritate the captain, Unmuk Chand. And at the end of all of that, 11 runs. Check that, 12 runs are scored from that over. At the end of the 9th over, the score is 47 for 1. $47 for 1. 9 overs up, so this is the last over of the power play, the first power play. Calvin Savage to continue. Good delivery. Has Prajapati jumping off his feet to defend that one. Trickling into the offside for no run. Here's a replay. Good hard length and jagging into Kashyap Kumar Prajapati and looking to defend it. I think that might have actually come off of the pad, but either way, no run. Savage starting out this over a lot better than he did his first over, the previous over. Flashing and driving it into the covers, but well stopped. There's a good piece of fielding there by Amila Ponso. So 2 dot balls to start here by Savage. Very full and clipped away. 2 full, 2 straight, 4 more runs. So 2 good deliveries to start the 10th over by Calvin Savage, but the 3rd delivery just a little too straight. Here you see on the replay, definitely low full toss, really aimed outside the line of leg stump. So very little risk in clipping that ball away for Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. 50 is up. The score is now 51. And Prajapati himself moves on to 42. Oh, great delivery. That's the line and that's the length where he can be most effective. Good carry through to the keeper also. So that's a good correction. A little bit too full and too straight on that last occasion, but this last delivery, no question, that's much more along the lines of what they're looking for. So 2 balls remaining here in the 10th, and of course 2 balls remaining here in the first power play. Savage driven down to mid-off for no run. That's Captain Unmuk Chan doing the work there at mid-off rather. So 1 ball remaining. It's a good productive power play eventually for Oman. They're scoring now at the rate of 5.19, which is much higher than they started out scoring at. So scoring is becoming easier for them for the last few overs. Of course, after this next delivery, then MLC has the opportunity to be more defensive with their field placings if they'd like. And this is outside the line of off stump. 2 wide outside off stump for the liking of umpire Owen Brown. Yet another run to the total. We're now at 52. And just 1 ball remaining here in the 10th. And again, that would be the last ball in the power play. Savage so far 1.5 overs. None for 12. This over so far has yielded 5 runs, 4 from the bat and 1 with that wide. And this is squeezed into the covers. That would be a Ponzo again. Picks up no run, and that is the end of the 10th over. So after 10 and after the end of the first power play, the score by Oman is 52 for 1. One power play finished. We're now into the second power play, and again, in the next phase of play from overs 11 to 40, the fielding side can have a maximum of 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. So in looking at where those fielders are, there's a third man on the boundary. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and there is down here at fine leg is Calvin Savage. Justin Dill, who bowled the first portion of his spell from the highway end, has now switched and is now bowling from the forest end. And he will be bowling to Shoaib Khan. Khan, much more sedate, as I said earlier. 6 from 22, pacing up now to Dill. Defended back to the bowler for no run. He's now 6 from 23, so certainly less adventurous and less of a swashbuckling innings being played by him. It appears that Prajapati is, of the two, the one who's more likely to take chances and more likely to score quickly. Prajapati now standing on the non-strikers end is 42 from 37. Here's Dill again. Outside off stump. Taking a good look at that one was Khan, but I think halfway expecting for Brian Kane to raise the arms, but Brian Kane says, nope, that's a good enough ball. So just another dot ball here. Good start to this over by Dill. Here he is again. Driven away in the outfield, but again, there's protection out there on the offside. Once again, with the second power play you can be a little bit more defensive in your field settings. And just one additional fielder outside of that 30-yard circle. You can have up to 4. As of right now, MLC has decided to go with 3. So there is a fielder deep on the cover boundary. That would be Angela Pereira. And down here at fine leg is Calvin Savage. And third man also in position. So those are the 3 outside the circle. In fact, now I see there is a 4th. There is a fielder deep backward square leg. So those 4 are outside the 30-yard circle. Those are the 4 who are allowed to be outside. Here's Dill again. Big grunt as he delivers that ball, putting as much effort into that ball as you would think. Yet another dot ball. 53 is the score, so the run rate, as might be expected, with the power play having the second power play in position where you have more protection, the run rate just dropping just a little bit now. It's under 5. 4.97 is where it is now. Dill running this one down to, or rather, Dill delivering, and Prajapati running it down to third man for a single. So just one ball remaining here in the 11th over. Justin Dill's 4th so far, 3.5 overs bowled and none for 19. And here is the last delivery here in the 11th over. Action replay is this run down to third man for a single. Runs that first one very hard. It's always good to see, but realistically, nothing more than a single in that. So that's the end of the 11th over. After 11, score is 55 for 1. One of the rare occasions where you can easily do the math on this run rate. Calvin Savage again continuing from the highway end. Great delivery, edge and dropped. Oh, that carried, definitely carried to first slip. The lone slip fielder in position, and it got to him, I believe, at probably ankle height. It was not an easy catch, but I think he will back himself 10 times out of 10 to take this. That was Milind Kumar. Here we see on the replay, edge and maybe just a little wrong-footed. Started leaning slightly to his right, then ended up going back to his left and not able to hold on to that. So that definitely is a chance, and Prajapati is going to be very happy with that because, actually Conrad is going to be happy with that because he lives to fight another day. It's a good comeback. Of course, any bowler who has a catch dropped off of him is going to be frustrated, and that last delivery had a little bit more, let's call it, energy behind it. Boy, that might be a big miss. I don't know in the context of the overall game what this will mean, but you certainly want to take any chances that come to you. Milind Kumar is a really good slipper. Of course, he's in that position for that reason. And it was a difficult catch, but I think he'll back himself to take that. Short, looking to cut that one away. I think looking to play that in a much squarer fashion than that one ended up going. Just trickling into the covers for no run. So there's a life, the first life that we've seen given to one of these batters today. Shoaib Khan, 9 from 27. Prajapati, 43 from now 41 runs, or 41 balls faced. Short, looking to run this one down to third man and missing. Boy, That will keep the fielders behind square on the offside interested. You hear again oohs and ahs as that ball goes through to the keeper for no run. Good over so far, even though with the drop catch, credit to Savage, he's not let that impact him negatively in any way. Still bowling a good line, outside off stump, and a good length. So I think more than anything else, he'll just want to close this over out strongly. Short and in the air, running down towards deep backward square or backward point rather, and it goes. Did it go all the way? It did go all the way. Amazing shot, and that goes for 6. So with that 6, Prajapati gets up to 49. Looking at the replay, short, very short and very wide, and cut away in that area. No real risk in that shot. Third man was always going to be too fine to get to that, but it did carry all the way over the rope. So with that shot, 49 now for Prajapati from 43 faced. Score moves on to 62, and just one ball remaining here in the 12th over. Clipped away behind square, and that's going to be his 50. 1 run coming back for 2. Makes it all the way down to fine leg, and the throw comes into the keeper's end. But that should be the 50 for Prajapati. 51, really good fight back on his part after the early wicket. 51 not out now from 44. Overall score is 64 for 1. You may be able to hear the applause from the Oman players acknowledging the 50 scored by Prajapati. Again, a good fight back from him. A good mix of aggression and patience on his part, and certainly scoring at more than a run of ball. 51 not out now from 44. Khan on strike 9 from 27. So he's striking it at a 33 strike rate. He's going to want to accelerate that. But of course, the pressure taken off of him by Prajapati, who really has allowed the score to keep ticking. Outside off, not a wide umpire. Brian Kane just simply keeping the arms at the sides on that occasion. Justin Dill continuing here. This is his 5th. He's given up 20 runs from his 4 overs so far. And that overall run rate now sneaking up to 5.26. Here's Dill again. Oh, awkward delivery. That bounce took him almost, I think that might have come off of his. Oh, goodness. That throw. A little bit of a slack piece of fielding by the MLC 11. Throw should have come into the keeper, not collected by the keeper, and trickles down to fine leg, and you give up the easiest single that you'll have ever seen. An unnecessary run, and that 1 run doesn't make a very big difference in the grand scheme of things, but it's frustrating, certainly for the bowler, to have conceded a run under those circumstances. Here's Dill again. And this time it's picked up at backward point. Ali Sheikh he certainly does not throw the ball back to the keeper on this occasion for fear that the same thing that just happened might happen again. Oman looking a little bit more comfortable with the current state of things. Dill short, pulled away into the deep. That's going to run away for 4. Dropping short on that occasion is Justin Dill, and pouncing was Prajapati, jumping all over that short ball and getting it away very easily in front of square. The fact that it went that far in front of square is a measure to how well he saw it. There you see on the replay, tons of acres of space in front of square, and he just gets that away into that big gap out there for 4 runs. So another boundary for Prajapati. And he's continuing in the same vein. And this one he just defends into the offside for no run. So 5 runs thus far from the 13th over. Justin Dill bowling in his 5th over. And again, things are a little bit more comfortable now for Oman because of the fact that they're seeing the ball a little bit more clearly. They've become more acclimated to the conditions. The opening bowler, Corny Dry, who was the one who gave them the most trouble, is now off. In fact, he's off the field. And here's Dill. Great delivery. This is a ball that you want to see. Drawing the batter forward and then just dancing past the outside edge. Good delivery to close things out here in the 13th. At the end of 13, the score is 6-9 for 1. So the first introduction of spin into the attack. Amilo Panso will be the bowler, left arm orthodox spinner. Former Sri Lankan international. And he will be bowling to Prajapati, who's on 55 from 48. Of course, you'd expect that there'd be coverage in the deep. There's Savage down here at long off. There's a sweeper on the offside. There's a deep backwards square leg. Really more of a fine leg. And this is struck very firmly. Diving stop. That is a beautiful piece of fielding by Savage. Excellent piece of fielding. Certainly saved 3 runs there. That was struck very firmly. Not surprising that Prajapati is hitting the ball as hard as he is. Look at that diving stop right here in front of us at long on and that long off rather, and that saves 3 runs. Next delivery. Defended into the offside for no run. Ponzo again. That's a good length. Drawing the batter forward. Of course, with a left hand orthodox spinner operating to the right hander. It's not surprising that Captain Unmukchand is positioned at slip for that one that leaves the batter and kisses the outside edge. Another delivery that is defended into the offside for no run. And now mid-on is dropping back to long on. And deep backward square, let's call it fine leg, is coming into the circle. So that's not surprising. I think the length that Aponzo is bowling is going to be a length that is inducing hits down the ground. And as I say that, he goes back and gets a thick under edge that trickles to that fielder who just came into the circle behind square on the leg side. So another single. And one more ball to go here in the 14th rather. 2 runs so far. Prajapati now off strike. He's on 56 from 52. And Shoaib Khan 11 from 30. Shoaib Khan now on strike. And he'll be looking, I think, to start breaking the shackles. He's been there long enough. He's seen enough of the bowling. And you'd like to think that he'd be able to start scoring now. So this is punched down into the deep. That is Obas Pinar coming off the boundary, sweeping on the offside. Limits the damage to 1 run. So at the end of 14, 3 runs from the 14th over. Score now moves up to 72 for 1. Justin Dill to continue bowling from the forest end. Oh, correction. I've been reliably informed that that is Savage who will take up the attack from the forest end. Here he comes bowling to Khan. Oh, wrapped into the pad. I think that might have been the thigh pad. And a bit of excitement, but just a dot ball. Savage now into his fourth over. He's conceded 21 runs. Starts out here with a dot ball. And I think if he would want to fix anything, I think it would want to be the consistency. Here's the delivery. Cutaway behind third man. That's going to run away for 4. Short and wide. So that would be evidence of the consistency that I'm talking about. Maybe just a little bit too much width, and that length is one that allows the batter to get underneath it and throw the bat at it. More than anything else, I think the additional room given here, you see on the replay, it just gives him the room to open his arms and flash that away behind point for 4. So a bit of a think, I think, for Savage here. Been relatively expensive. 25 runs now conceded from 3 overs and 2 balls. That's a better line. And that length is that uncomfortable length for the batter. It's good work by Melantha to run that down behind square on the leg side. They run through for what I think is not signaled to be a leg by, so it's probably run. So maybe that came off of his glove. But this is a much better line for Savage to bowl than that line that allows the right-hander to free his arms up and cut over the top. So I'd just like to see him be able to develop that consistency, bowl that good stock ball on the 4th stump line, or maybe just a little bit straighter with that hard length that he's bowling. Here he is again. Thick outside edge, squirted down to third man. Oh, that trickles past the fielder down there. That is Richards. Really would have wanted to stop that. He did the hard work in making up the few yards to get to that ball, but having gotten to that ball, you'd really want to think that he would have stopped that, but not able to stop it, so it runs away, trickles past him for 4. So they're into the 80s now, Oman, and looking a little bit more comfortable. 9 runs so far from this over with 2 balls to come. And Captain Unmuk Chan standing at mid-off. You can hear the shouts of, "Come on, lads." There's a little bit that needs to be cleaned up here for the MLC team. It's a good comeback delivery, good carry, and well left in the end by Prajapati. So 1 ball remaining here in the 15th. Here's Savage. Defended into the offside. Ali Sheikh doing work there for no runs. So at the end of 15, a pretty expensive over in the grand scheme of things. The overall run rate is now 5.4. That last over yielded 9. So at the end of 15, the score is 81 for 1. $81 for 1. Amila Ponso to continue from the highway end. Left arm orthodox. Interesting that the slip fielder is now out. So much more defensive field here being set by Unmuk Chand. And I think they've just switched the mentality from taking wickets to preventing runs. A much more defensive field. This is struck down the ground. Milan Kumar right in front of us here at long off does the cleanup work. Khan now 18 from 35, so his strike rate is sneaking up a little bit. Down the wicket. Oh, look at that. Beaten in flight was Khan. Thick outside edge, not quite getting to the pitch. But luckily for him, it did not carry to that fielder at backward point. So a little bit of a chance taken there. Luckily for Khan, it did not end up costing him his wicket. This is a more conventional style of batting, just bunting it down the ground for a single. Milind Kumar doing the work to clean up down there. So 4 delivers bowled so far here in the 16th. 3 runs on the board. And the overall score is now 84 for 1. In the meantime, Prajapati, 61 from 56, is one on strike. Fired through a lot flatter and just guided into the outfield for a single. That's Obas Pinar out there sweeping on the boundary. So 1 ball remaining here in the 16th. All right. Score is now 85. We have a scheduled water break at 11:40. This is going to be swept away behind backward square rather. I think that's going to go for 4. Diving attempt is not successful. So 4 runs, and that ends things here in the 16th over. We have a scheduled water break at 11:40. It appears that the umpires, Owen Brown and Brian Kane, are going to allow this next over to take place before they take that water break. So this should be the last over before a quick water break. 89 for 1 is the score. This is a really good comeback for the Oman team. Again, they were on their back heels just a little bit, on their heels rather, after the start provided by Corny Dry and Justin Dill. But they have recovered and, in fact, are now building a really productive partnership. This partnership now at 89. Check that, now at 88. And this will be Savage again to continue from the forest end. Short and clipped into the leg side. They'll get 1. Do they come back for 2? Yes, they are. And that's lofted. The throw, not much effort, not much power behind that throw by that fielder at wide mid-on. And so 2 more runs to the total. Into the 90s now is Oman. So they are really on the charge here. The overall run rate is up to 5.63. And again, 9 wickets still in hand. So they're looking to start pushing forward towards a challenging start here. This ball is down the leg side. It's only wide, but luckily for Savage, there was no bat on that. Any amount of bat, and that easily could have flown away really in this general direction for either 4 or 6. Score ticks up to 92 with still 5 legal balls remaining in the 17th over. Good length and good line. That's a much better ball for Savage. He defends it just in front of the crease and no run. So 4 balls remaining now. I think, again, the MLC club the MLC team has appeared to think less at this stage about taking wickets and more about containing runs. Only 1 slip in possession, and of course a very defensive field with the 4 fielders who were allowed outside at this point. Wide and cut away, but good stop by Ali Sheikh. Of course, we've spoken very many times about the fact that he has saved many runs in that position at backward point. 3 balls remaining. The score, again, still at 92. Maybe verify the score in just a second. I may be a run off, but either way, outside off and lifting, no run. So 2 balls remaining here in the 7th. Confirmation, the score is 91 for 1, not 92 as I previously said. So only 2 balls remaining here in the 17th, and we'll certainly see a water break after this as the reserve umpire or third umpire, Roshane Samuels, and a host of other individuals lined up at the boundary rope to go onto the field either after the next 2 legal deliveries or the fall of a wicket, whichever comes first. Here's Savage again. Good delivery, lifting and left alone. That's a good piece of batting, actually, by Khan. That's the type of delivery that you may go fishing at and then end up edging behind. But from his standpoint, all he wanted to do is just make sure that he kept everything important out of the way. So 1 ball remaining here in the 17th. Savage looking to close things out here, and then I think a water break would be very well welcomed by the MLC Invitational XI. Here's Savage, defended back to the bowler for no run. So that is the end of the 17th. At the end of 17, the score is 91 for 1, and we will take a short break. The players will have drinks. We will stretch our legs, and we will be right back. Welcome back to Prairie Review. After the quick water break, we're looking to get settled into the second portion of this innings. Emilio Panzo continuing from the forest or highway end rather. First delivery is outside edge onto or into the offside for no run. That quick correction, we'd said at the end of the last passage of play the score was 91. Make that 92. The current score is now 92 for 1. And this is hit into the offside, no run. Ali Sheikh is one down there at mid-off who cleans up. Really, I say mid-off. He's more of a extra cover inside the circle. Top edge, this should be taken. Corner dry right there, settling under it, and takes it easily. Beautiful piece of cricket. Settling very easily under that one was Corner dry. Did the hard work, made the few yards to his left. Ball stayed in the air for a really long time. Sometimes with the ball that high gives you an opportunity to think about dropping it. But Corner dry, of course, making no mistake, taking that one high above his head. So Milo Panzo strikes, breaks the partnership, and that is a big, big wicket that falls. Shoaib Khan is the one who is walking off after having scored 23 from 41. And the second wicket falls. Oman is now 92 for 2. $92 for 2. Corner dry took a wicket with the ball in his hand, of course. Took the second wicket, or the first wicket with his second ball that was bowled today, knocking back the leg stump of the opening batter. And then on this occasion, Emilio Panzo delivering the ball. I think Khan committing the cardinal sin of trying to sweep across the line. That left-hand spinner is turning the ball toward the offside and looking to sweep on that occasion was Khan, and succeeding only in top edging. The ball went in the air miles, but gave Corner dry enough time to settle underneath it and takes the catch easily. So that's the second wicket that goes down. And now coming to the wicket is the captain himself, Zishan Maksud. He is going to join Prajapati. Zishan Maksud is now the non-striker. It's interesting. We'll talk about that in just a second. Aponzo delivering, and this is stroked down to long off for a single. With the new ICC regulations that have just been passed, if there is a catch taken, regardless of whether or not the batter's crossed, the new batter would be the one on strike. Obviously, that is not the case in this tour or in this match, because the batters or the runners crossed while Corner dry took that catch, and it ended up that Prajapati himself was the one who continued or who faced the bowling for the next delivery. So obviously that ICC regulation is not being followed in this match. After October, I'm being told it will be followed. Now, there have been a couple of matches, a couple of series, a couple of tournaments recently where the new regulations have been followed, but the choice has I'm hearing all kinds of commentary coming from the production area here. I'm being punished for talking about the fact that they're not following the new ICC regulations, but as it turns out, 94 for 2 is still the score. One ball remains. Nope, that's the end of the over. So at the end of a successful over by Emilio Panzo, 3 overs bowled for him, 1 for 13 are his figures. And overall, the score is 94 for 2 after 18. $94 for 2. Zishan Maksud, captain, is the non-striker. He's 1 from 1. And continuing, in fact, it's a new bowler. This is Heath Richards, the young 21-year-old batting all-rounder. Saw him bat just a little bit. Did not have very much work to do yesterday with the bat. Hit a 6 to end things in that game against Nepal. But we saw him bowl, and he definitely somebody who has potential with the ball in his hand. First delivery, great ball. Right on the line that you'd want to see, just on an off-stump line. Here's the replay. Right arm over, slanting it across the left-handed Zishan Maksud. That's exactly where a left-hander does not want to see the ball coming to him. That angle is always a tricky one for a left-hander to face to a right-hander. That's exactly where you want to be bowling if you are Richards. Now corner dry coming into slip. Not very often you see a big fast bowler at slip. This occasion just leaving the ball alone. And in fact, corner dry spends exactly 1 delivery at slip before Captain Unmuk Chan says, I think you're in my spot. And so Unmuk Chan himself now goes into that slip position, corner dry. More at the traditional position that you'd expect a big fast bowler to be. He's at mid-on. Zishan Maksud now 1 from 3. Good delivery. Maybe a little too straight, actually. Flicked away down to fine leg. Good piece of work down there on the boundary. That is Angelo Pereira sliding and preventing the ball from going for 4. So effectively saving 3 runs for his side as they run through for a single. Richards, I think, in a good position because he's a young guy. We'll talk a little bit more about him in just a minute. Full toss and it's knocked into the covers for no run. He's a young guy, but he has at mid-off and mid-on Corner Dry and Calvin Savage respectively. So loads of experience around for him to be able to lean on in terms of people who can help him with his craft. And of course, that also might be a reason why Corner Dry came out of the slip cordon. This ball is run down to find a third man rather for a single. I believe it is 1 delivery remaining here in the 19th. Yep, 1 ball remaining in the 19th. Score is 96 for 2. So good start. Despite the wicket that fell in the last over, this is a good start overall by Oman. And Richards delivering, hitting high on the splice that time. Zishan Maksud just defending in front of point, and that ball settles very nicely into the hands of the keeper. So that's the end of the 19th over. 4 runs come from it. At the end of the over, the score is 96 for 2. Back here, Prairie View, Emilio Ponso into his work now, into his 4th over. The first delivery is knocked into the outfield for a single. Sweeper out there on the offside doing the work to clean up. 97 for 2 is now the score. And this really is a good fight back by Oman. Zishan Maksud on strike, and he will like the left-hander bowling, turning the ball into him. Oh, defended this time, just running it behind square on the leg side. Lihiru Milanta doing the work. to get this one retrieved. Yet another single. What you want to see in this stage of the innings, if you are Oman, is just for the scoreboard to keep ticking. You just don't want to get tied down. No need for any big shots. You've seen them have an ability to play those big shots when they need to. But I think it's more important at this point that they just have the scoreboard ticking. 3 deliveries bowled in this over so far. 98 for 2 is the score. The run rate is a very healthy 5.03. So if you're at 5.03 at this stage of the innings with wickets in hand, you can always expect to push on towards the end of the innings. Another dot ball. Alfonso with 2 good deliveries in the last 2. No runs conceded. And looking to close things out here. His 4th over. Tossed up and hammered. That's going to go for 6. That is a huge hit. Landing some 10 yards beyond the boundary. Hit straight, almost in the exact direction of the side screen. A massive 6 right back over the head of Alfonso. And worrying signs here, straight down the ground as you see on the replay. And good work by the cameraman, Mangesh Chowdhury, doubling up as a cameraman in addition to being the facilities manager. That's a great strike. Prajapati moving on to 73. And now defending this one. Picked up by mid-off. Ali Sheikh is the one who does the work there. So a big 6 and then a defensive prod to end things here in the 20th over. At the end of 20, the score is 104 for 2. One oh four for 2. Calvin Savage continuing from the forest end. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Heath Richards. And this is flicked away. That's going to run away down the hill for 4, I believe. A little too short, a little too straight. Richards not exactly getting that one the way he wanted it. And it was just helped around the corner. Not necessarily a pull. It was more of a help. Here's a look on the replay. Not a full-blooded pull, just kind of clipping it around the corner. Running away down the hill for 4. So runs now coming in bunches. Overall run rate up to 5.36. The score is 108 for 2. And there is now a fielder at that deep backward square leg position where that ball just went. Oh, looking to help this one around the offside, or leg side rather. Captain Unmuk Chan running around from mid-on. Leg by signal by umpire Brian Kane. So 109 for 2. Runs truly are coming at a much faster rate than the MLC Invitational XI will be comfortable with. Captain Unmuk Chan has some thinking to do here because the stage is being set for a really, really big score here. Richards delivers, and this one is defended. Trickles back to the keeper for no run. Savage continuing to bowl right arm over the wicket to both the left-hander and the right-hander. Bowling now to Prajapati, who's on 73 from 73. This is run down to third man. That's well played. So no reason to take any risks if you are Prajapati. You're 74 from 74, 26 away from what would be a very important 100. Again, the Oman side has not been in the U.S. for very long, so I think the main objective for them here is just to get acclimated to the conditions, making sure that they're ready for the games that count when they play down in Pearland at Musa Stadium later on in the week. Oh, a little bit of extra bounce on that occasion. Defended well by Captain Zishan Maksud. 110 for 2 is the score. with one ball remaining here in the 21st. And that's run down elegantly behind square down to third man. Milind Kumar in front of us down here. Gets us back into the keeper. And one more run to close things out here in the 21st. So at the end of 21, the score is 111 for 2. Aponso to continue bowling from the highway end. Bowling to the left-handed Zishan Maksud. Tossed up and just punched down the ground. No risks being taken here by Captain Zishan Maksud. He recognizes the fact that all his team needs to do is to continue ticking the scoreboard over and keeping wickets in hand so they can launch an assault towards the end would be their thinking. And Aponso now to the right-handed Prajapati. Clipped it down to long on for a single. So they're doing it in ones and twos at the moment, which if you are the captain, you are completely comfortable with. The overall run rate is at 5.25. There is absolutely no problem with that at all. And this is struck back to the bowler. No run. Bit of a spectator catch on that occasion. And now defended into the front of mid-wicket, also for no run. So 113 for 2 is the score. Run rate 5.26. Always keep an eye on that because I would expect that that number will continue to be increased as we go through this innings. A dot ball for the fourth. 2 more balls, actually 1 more ball remaining here in the 22nd over. Aponso generally is bowling well, has taken that 1 wicket. It'll be interesting to see when if Unmukhchan chooses to go with another spin option and what difference that will make. Fires this one in more flatly and it is clipped down to Ali Sheikh deep on the boundary at cow corner. Gets it back in and that is the end of the 22nd over. At the end of 22, score is 114 for 2. Richards to continue. It's a good line. Just outside the line of off stump. And Captain Zishan Maksud just shouldering arms and letting that one go through to the keeper. Here's Richards again. Short and cut down to third man. Oh, he took it! What an absolutely brilliant catch. Milind Kumar on the second attempt. That cut shot flying all the way down in our direction here at third man. Milind Kumar judging it well, leaning forward, really diving forward. At the first attempt, he caught it and it popped out, but controlling it on the second attempt. Here you see on the replay. Cut away and there's leaning down, getting it around ankle height and then taking it one-handed on the second attempt. Brilliant, brilliant catch by Milind Kumar. That is exactly what you want to see as a batting side to be able to, as a bowling side rather, to be able to have somebody in the field inject some energy and some enthusiasm. And this is a beautiful piece of fielding that has resulted in the fall of a wicket. So the third wicket goes down. It is taken by Richards, courtesy of a brilliant catch down here, third man by Milind Kumar. 114 for 3 is now the score. Here you see again on the replay, just a tremendous effort. Concentration, I think, is the piece that is most impressive about that, because you're leaning in and you had one attempt at it and it popped out, but the presence of mind to be able to stay with it and then take that catch right at ankle height. That is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work in the outfield by Milind Kumar. And the third wicket goes down. His team will truly be satisfied with that. That was not an easy catch to take, and he did the hard part, and his team will be all the better for it. So the third wicket down, and the new batter is Ali. Again, facing up to Richards. Richards' first delivery, good ball, good lifting delivery, and good take. Again, somewhere around face height by the keeper, Lahiru Mlantha. Boy, that was a great, great catch. So one left-hander goes, Captain Zishan Maksud, and he is replaced by another left-hander, K. Ali. Here's Richards again. Short, low, looking to cut this one. A little bit of an unorthodox shot. You would think for somebody who's facing his second delivery that he would want to leave that ball alone. He sort of awkwardly fends at it and ends up getting it. Luckily for him, it did not come off of the edge, but we'll confirm the name of the new batter here in a second. We were saying Ali. That may not be accurate. But here's Richards. Oh, good delivery again. And looking to get a quick single, not able to get there. And the new batter is actually Ayan. Ayan Khan. Beautiful. So Ayan Khan has been there now for 3 deliveries. 3 dot balls to him, and 1 ball remaining here in the 23rd over. Oh, struck on the pad. Umpire Brian Kane immediately shakes his head no, looking to work that one away on the leg side. Put that right arm angle over the wicket. Always a chance that either it could be pitching outside leg or not threatening the stumps at all. A little bit of enthusiasm there on the part of Richards, but I think from our angle here, that was the right decision made by Brian Kane. So that's the end of a successful over by young Heath Richards. At the end of that over, the score is 114 for 3. Emilio Ponzo back into his work. And this is struck down to Milind Kumar. Tremendous piece of work several deliveries ago to get the wicket of the captain Zishan Maksud. On this occasion, just underarming that simple single all the way down to him down here at mid-on, long on rather. Really long off because it was a right-hander who struck it. He is now at long on because of the left-hander. Aponzo tosses it up just a little bit, stroke down the ground, back to Milind Kumar, who all of a sudden is in the entire passage of play. Aponzo working through his overs very quickly. 1 for 26 so far. He's into his 6th over. 2 deliveries into that 6th over. Left arm orthodox. Tossed up and defended. Good length. Just dragging the batter forward. Dragging Prajapati, who is now fallen below a strike rate of 100. He's now 76 from 77. Tossed up and deflected by the bowler not able to collect it cleanly, and they run through for a quick single. That's good awareness. Of course, with the rule in cricket, the unwritten rule is never run on a misfield, but that time the ball ricocheted far enough away from Aponzo that they could run through and get a run. 2 balls remaining here in the 24th. Oh, going back and leaving that one alone. And last ball to come here as umpire Owen Brown and Brian Kane signal to each other. 117 for 3. Fired in a lot more quickly and flatter. Defended into the covers for no run. That is the end of the 24th over. So at the end of 24, things are getting a little bit interesting. You get the sense that this could go one way or the other. Either 1 or 2 wickets and MLC Invitational XI can come right back into the match. But if these two continue to accumulate runs, particularly if Prajapati is still there, he's now 77 from 78. You get the sense that he certainly could push on toward bringing Oman or propelling Oman to a total in excess of 250, and I'm thinking at this stage 250 would be the minimum that Oman would want to accept. Either way, Prajapati on strike now, 77 from 78, and he'll be facing up to Richards. Short and guided down to third man. A little bit of a ramp shot, less of a cut shot and more of a ramp. Pretty straightforward. A single down to third man, and so he moves on to 78 from 79. Ayan Khan now on strike, left-hander. He's 1 from 7. Richards ambles to the wicket. Short ball, looks to cut, doesn't exactly hit this cleanly. Gets it down to the sweeper on the offside for another single. So 2 balls and 2 singles thus far here in the 25th over. After this over, we will be halfway through the innings. Richards, Yorker length, and struck away on the offside. Good looking stroke, but there's protection out there in the deep. Just another single. So 3 balls, 3 singles. Overall run rate, which we talked about earlier, with the fall of the wicket, as you would expect, that run rate has come down a little bit. Run rate now at 4.9. And Ayan Khan on strike, facing up to Richards. That's going to be a single. Good effort, just helped into the leg side. Lahiru Malanta having to do the work from behind the stumps on that occasion. So there's definitely a pace bowler in operation, but the scorecard, at least for this over, makes it look like there's a spinner bowling. So 4 deliveries and 4 singles. And just 2 balls remaining here in the 25th. 121 for 3 is the score. Looking to cut this one away. Diving stop by Ali Khan, or Ali Sheikh rather. Not able to prevent them from running that single though. So 5 balls and 5 singles. 1 ball remaining by Owen Brown, of course, doing the work, going from square leg to square leg. Not every umpire does that, but I think that's the mark of a good umpire. If you're a square leg umpire, you don't want to just be lazy and stay at either square leg or point, depending on whether or not there's a left-hander or right-hander on strike. I think you should always be in position at square leg. I think he's doing the right thing there. Right arm over, last delivery of the over, going down the leg side. Unfortunately, he will have to re-bowl this one. Too much down the leg side for umpire Brian Kane's liking. I will not be repeating what I just heard from the production area. In the meantime, 1 ball remaining, 1 legal ball remaining, of course. And here's Richards. Oh, lifting, going down the leg side, and again, I'm glad I stressed one legal ball remaining because that is again another wide delivery. So 7 runs have been scored thus far from this over. That of that 7, 2 now have been via the wide route and 5 singles. And here is now the last ball, and that is struck down the ground. Good sliding stop by Calvin Savage there at mid-off. Limits the damage to 1 run. So 8 runs from the 25th over. At the end of the 25th over, the score is 125 for 3. Another spinner being brought into the attack with the introduction of Mohamed Mohsen. Right arm leg spinner. And he'll be bowling from the highway and replacing Amila Aponso. Aponso, I think, with a good spell thus far. And Mohsen will be bowling to the left-handed Ayan Khan. Khan, of course, as a left-hander, will like the ball turning into him. That's an easier hit for the left-hander. Right armer over the wicket. Bowling leg spin into the left-hander. First delivery just not back down to the bowler for no run. And looking to work very quickly here is Mohsen. Short of a length. They look for a quick single. No, not there. So 2 dot balls to start things here in the 26th. Good work so far by Mohsen Khan. A few different spinning options. Of course, Mohsen Khan now in operation. Of course, we also have Oba Spinar, who is in the side, is not bowled yet so far. Big swipe outside off stump. Not able to get that. But again, if there's any turn, that's the direction that the ball would be turning in. So not surprising that he was able to go for that shot. Of course, there are fielders in the deep on the leg side to protect against that shot. Short of a length and punched down to deep mid-wicket. Just a single. 2 balls remaining. As we're mentioning, Oba Spinar still has not bowled, so you have that option. And then Ali Sheikh also another option, a spinning option. So different options that you have here if you are Captain Unmuk Chand. Several different options to look to slow down this Oman team. And that gets through, outside edge, runs down to point, deep point for a single. 2 runs have been scored so far from the over. 1 ball remaining. Oh, great delivery. Go whizzing by the outside edge. So good opening over here by Mohsen Mohamed. Mohamed Mohsen, rather. And after that third, or after the 26th over, 2 runs coming from it. The score is 127 for 3. Richards to continue from the forest end, bowling to Prajapati, and this is defended off a thick outside edge down to the sweeper on the offside. So a single to start things here in the 27th. The run rate is now at 4.89. And the left-hander Khan is now on strike. Ayan Khan has been there for 15 deliveries. He scored 5. Prajapati, of course, his senior partner. He's on 81 from 82 balls faced. Short. And ducking out of the way is Ayan Khan. Good piece of aggression being shown here by Richards. Dot ball. It was a dot ball and single to the dot ball. 128 for 3 is the score. Just a bit of a change in the field as Unmuk Chand coming now into a position at slip. Certainly don't mind a slip fielder for the new batter, particularly with the right-hander bowling. In fact, he's now bowling around the wicket. Full toss, very full. In fact, that's a wide. Probably not what Unmuk Chand had in mind when he positioned himself at slip. Very, very wide. And again, got to the batter on the full. So he switched his angle of attack in going around the wicket. I think the slip makes more sense if you're going to be bowling from over the wicket, because then that slanted angle comes into play and there's every chance that he'll edge behind from around the wicket, that the ball is slanting into the left-hander. I think there's a less of a chance for him to edge behind. In the air, catchable, corner drives there, and he takes another easy catch. Very, very easily done. So yet another wicket falls. I have to say that that wicket actually was pretty soft by Ayan Khan. Sort of a nothing shot, just sort of lofting it in the air. Just not a whole lot going for that shot selection, I'm afraid. That type of shot was not on, given the type of delivery. And all he did was just spoon a pretty simple catch in the air. And again, corner dry. Not going to make a mistake with that one. Settling under it and putting it away. So very little fanfare to the innings played by Ayan Khan. Here you see the replay. Pretty simple catch in the end. Most cricketers will fancy themselves to take such a catch. And of course, corner dry making no mistake. So the 4th wicket goes down. The score is now 129 for 4. And we are halfway through the 27th over. 3 balls remaining, and the new batter is going to now be Kawar Ali. Kawar Ali is a right-handed batter. And again, at the other end, Prajapati, who was all of a sudden seeing wickets collapse all around him. 129 for 4. Still think that the key to a big score for Oman is going to be whether or not Prajapati remains at the wicket. And now Richards going to be bowling to Ali. Actually to Prajapati. Very full and stroked away. That may run away down the hill for 4, and it does. A full toss, a real pressure release sort of a shot. A full delivery, low full toss, outside off. And any batter will want to be able to put that away. And certainly a batter who is on 86 now from 84 will have no problem cashing in on such a delivery. So Richards, I think, is going to be more sort of circumspect about not bowling those sorts of boundary balls. You're building pressure by taking a wicket, but the last thing that you want to do is release that pressure by delivering such an easily hit ball. And once it got past corner dry at mid-off, it was always going to run away for 4. This is a better ball, much better ball. Pitching on the line of off stump and defended, running it down to third man is Prajapati. So 1 ball remaining here in the 27th. 7 runs have been scored from this over so far. Richards into his 5th over. 1 ball remaining in his 5th. He has taken 2 wickets for 23. So maybe a touch on the expensive side, but you'll take the 2 wickets every time. You'll accept expensive if it results in wickets. Here's Ali. Outside off, looking to flirt with that one was Ali, and then in fact, shoulders, arms as a second shot that he rehearsed. No harm, no foul. At the end of 27, the score is 134 for 4. Mohammed Mohsin to continue bowling from the highway end. Right arm leg spinner. He is bowling to the man on 87 from 85. That's Prajapati. It's going to be 1 run. It's corner dry. Doing a little bit of football work to get that ball off the ground into his hand, and then throwing it back in for just a single. So 1 run score so far from the 28th, and the new batter is now on strike, Ali. Will be facing up to Mohsin, and that is well struck into the outfield, but there's protection running around from that sweeper cover position, limits the damage to 1 run. So Kawar Ali is the batter. And this ball, a little easier work this time in the deep for Angelo Pereira. Another single to the total. Tossed up and stroked into the covers, no run. That's Captain Unmuk Chand. 2 balls remaining here in the 28th. Defended back to the bowler. Mohsin, or Mohammed Mohsin, doing well here. 1 ball remaining in the 28th. Good line outside off stump, and so that's the end of the 28th. After 28th, the score is 137 for 4. $128 for 4. There is going to be a bowling change, I believe, that appears to be Calvin Savage. Have that confirmed here shortly. Yep, that's Calvin Savage to continue the attack from the forest end. And he will be bowling to Prajapati, who is on 89 from 87. Current scoring rate is 4.89. We'll get back to that shortly. Savage, good delivery and well played out, actually. Runs away for 4. That actually was very, very well played. Not a bad delivery by any means, but good positive square drive, and it raced away off the outside edge and runs away down the hill for 4. So Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is now into the 90s. He's on 93. And the overall score is now 141 for 4. So speaking of the overall run rate, it is now 5.01. If they continue scoring at that same rate, they will be at 250. We'll get back to that shortly. Very full and struck. This is Ali Sheikh at backward point to do the work there to prevent or limit the damage to, in fact, to have no damage. So if they score at the rate of 4 runs and over from here, they'll be at 228. If they score at 6 and over, 272. They score at 8 and over, there will be a 316. I suspect that they'll be looking to score at least at a rate of 6, somewhere between 6 and 8. Short ball looking to pull, and it goes down the leg side. Umpire Brian Kane signaling that that is a wide. Hell yes. Very full delivery, appeal for leg before and not out. And I am pleased, I'm absolutely elated to announce that I have helped calling this game for once. After having heard my voice only for the last 2 or so hours, I am happy to say that we have now been joined by somebody else in the commentary area. So please, sir, introduce yourself and say a little bit so I can stop talking for a while.
No trouble. Zubin Sarkari here, representing minor league cricket. And yeah, just good to be out there. Fantastic day to watch a couple good teams heading off.
Zubin, it's interesting to see the talent that has been assembled for minor league cricket. But also, you're up against a pretty decent side here. In my mind, I think an acceleration is going to come, and in some ways, you could make the argument that you could potentially be chasing over 300 runs. So, what are you looking to accomplish? Do you think? Oh, thick edge and goes through between the slip fielder and the keeper for 4. Went right in that gap between the keeper and slip, chest height that easily would have been taken had there been a slip fielder there, but you cannot have everyone there. Zubin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, can't have a field everywhere, but fantastic bowling by the young man here. He's really come good with a couple wickets, but just with Oman, a good side who's adapted to conditions quite well, considering that they were lost a toss and put the bat in. So good on them. One man leading the show in the 90s at the moment. So I think you're right. If they can get through the next little period, there might be a bit of fireworks and get them above 270 and 280.
I think 270, 280 may be the minimum of what they're looking for, because I'll get back to that point shortly. Here's Savage again. Good lifting delivery. But I would think, by my rough calculation here, they're right now scoring at the rate of 5.1 runs and over. In fact, that's the end of the over. So, yep, their current rate is 5.07. If they score at a run ball from this point forward, they're at 273.
Right.
If they score at 7 and over, they're at 294. I would think somewhere between 6 and 7 runs and over, particularly if Prajapati remains at the wicket, that will be the minimum of what they'd be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's essentially just comes down to getting a couple wickets in key periods, 2 in a row, 2 in a short period of time, putting them a bit under pressure. Obviously, getting KP there, who's looking really good. If you can get to, if you can restrict him to under 120, that still puts a couple other batters coming in under pressure. But it is a good wicket, and this is one-day cricket, and those scores are kind of what should be normal.
You mentioned that it's a good wicket. My thought upon looking at the wicket this morning, I'll get back to that shortly, is this is struck down to mid-off or long-off rather for single. My thoughts were that it was a bowl first type of a wicket. There's a heavy covering of grass, which I think is going to be helpful, or was going to be helpful for the fast bowlers. And the way that you started, Corny Dry, of course, a tremendous bowler, and Justin Dill, also a good bowler in his own right. I thought they started well. But what do you think is the difference between what appeared to be a bowler's type of wicket and the score now that looks like it could be very much challenging score to get?
Yeah, I think the thought behind it was the wicket's going to get better. So, and if there is any chance of getting some wickets, it's going to be first in the first 15 overs, which is probably the right move by the skipper. So again, it's just about kind of keeping that score to a chaseable target. It's probably a 300 wicket in reality with the outfield and how it's playing. So if they can keep it under that, I think it's a good chase. This is one-day cricket, and those are the scores that are kind of coming around nowadays anyway.
Sure.
So if they can just keep managing those expectations, I think they'll be all right.
That's interesting, and I like hearing your thoughts about that. Now, I'm going to ask you another question here in a minute. Is this a very full delivery that fizzes by the outside edge and goes through to Lahiru Milanta for the end of the over? So at the end of 30, the score is 150 for 4. So Zubin, tell us a little bit about your specific role in minor league cricket and what are you looking to accomplish sort of globally? What's minor league cricket looking to accomplish, let's say, for the next 5 years in this country?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I'll be looking at kind of the operational side of it, just professionalizing the organization and making it a bit more streamlined of what other sports are doing, just in terms of the on-field product, the umpiring, those type of things, and just making sure that the game is actually becoming a bit more professional. Domestically, it's a tough challenge. They've done a great job so far without me here. So I think it's big shoes to fill and try to get a good product. But they've done a fantastic job already, and we're just kind of keep building and trying to get there in the next 5 years.
Calvin Savage continuing from the highway, not the highway, the forest end. A good delivery first up. So the fact that you just said organization tells me that you're from Canada. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
You're telling on yourself.
Yes. I thought it might have been about a boot. You're saying a boot? No? A bit of that. Good catch.
Where in Toronto are you from?
Yeah, this town. I'm basically from Toronto, but a small suburb Thornhill.
Thornhill.
Up, yeah, but that's what's considered the Greater Toronto area.
Sure.
I spent a bit of time there.
Oh, top edge is going to fly way down and take it on the boundary. What a catch.
Excellent catch.
Oh, that was going to be 6 for all money, but excellent work down there in the deep of that fielder running around from third man, makes some 5 or so yards to his right and leaps. Not a very tall guy, but leaps as high as he can, and he caught that ball, not only preventing a 6, but also taking a wicket. So that is a huge body blow and preventing 100. So that's going to have a doubly positive effect on the on the team. This is a tremendous piece of fielding. You've seen a couple good catches in the outfield here. First by Milind Kumar down here in front of us, a third man. It was a third man off the left-hander. And now on this occasion, another brilliant catch in the deep to remove the dangerous Kashyap Kumar Prajapati.
Yeah, great effort. I mean, those are the kind of catches that change the momentum of the game. And with a key wicket there, obviously of the number one batter that's been scoring most of the runs. So huge effort on the part of the MLC boys.
Fantastic. Okay, so getting back to you for a second, where in relation? What's the name of the town again?
Thornhill.
Where in relation to Thorndale or Thornhill?
Thornhill.
Where in relation to Thornhill is Oshawa?
Unfortunately, rather close.
Did you say unfortunately?
Oshawa, yeah, it's got a bit of a stigma, but it's probably 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah, driving slow. You don't want to get there too quickly. It's got some challenges in that part of the world, but no, it's not too far. I know the Schwa. It used to be a General Motors had one of the bigger plants in Ontario. His General Motors plant was based in Oshawa. Little known fact for you.
Well, when I get back home and I replay this conversation, with my wife will not be very happy with you because she's from Oshawa.
Well, it's not the worst.
Don't change the story now.
It's close to the water. To be fair, there's a bit of a waterfront there. So it's I haven't spent much time there. So I'm trying to claw back here for your missus.
You're trying and it's not really working. So.
Yeah. Thornhill's not much nicer, to be honest. It's a bit boring.
So 150 for 5. The new batter is Nadeem. So luckily for the MLC Invitational XI. There's now two relatively new batters at the wicket. Ali, 6 from 10, and Nadeem has only faced one ball and not yet scored from that one ball. So this will definitely slow the momentum. We were talking earlier about 6 or 7 runs and over. This is going to push the momentum in the other direction.
Yeah, and exactly. I mean, if you tack on another 2 wickets, I always say if you tack on another 2 wickets to what the score is projecting, is that a good score? And if it's 150 for 7, which can easily happen in the course of a few overs, what does that look like for the score? So it's Oman has a bit of work. They have some time to do it. So it's a bit of better, trying to work it out and try to get a partnership going and try to get up to that 270, 280 mark again.
Well, they certainly got a tremendous start. Of course, Corner Drive knocked them back immediately, but they recovered from that early loss of the opening batter and then put I thought, a really brilliant partnership together. Yeah. Since that, they've lost a few wickets at maybe times that they're not necessarily happy with. They did not have the chance to sort of build any momentum. And where they stand now at with 3 balls remaining in the 31st over, I think you're absolutely right. 1 or 2 wickets here can truly change the complexion of the game from this point on. And they're 2 minutes to the break is what we're hearing. And so I would think after either the next 3 deliveries or potentially it might go as far as the next over. But sometime in the next 8 deliveries or so, we're going to have another water break.
Yeah, Calvin's had a decent spell here. He's just trying to come back. Good pace from as well. Seems like he's found his areas a little bit more easily. So, good stuff all around. It's a good fight. This is a real key time of the game. Looking forward to the next hour or so.
So tell me, what is the objective? I know it's a warm-up match, and you want to make sure that everyone gets some time in the middle or with the ball. Full toss. But are you looking necessarily to go all out for the win, or are you simply just looking to showcase individuals and see what they can do?
I think you got to go for the win. I mean, there's no point sandbagging it. They're professionals who need this type of tune-up against good teams and good services and good conditions. It only benefits them to play at the highest level and try to bowl as hard as they can and really work the body over. They don't get that as many opportunities as they probably would like. So when you have these type of conditions and this availability of competition, you might as well try to. And I think that's the same for Oman. They're not going to go through the gears too slowly.
Sure.
They want to also play as hard as they can. They got a big tournament coming up, and a lot of cricket coming up. So I think it's in their best interest to be in 5th or 6th gear.
Fantastic. Okay, so we may have
one more over,
misheard, or are they going to bowl one more over? I see Owen Brown looking at his watch, but it appears that they're going to bowl one more over. So 151 for 5. I would think that after this next over, particularly since it's a spinner, I think that also factors into it, that they'll take the next opportunity to have a break. And then looking at mid-wicket, that looks like Obaspinar stretching, so might he be brought on at some stage after the break? Wait, that's not Obas, that's Cornet. Okay, never mind,
Yeah, I'd like to see him have another spell, actually. He bowled pretty well except for that one over.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a bad over. It's just, that happens.
Sure.
Few swings and that goes. So I think it'd be good to get him coming back and firing a few in. Like I said, if they can get a couple wickets here, that puts massive amounts of pressure on Oman.
So we said it earlier. Outside edge, and it's going to run down the hill for at least a couple, I would think. In fact, it goes pulled back just in time. That's Ali Sheikh who does the work to limit the damage to 2.
Today.
Yeah, he absolutely has been.
He's been really good in the field.
Yes. So, I was saying, Corner Dry, he gave up that 6. The 6 went pretty far, but genuinely it was just the top edge that happened to fly.
Yeah.
So that type of bowler will always be an asset. And even though, you can give up a 6, but very easily that top edge could have just gone in the air and for a catch.
Absolutely.
So I don't mind seeing him come back. I think I agree with you that I'd want to see how he bowls coming in after an extended rest. But he certainly can be... He's the caliber type of bowler who can just come in and blow a side away towards the backhand. Oh!
Yep, agreed with you.
So, Obis Pinar, is he going to bowl at some point today?
I don't believe so.
Ah,
I don't believe so.
okay. Interesting. Tell me a little bit about him. I've seen him, obviously, for the first time in the minor leagues last year. Tremendous cricketer from what I can see, but what are your impressions of him?
Yeah, I've only had a brief amount of time to see him. He's obviously coming off a bit of an injury and some work, and he's kind of just rehabbing himself into back in the squad. So yeah, he's working hard with the physios and the team, and he's had some sessions in the nets at full tilt.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's coming good. He's obviously with the minor league not too far away. He wants to be hitting his stride, and there's no point straining it at this stage. Just kind of leading up to it. He's doing all the hard work and the preparation, so I think he'll come good in the next couple weeks. So that'll be exciting to see.
Really looking forward to that. It appears that they're not going to take a break.
Yeah. Left on.
It appears that they're not going to take a break, and in fact, Corner Dry has handed his cap to umpire Brian Kane. So it appears that your wish has been granted.
I like this.
Big man is back.
I like this, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow.
You'd be excited by that.
Yes.
Just a casual ball that's 2 feet over the mid-off fielder. Fantastic. No, he's good. He came in a couple days and he had a good run in the nets the other day, and he looked pretty good. So I'm excited to come back, and he's bowled well here so far.
Fantastic.
Good start.
Bang on target. He's the type of bowler that changes his lengths so much. You may have one that's full, threatening the stumps. Then you also might have one that's up around your face. So he's difficult to target in that sense. And it's quick enough that if he bends his back and gives you a genuine bouncer, that you could easily be threatened by it. It'll be interesting to see how the remaining 13 or so overs go, but I think he's going to be a good asset to go from here.
Good fielding again. Yeah, it's always nice to have a bit of pace behind you. As a batter myself, I always, you're always wishing to be able to give it back to them at some point. But unfortunately, I can only throw them in the nets now at a gentle pace.
So
getting them.
Tell me about that. Tell me about your playing career.
Oh, that can get wrapped up in about 20 seconds. But yeah, I played some cricket. I played some cricket in for Canada from I'd say from the 96 till about 2012, I think, on and off.
Okay.
There was a World Cup in there. There's an under-19 World Cup and a Senior World Cup.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so quite a bit of cricket. I've been involved after that in administration. A lot of sports development stuff, cricket development, coaching. Yeah, but there's obviously somebody asked me if I missed it the other day, Shadley.
Yeah.
And I said, in this environment and the way the guys are training, I definitely miss it. But then the heat started getting to about 35 degrees. I'm a Canadian, by the way, so it's 35 degrees for me.
So 35, if I'm doing the math.
Yeah. About 100?
No, 98, somewhere around there.
Around that time. Yeah. So, yeah, then I was happy not to be a player. So, just a kind of a stop and start, bits and pieces player, but I love the game. And, to grow up in Canada and be a Canadian-born player playing for Canada was quite special.
Fantastic.
Playing in the 2011 World Cup, which is quite amazing, and against some great players. So
fantastic.
Can't ask for too much more. And now to be involved with a great organization or group in Major League Cricket, it's fantastic. So I think it's exciting time for cricket in America and just I think globally. I think it's an amazing opportunity for everybody.
So, in watching third umpire Roshane Samuels approaching the sideline, I would imagine that after this next delivery, we'll be on a little bit of a break. So, after the break, I'm going to ask you more about your playing career because
fantastic.
This is having the ability to represent your country, I think, is one of the most important things that a sportsman can ever do. Short, helped into the onside. Had there been a short square leg there, he would have been in business. But as it is, just a quick single to end things here in the 33rd. After 33, the score is 159 for 5. We'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. .159 for 4, and we're heading towards the conclusion of this first innings. After 33 overs, the score is 159, and we're looking now at how exactly Oman is going to approach the remaining 17 overs, make that 16 overs and 5 balls. Mohamed Mohsin continuing, none for 14 so far into his 5th over. Generally bowled well and with good control. Here's the leg spinning. Oh, great delivery. Fizzing past that outside edge, and a good smart piece of keeping here by Lahiru Milanta. Whips those bails off, but no real appeal because the batter's back foot was comfortably inside the crease. This one is a low full toss and bunted down to long on for a single. So 160 for 5 is now the score. Ali is on strike. Ali is on 10 from 16, and Nadeem 6 from 13. In the air, not carrying down to Milind Kumar down here at long off. A couple of bounces. Feels it easily and underhands it back into Mohamed Mohsin. So 2 runs so far here in the 34th. 161 for 5, the overall score. Slip fielder in position. Oh, paddles this around around the leg side. That's going to be 4, I think. Running down the hill. No, not quite. Pulled back just inside, and they run for 3, if I'm not mistaken. It's good running. I think that's 3. We'll confirm that shortly. But, yep, they did run for 3. So 3 more to the total. It's good running. A bit of a risky shot because if you'd missed that sweep, it could have easily ricocheted onto the stumps. But they do get 3. And so with 1 ball remaining here in the 34th over, the score is 164 for 5. Short of a length and cut just to that fielder again, that man who has had so much work at that backward point position, Ali Sheikh. So 164 for 5, that is the end of the 34th over. Just looking at the projected scores again, if they continue scoring at the rate of 5 and over, they'll end up somewhere around 244. They're currently at 4.82 and over. They increase that scoring rate to 6 and over, they'll get to 260. They get to 7 and over, they'll be at 276. Up to 8 and over, they'll be at 292. I would think that the target would be somewhere between 6 and 7 and over at minimum for the next 13 overs. Sorry, the next 16 overs. Here's corner dry again. Short ball and pulled very nicely, but right down a couple of bounces to Milind Kumar, who is now at fine leg with the change of attack coming from the other end. This is good bowling by corner dry. Bowling well to his field. Of course, you don't mind the big man knocking one in short as long as there's protection in the deep on the leg side. Corner dry now into his 7th over and 1 for 25 from 6.1. Well, that is a stylish looking shot. Whips it away over the top of square leg and it runs away for 4. That is a really good shot by Ali. He now moves on to 15 from 19. An air of dismissiveness about this shot. Just corner dry in and just lifting that front leg a la Gordon Greenwich from 1982 and working it away over the leg side for 4. So that would definitely pump a bit of enthusiasm into the camp for Oman. Ali now 15 again from 19. Nadeem at the non-striker's end is 10 from 15. And corner dry with a bit of a think. He's now 6.2 overs and 1 for 29. Full delivery and guided down to third man for a single. You can hear the effort being put into these deliveries from corner dry. A big grunt after he delivers each ball. Certainly has the ability to bend the back and give you that effort ball. So far, I have to say that it appears that this pitch has a little bit less life now than it did this morning. And as we'd always thought, it would be easier for batting in the second half of this match. Here's corner dry again. Yorker length and knocked away into the outfield. It's just going to be a single. .171 for 5. 7 runs thus far from this corner dry 7th over. 2 deliveries remaining. Again, we're still in the second power play, so only 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. Full, and in fact, relatively full, but bouncing awkwardly up at Ali, and he defends awkwardly in front of him. So a dot ball for the 5th delivery, the last delivery of the over coming up. Corner dry coming back in. You would think Unmuk Chan brought him back in to take a couple of quick wickets. That certainly would be the thinking. thus far has not been materialized. And I mentioned 4 allowed outside the circle. Those 4 are at square leg, fine leg, third man, and sweeping on the offside. And this is defended into the backward point area. Ali Sheikh cleans up at the end of the over. The score is 171 for 5. Mohamed Mohsin back into the attack. The first delivery is knocked down to long off for single. Next delivery going down the leg side. Owen Brown raising the arms. Has to re-bowl that one. 172 for 5 now the score. 173 rather. And that's full, and again driven down to Milind Kumar down here on the boundary. Working very quickly here is Mohamed Mohsin. This next delivery is a dot. And next delivery now guided down to long on for a single. 2 balls remaining here in the 36th over. 175 for 5 is the score. Once again, if the scoring rate from this point on is at 6, 261 is your target score. Thick outside edge, the attempted drive this time goes down to the sweeper on the boundary in the covers. And 1 ball remaining. Here's Mohamed defending this into the mid-wicket area for no run. So at the end of the 36th over, the score is 176 for 5. Check that, 177 for 5. Nope, dot ball to end things. So 176 for 5. Rejoined by Mr. Zubin. Zubin, so tell us a little bit more. You mentioned that you played for Canada. What does it mean? Well, I'll make a statement first and then ask my question. Much of the cricket in this country is played by people who were born somewhere else and then moved here, wanted to keep playing. What does it mean for you as somebody who's actually born in Canada to be able to represent the country?
Yeah, I think it's massive. It's something that I think everybody who's played sport at a youth level wants to represent their country, and even to an extent that even their adopted country. My parents came in as immigrants to Canada. I was fortunate enough to be born and raised in Canada, but my love and passion for the game came from my dad and his ability to not his parents. Not allowing him to play the sport and to focus on other things. And for him, when I came along and I showed a bit of promise playing cricket, it was very much his motivation and kind of got me through to the love that I found for the game. And I think, playing for Canada, which has a bit of history in cricket. 4 World Cups, 4 Senior World Cups. The first ever game being played between 2 nations was Canada versus USA, 1844. Little known fact.
Yep.
But so there's some history there. The club that I played for, which is Toronto Cricket Skating and Curling Club, is the oldest, or arguably the oldest club in North America, 1827. So there's some history around cricket, and so it's, there's only a handful of people that have played for their country. So I think I'm privileged and fortunate to have done that. So I think that's huge, and a lot of my cricket. Just wait for this 4 here.
Thick outside edge that runs away for 4. Ali shaken to the attack. You expect that the left-handed finger spinner would be turning the ball away from the 2 right-handed batters, and that's exactly what happened there. Thick outside edge, but this really quick outfield meant that that ball was always going to win the race toward backward square, or backward point, rather. So you mentioned the pride of playing for your country. Tell me a little bit about the 2011 World Cup and what happened there. What do you remember most about that World Cup?
Well, there's a video circulating of me getting hit by Sean Tate, which is generally the claim of fame. Like all the hard work and the yo-yo tests and beep tests and things all came down to that one. My legacy is 200,000 views on YouTube getting hit.
200,000 views
in the nether regions. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you want to sum up my career, it's right in that all the hard work comes down to this one image. But other than that, it was, I don't think you can complain about a World Cup in the subcontinent.
Sure.
Yeah, feel free to show
I think we have content that we're going to research and show maybe in the mid-innings break. But no, seriously, the opportunity to represent your country is one thing. Of course, Sean Tate, when he played, probably one of the 2 or 3 quickest bowlers in the world at that time.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him at the 2007 World Cup. I was watching Australia play in Barbados.
Yeah.
Adam Gilchrist was standing on the 30-yard circle,
Yeah.
and he was taking the ball chest height.
Yeah.
He was just fearsome with his pace. And, for kudos to you for being able to stand in against somebody like that. Yes, he got hit you, but look, you get to say, I faced up to Sean Tate. And look, he hit me, but he didn't hit my stumps.
Yeah. Well, he did the next ball. It didn't last too much longer, to be fair. But no, I think it's any time you're playing at that level, and and then the group of the players that were in the Australian side and others, formidable attacks in their own right. So I think just having that opportunity to play, and I think we, to be in all honesty, I think Canada did quite a good job. It's not easy to go from kind of associate cricket to full member cricket on the biggest stage.
Sure.
Our preparation was quite good, but it's challenging for any team. If you ask any associate country, and it's challenging to go to that next step and compete at a consistent level all the time. But I think we held our own, and what a fantastic experience.
So, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the World Cup where John Davidson scored 100 against West Indies?
No, that was 2003.
2003?
In South Africa. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was in this World Cup. He's been in all the World Cups from 2003 onward. Fastest 100, against the West Indies, and it took an incredible catch. Oh, incredible catch by Vasbert Drakes.
Yep.
On the boundary there, one-handed, to dismiss him. Otherwise, probably would have gone for another 20, 30 more, I would say, the way he was hitting him.
I do remember that. I remember yelling at my screen, treat him like he's an accomplished batter, because he is an accomplished batter. It was almost like we were saying, Mervyn Dillon, and I don't remember who our other strike bowlers were, but it was almost like they were saying, you know what? We are a full member nation. You're an associate nation. We're going to try to bounce you out.
Yeah.
And that means nothing at that level, particularly for
He's
somebody
played
like...
a good level. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's played a good level before.
Right.
He's not shy to getting good fielding. So he's not somebody who's shy of facing pace and things like that. And he was out there for a purpose. There was some issues in the back end going on, and came out with purpose to prove a point, and he did. As did Brian Lara, and
it was Wavell Hines.
Wavell Hines,
yep,
correct.
I do remember that.
I think Wavell had the fastest 50, and then Brian Lara broke the fastest 50. All three in the same game, so it's pretty impressive all around. But that's just the way it is. It was obviously a good track, and I think the I think the atmosphere was conducive for some ball hitting. So well done by all teams.
Fantastic. So Ali Sheikh to continue. We are still in the second power play. This is the first delivery in the 39th over. And, of course, the second power play extends from overs 11 to 40. So after a couple more overs, make that 1 over and 5 balls. The U.S. Minor League Cricket 11, Invitational 11 will be able to put one more fielder outside of the 30-yard circle. As of now, they're restricted to only 4. And those 4, as of right now, are sweeping on the offside. There's a long on. There's a deep mid-wicket. And unless I'm shielded... Okay, yeah, there's a fielder down at long off as well. And this is hammered in the air. 2 square for that fielder, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, rather. And it runs away for 4. So, back to this game for just a split second before we get back to you and your career. So 180, actually we're not 193 for 5. Is that right? 193, I believe, is the score. Very easily from here. 6 and over takes them to 262. 7 and over, ooh, good bounce on that occasion by Ali Sheikh. 7 and over takes them to 274. And 8 and over takes them to 285. So to put you on the spot, where do you think Oman ends up?
Yeah, I mean, this. If you look at the partnership that's developed here, which is probably closing in on about 50 runs now, which is crucial. You know, and that's going to probably be the difference of them getting past that 270 mark. From here, I'm going 291.
Whoa! You're expecting an explosion. All right. Yeah. So if I were to say, you said 291, so you're expecting between 8 and 9 runs and over from here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a conducive outfield.
Sure.
2 guys are set. They look like they have a bit of bait in the tank to swing the bat at the end. Yeah, I think that's. But it'd be good to get, if they can get him. You know, if the MLC team can get them around 270, that'd be
sure.
a win on their side. I would think.
Where do you think the majority, of the runs are going to come from for MLC?
When they're batting? Yeah, I mean, they've got a formidable batting attack. You know, Unmukt will probably start off, and he's been looking pretty good, to be fair.
Sure.
And working hard in his game, and you know, he's an exciting front, you know, straight to mid off and cover kind of region area. So I think he'll be take it on, and I think the wicket's looking good for him. Yeah, I think, you know, square of the wicket, such a fast outfield, so, and there's a bit of speed on the ball, so anything square, backward, I think there's going to be a lot of runs that go through kind of backward to point. If you saw, there's been a lot of runs that Ali Sheikh has been able to kind of get a hand on. I think that's the same for them. If they're not up to it at the same standard, those are areas that they're going to leak runs through. So I think it's just, you know, Oman historically has a pretty good pace attack. And I think if they can't get it right, or if there's, you know, good solid contact on the ball, it'll be tough to keep the runs down. It's
a great shot. Good, proper square cut. Yep, absolutely. I think what you just said came into fruition there. Anything on the ground, square of the wicket, is always going to threaten the boundary. So another 4. 197 is now the score. Closing in on 200, so you may be right. So the last 10 overs, somewhere around 9 or 10 and over, you certainly could get close to that 300 mark. And this is swept down into the outfield. That is that Savage out there? Nope, that's Richards. Richards prevents the damage to 1. So get back to that shortly. Mohsin, quick single. The running between the wickets generally, I think, has been good for Oman. You'd expect that from the national side. They know each other's games. They trust each other's calls, and I think that running between the wicket has been pretty impressive so far.
Yeah, I think this over is kind of a bit of an indication of how they're probably going to start going about it for the next 10 overs. It hasn't been a massive amount of risk, just using the pace of the ball, and then 2 sweep shot and a cut shot. That sweep shot goes left or right, 5 or 6. That's 2 4s in the over. So it looks like they are putting a bit of acceleration down, and that, you know, that can change things over the course of the next 10 overs.
Fantastic. So that is the end of the second power play. See umpire Brian Kane now signaling the start of the third power play. One more player allowed outside the circle. So you mentioned that this player has put on about 50 from where they are right now. You would think that this player is well and truly set and looking to launch. So even with still 5 wickets in hand, you want to make sure that the potential hitting areas are covered. So you see a backward square leg in position. You see a deep, let's call it deep mid wicket. And then there's long on and long off and a sweeper. So the coverage is sort of asking the batters to hit forward, hit down the ground, because obviously there is nobody inside the circle, there's nobody outside the circle behind square, like where fine leg is and where third man is. It will be interesting to see if there are any manufactured shots like a reverse sweep. A reverse sweep easily would score a lot of runs on that side. And with Ali turning the ball away from the right-handers, in theory, that would be an option.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're getting runs like they just scored now, which is a fairly conventional, just kind of down the ground, pick your spot shot. I think that's, they're 2 off 2 balls now. With the wicket the way it is, I wouldn't be reversing for anything on the last, especially with 5 wickets down. I think they want to get it closer to the last 4 overs before they start doing all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
They're getting singles easily in the circle, right there as an example. So I think just cruising. You don't want to leave it. Again, cricket is the momentum shifting and bring in a couple, perhaps not as strong batters coming in, to be polite. The old tail, but it's good ball there. Yeah, I think they're right on course, to be fair. I always said in the modern day cricket you can probably get 50 to 60 in the last 5 overs. So that just means about 40 in the last in the from 40 to 46.
And this is good bowling by the youngster Ali Sheikh. Tell me a little bit about him from what you've seen.
I'm also fairly new to him. Good kid. Seems really energetic and talented. Kind of backs himself. Has a good confidence about him. He's been from what little I've seen, he's good striker of the ball too. Left-hander, good in the field. From what I've seen, and his bowling is good as well. So, and a young guy, just kind of coming into his game. So I think it's a positive sign. These are the type of players that you want to see. All dimensional.
Look at the screen. Look at this.
There we go.
It was a full toss. Now, see, he should have been thrown out of the game for that alone. Full toss. You are down and out, Sean Tate. How is that not a no ball? Oh, my goodness.
Umpire's not calling that one, is he?
Umpire's not calling that. Oh, there's been look, you had the intent. You wanted to pull away, put the rubbish in the basket, as we say. Unfortunately, you missed out.
There's Steve Smith checking the weight on my bat there as well. No. That while I'm just writhing on the ground there.
Oh, you're batting with Rizwan Chima at the same time. So Chima would have been a young guy at that stage, right?
Yeah, debatable. No, yeah, Rizzy would have been young at that. He's only a year older than me, I think.
Sure. Wait, Rizzy's older than you.
Rizzy's older than me.
I did not know that.
Rizzy's a little bit old. Yeah, I'm 42.
Oh, my goodness. You people are ancient. Oh, what a catch. What an absolutely brilliant catch. Against a run of play. A long hop that he really could have put away anywhere. Succeeding only in cutting that directly to that fielder in the cover. So another wicket goes down. Ali Sheikh putting that one away. Brilliant, brilliant catch. 3 good catches so far. Look at the replay. Here we see the ball outside and cut in the air. Camera work didn't exactly get the catch, but from our line of sight here, it looked like he picked that one just an inch or 2 off the turf. So the 6th wicket goes down. We'll have to get back to you and your exploits with Sean Tate a little bit later, because the first ball of the 42nd over results in a wicket.
Another good catch or nice fielding display by Ali Sheikh. We were talking about him all day. He's made a few crucial stops and has showed good energy in the field. And to be switched on in the 42nd over, it's key to hold a catch, because that's a big, that puts a dent in my 290 my 290 prediction. But yeah, fantastic for the MLC boys to be still switched on at this stage. I think that's crucial. That's commendable effort.
So with so much T20 cricket being played these days, talk about the importance of staying switched on in a game of this length, where you sort of you're going to have swings in momentum one way or the other. How important is it to maintain your focus even when things are happening that you'd prefer not to happen?
I mean, I think it's massively crucial. You know, cricket can turn in an instant, and you can go overs of not touching the ball, and especially in days like this where it's hot and the heat's coming from the top, it's coming from the bottom.
Yep.
You're just kind of going through the motions sometimes and just the ball knocking down the ground, and then you have to take a catch like that comes to you at good speed. That's what professionals do. They have to be, this is a grinding, tough game, and for them, they have to be ready for that type of thing, and that shows. But that's T20 cricket and 50-over cricket and even Test cricket has need to keep that intensity throughout the entire match. That's what professionals have to do. So it's no doubt, and you have to be fit mentally and physically to to adapt to the demands of the game in all parts. T20 cricket has its own nuances. You got to be, the energy of each delivery is so important.
Yep.
You probably don't get that in T20 cricket. You don't have a lull of the game for too long. There's pretty much action every ball. In 50-over cricket, not much different in this part of the game. They're looking to score.
Well, I think that you're seeing here the opportunity for this game to swing dramatically one way or the other. Defended in front of Mohamed Mohsin, I think is bowling really well. One delivery left here in his 9th over, 1 for 35. So he's doing his job as a spinner to sort of keep things quiet.
Yeah. Fantastic. He's been on the spot the entire time and gone through his overs pretty quickly, which helps.
Yep.
Just kind of not letting the batters settle too often. He's going through maybe not too good if you have a fastball at the other end. He wants a bit of a a bit of a rest, but it's good, just to kind of keep the overs ticking. Especially they've been out in the field now, going on 2 hours, so it's challenging conditions. So it's good to get them off I probably want to get off the field pretty quick.
So I played a much, much, much lower level of cricket than you.
Yeah.
The pinnacle of my cricketing career was the Houston Cricket League.
All right.
But I can tell you, I played as a fast bowler.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I would understand is that in this heat, as a fast bowler, you're down at fine leg. You want the opposite bowler to take as long as possible to go through these overs.
You want another long
goodness.
run up as well, right,
Yes.
from the other end. Totally.
Oh, look at this. It's going to be 4 byes, I think. He walked right across the stumps and was looking to hit that one over onto the next field. Oh, let's see. Was that the signal of byes? Did he signal? Nope. Let's give it his runs. Look at the replay. Yeah, walking right across. Oh, yeah. That came off of the leg.
Glove.
It looks like glove. So give it his runs.
Yeah,
okay.
runs.
So either way, 4 runs to the total. And this might be the launch that you're looking for here, Zubin. I think for the most part, they're going to start taking chances. Maybe not. You may not see any reverse sweeps, but I think you're going to see a lot more aggressive play coming in the next few deliveries. And maybe part of that is attacking the youngster, because more than anything else, you want to make sure that if there is a perceived weak link, you look to attack that link. So maybe their target is going to be at the youngster.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a bad option. Put him under pressure as well. But from what little I've seen of Mr. Sheikh, he's going to accept that challenge. I think that's he's here adjusting his field, and which is good. It seems like he knows what he's doing and trying to work on something. I think that's what you want from a young bowler, to try to work on it. Hands on the head, and love that.
Yep.
It's fantastic. Always, every ball's a wicket, right?
There's the confidence that you're talking about.
Yeah. No, he's. I think this is fantastic. I think it's good for both. Oman needs to accelerate a little bit.
Ooh, tossed up and drilled into the outfield for 4. That is a really good shot. can't have fielders everywhere in the deep, and on this occasion, just getting it too straight for that fielder sweeping on the offside to get around. So another 4. The total now up to 214 for 6. Maybe your 292 is not quite out of the woods yet.
No, I think it's just a matter of if they can kind of keep, obviously the guy Kumar, who seems to be pretty aggressive in this first few shots. If he gets going, that's a good touch. That's going.
Oh, cheeky! That's 4 more.
That'll run 2. Fantastic.
Wow. Boy, this outfield is lightning fast too.
Yeah.
This is just a really delicate late cut. In fact, I'll ask you this question because looking at the different facilities across North America, from here and in Canada, there are grounds where cricket is played where that shot would not even have made it halfway to the 30-yard circle. Heck, there are grounds that I've seen, no disrespect to the folks playing in New York, but I've seen grounds in New York where that shot would not have gotten off the square. How important is it in terms of development to have a facility like this that provides good value for the shots that the batters are playing?
Well, I grew up in North America, so I can probably tack on another 5,000 runs to my totals. I'm going to say that right now, right? Yeah, I played how many grounds I played on. Ball doesn't run.
That's a big number,
right? Let me have it. No, I think it's in the end, cricket is meant to be played on these flat surfaces.
Sure.
I think that exposes everything. Bowlers have to be on. Fielders have to be on. The running between the wickets have to be on. And that's just the way cricket is meant to be played. And the value for shots, hitting the ball down the ground and playing straight is what we generally teach as a and be able to hit balls out of the park. So all those elements have to be right, and that generally will produce an exciting game, a high scoring game, but also a game where every ball and every saved run counts. So the difference between chasing 10 runs in the last over and 20 is only 10 runs.
Right.
But it's a massive difference
Sure.
in the scope of what one is probably easy to chase,
Sure.
and the other requires 2 or 3 really good hits. And that means the surfaces have to be good.
Wow. I will say it makes all the difference in the world. So in much the same way that...
Good for the older guys. You don't have to field, right? just block it. Put the foot down.
Yeah.
Lay the foot down.
In much the same way that your figures may have been understated by 5,000 runs, bowlers in less than ideal facilities, I think, have their figures unduly propped up. Because some of these balls that are hammered into the covers that would ordinarily race away for 4 end up just being singles.
Yeah.
And so you end up thinking, you know what, I'm a much better bowler than people think. But the reality is that you're playing in conditions that help the ball not run away from you.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't be admitting to this as a bowler, right? But I think, if you look at it from a bowling perspective, a lot of fast bowlers need it's a good strike.
Huge
Good
strike.
Oh, wind.
Oh.
Bowlers need good run-ups and good landing areas, and if, as a fast bowler, it's a rhythm thing many times. And if you're not getting your rhythm, you're not getting your speed. And if there's no deviation in the ball, if you're playing on synthetic wickets, sometimes that can be challenging too. So don't knock it too much. It's challenging for everybody.
Oh, no question. Now I will say this, and we'll get back to that shortly. Oh, looking for a big hit again. Attempted stumping. Umpire Brian Kane is unmoved. Now,
good piece of keeping there too.
Great piece of keeping by Lehuru Milanta. I will say, and I'm not just saying this because I live in Texas, the facilities here in Texas are far superior to anywhere else in this country. I am very comfortable making that statement. The other places that I would see that come close would be maybe LA, Woodley Park, one of those. But the facilities on the East Coast, I am sorry. It may be biased, but there is a little bit of truth in just about every bias. In looking at the facilities, and this is long before Prairie View came on board. This is long before Musa came on board. Our facilities generally, if you just think about it, there's so much more room here. We have more ability to spread out and put in the proper work that needs to get the facilities the way that they are.
Yeah, and this is a good example of what we have to strive through as a nation, and to get more facilities that are in line with something like this, if not better. But yeah, that's the East Coast. There's a few popping up, and I think the more people that get exposed to this and see this, and this is what's possible. In Canada, which is a similar weather and conditions and kind of climate as the East Coast of the U.S. And at least in the top part, in the Northeast. So that when we have turf grounds and things like that, so it's something to strive for, and we need more of those type of things that can help us play this type of cricket more often.
In the meantime, corner drive back into the attack. Quick single taken here. We're into the 45th over. 228 for 6 is the score. Oman looking to push on forward from here. 228 for 6. A run rate of 6 gets them to 264. A run rate of 8 gets them to 276. And a run rate of 9 gets them to 282.
It's going to be challenging to get my 290. But I'm sticking with, I think I will give it a give or take 5 runs. Give or take.
And now we're hedging. Look at this. Where is this ending up? Big long run by that fielder down at the boundary. That's Ali Sheikh. And a beautiful piece of fielding. Saves
Fantastic.
another couple of runs. He is truly electric, whether on the infield or in the outfield. He is a truly, truly impressive fielder.
Yeah, it's good to kind of run around. He's a left-hander, so for him to get around and get the throw in, I think oftentimes you just have to get the ball released out of your hands before to kind of give any doubt in the runner's mind. So that was good effort.
Completely. Oh, well played. Just glance down to the fine leg. Milind Kumar down here with the underhand throw. So 3 delivers and 3 singles. Corner dry into his 8th over. 3 delivers into the 8th. He's 1 for 34. If I remember correctly, one of those overs yielded 10 runs. At least another 5,000 runs.
Like 25 plus years in terrible grounds. Let me have it.
So here's corner dry, continuing. 3 balls remaining in his 8th over. Oh, looking to run that one down. It was a slightly slower ball. Went with the off cutter that time, I think corner dry did. And defeating the batter, or in the sort of deceived him. That was Nadeem, not able to properly get any bat on that. So 2 balls remaining. We're into the 45th over here. So after this, 5 more overs left. And you were saying a few minutes ago, Zubin, that somewhere around 40 to 45 runs in 5 overs is pretty much expected at this stage.
Yeah, I think so. With wickets in hand, that's something that if you see kind of them.
Oh, look at this. Gone. What a shot, but what a catch.
Fantastic.
That is a huge, huge wicket. Corner dry going with the short ball. It sounded like it came off the bat very impressively. I actually was expecting that to go for 6, but a good catch taken. I believe that was Savage in the outfield at deep square leg, maybe 2 feet inside the ropes, and another wicket goes down.
Yeah, a bit of risk and reward there too. Bowlers can get hit as well if they go short, but that's in the end that was well executed by both bowler and fielder. Somewhat of a big boundary on that side too, so well done.
So it's interesting. So some of the little nuances that, you don't necessarily see at our level, but that are now starting to come to the fore as our cricket continues to develop. Maybe 5 years ago, you'd never be playing in a tournament like this and think, okay, which is the larger side of the ground? And what do I think in terms of how do I want to bowl, given that the long side of the ground is the western side? Those are the thoughts that don't necessarily come into your mind when you're playing a lower level of cricket. But as you tend to continue to improve and raise the overall standard. Those are the finer points that sort of come to the fore at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the wind, accounting for the wind, targeting bowlers at a certain stage, trying to, if, somebody's bowling really well, then you let them have it. Try to just go at 6 runs and over at that side, but then you could probably take 15 from the person that's on the other side if you go at it.
Yep.
It's that kind of mindset and targeting. I think as cricket develops, or you start getting the finer details of the game and where to aim, which bowlers to target, which fielders to take runs off. It's just it's just professionalizing the game, and these guys on both sides are playing that way, and that's what you want: competitiveness between two evenly matched teams.
Fantastic. Excuse me. So 232 for 7 after 45. The last 5 overs, corner drive with 2 overs remaining. I would expect that you would bowl corner drive for 2. So where do your other 3 overs come from?
Yeah, I think they're going to bring in Justin
Dill
here now, so which is not a bad idea.
Yep.
I think he's bowled pretty well up front and had another spell, so I think this is good. It'll be interesting to what areas he bowls at. Kind of has to get away from the slot area and maybe a bit of variation, but the wicket seems like it's got a bit of life into it, and it'll be interesting to see what he did, what his plans are.
My impression of Justin Dill is that he bowls generally a pretty hard length.
Yeah.
And that hard length alone may be good enough to bowl in this part of the innings.
Yeah.
Now, you can't be too predictable with that hard length, and you may want to mix things up. Maybe you go pace off in the middle of the pitch. Not maybe in the middle, but pace off into the pitch. But change things up so that you're not the batters are not going to be able to target you. Yeah. But I think you're more likely to see hard length from him than you are Yorker.
Yeah, especially with fine leg and third man in the circle. Looks like looks like he's just kind of back of a length.
Yep.
Bit of variation. It's excellent ball.
Skied in there. That might fall in no man's land, unfortunately.
Unlucky.
Wow, that did stay up there for a year and a half, but nobody
in the 30-yard circle too.
Oh yeah. Yep. Nobody able to get there, and so ends up
well executed ball.
Great ball if you're talking about how to execute at this stage of the innings.
Good ball.
As you said, you're staying away from the hitting zone. You're wanting to make sure that it's not in the slot.
Yeah.
And even with long on and long off in position, if it's in the slot, it's going to travel. Good length again. They may try to get 2. No, Justin Dill will be there. Yep, well done.
Good stunt.
Okay, so now you're sounding less like a commentator, more like a coach. So you immediately just said, somebody get to the stumps.
Yeah.
Which so those are the
bowler's
things.
Gone off to mid wicket to fetch the ball. There's nobody covering, which is but then the skipper was quick to the task.
Absolutely.
And Muck was there. So good stuff.
Good over so far.
Absolutely.
Look at that. Oh no. They're not going to want to see that. That is a textbook case of converting a dot ball into 4 runs.
Yeah.
Dill is not going to be happy with that. That was defended, bowled a really good ball in the context of where you are in the match, and to get what should have been a dot ball, and that unfortunately was converted into 4 runs. Probably no need to shy at the stumps on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he hit, he was miles out, and that's kind of the risk, and to be honest, he was backing up. It just kind of got away from him.
Yep.
So not the worst. In cricket, we want people to have a shy at the stumps, and there's meant to be fielders backing up, which he was, and just kind of got away from him. I think that's execution wasn't there, but I think the idea was right. That you want the fielders to do it if you did hit, and we'd be celebrating a wicket by now.
Right.
But that's just the nature of the game sometimes, and it's just the way it is sometimes.
Last ball, advancing down the wicket. This should be catchable.
Nope, gonna get there either.
Oh, still lands in no man's land, and 2 more runs score. Boy, Pereira running in a long way, not able to get all the way there And of course, Milind Kumar over here at long off, not able to get close to it either. So the ball is landing where they're not. And another 2 runs to the total. 9 runs coming from the over. This, on paper, looks like a worse over than it actually ended up being.
Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate for Dill, but that's kind of the nature of cricket. Sometimes it just the pressure gets, a couple of balls get hit to certain parts of the field and can get targeted. But they should just collect themselves, and you never know how you can come back. A couple wickets here.
So 9 runs. We're now into the 47th. 46 bowled, 4 more to go. Corner Dry has 2 overs left. I suspect he will bowl 47 and 49. Yorker length clipped into the leg side. Do they want 2? Nope. They'll just settle for 1. So Corner Dry, I think, more likely than Justin Dill to search for the Yorkers. I think he bowls a really good Yorker. And again, if somebody with his pace and his height as a batter, you have to be thinking, at some point I'm going to have to defend the ball off my throat, which also makes the Yorker a lot more threatening when he chooses to go that direction. Oh! Where is that going to go? Flying down into the area, third man. Throw coming into the keeper's end. That was a less than conventional shot. I have to say it almost appeared like a top edge, almost like a Dill scoop. I don't want to see the replay here to make sure.
Yeah, I don't think there was much intention in that. There's just get the bat in there and
hope for the best.
Hope for the best, but that's the way it is sometimes.
Oh, you'll take runs anyway.
Plenty of cover drives I should have hit that ended up in the slips. So that's just the way it goes.
This is true. Dry again. Good delivery. And cut down to third man.
Cut that down to one.
Been in action. A lot of the action so far. So 4 runs from the first 3 balls of this over. 245 for 7 is now the score. So 3 overs and 3 balls remaining. 9 and over takes you to 277.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be wrong in the department of being less. I'm happy to be wrong. But,
I thought the opponent was going to score way more runs than they ended up scoring.
But I'm happy to see where it's at, being on the MLC side. Ooh.
Oh, look at this! Where did that go? It's gonna go for 4. That
was intentional.
Almost like he did that on purpose.
Oh, he did. I believe he
off
did.
The edge.
I believe he did.
Wow!
Let's have a replay look.
Here's a replay.
I think that was intentional. Absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
Scooping it over his head. That is not an easy shot to play. Great innovation, particularly with the pace of Corner Dry. In fact, on that occasion, Corner Dry's pace, I think, hurt him because that ball flew away a lot further than it ordinarily would have had he not had that pace on it.
Absolutely. So, good contact he's made. He just needs to get under it and execute it beautifully.
So he's going to go either Yorker or bouncer here, I would think. Bouncer! It's going to sail away for 6. Oh, my goodness. Absolutely not what you want to have happen if you are MILC, but a genuinely fortuitous result for Oman. Knocked in short, looking to pull that to square leg, and it ends up 90 degrees away from where he was aiming, but he still gets 6 for it.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate effects of having a bit of pace and a bit of bounce in the wicket and somebody going after it. He's obviously not looking to play dot balls here and swing a bat, and it's working for him. So just need to keep it disciplined and try to keep the score manageable.
Now, I'm really interested in seeing, given the results of this over so far, and there have been 14 runs scored from this over with 1 ball to go. I'm wondering whether Unmuk Chand is going to give the 49th over to Corner Dry. Or does he try to do something maybe really unconventional and maybe give it to Ali Sheikh to continue bowling?
Yeah, the job of a captain is never easy. And,
no.
And out there, he's He's obviously thinking about that, plus his own game, I imagine, which
Sure,
is challenging.
absolutely.
You know, as the innings comes to a close, and he needs to be fresh and back his team, back his decisions.
So the short ball did not work based on the results. I wonder if he goes for that toe-crushing Yorker here. Oh, look at this. In the air again over the head of the fielder, Milind Kumar, at short fine leg, and runs away for yet another 4. So a big over, the biggest over of the innings so far. 18 runs come from corner drives over. Wow. This over is making his overall figures look less than ideal. But that 18 runs will be really welcomed by Oman.
Absolutely. I think that's a momentum changing over, and kind of, you know, now things start looking a little bit more dire over the last. It's trying to just maintain and try to keep the score at a chaseable level. I think they're still okay, but yeah, you know, that's just the nature of cricket nowadays. Runs come from all over the park.
Tremendous. And, you know, credit to Oman for the innovativeness with which they're scoring their runs. A couple of, let's say, less than ideal shots, but they're getting the runs, and you cannot fault them for that. I think they'll look for 2 here. They'll get 1. Throw coming to the keeper's end. They'll get 2. So good running so far. Great running. A good strong throw from the outfield, but not able to prevent 2 runs from being scored. So 261 is now the score. Boy, they are sneaking up. Don't know if they're going to your 292, but they're certainly headed in that direction.
Yeah, they're on their way. I mean, I think they're gonna be in and around 5 or 10 runs within that. I would think, and with a good, you know, potentially a 1 over that went big, just like the last one. You never know.
Whoa! Advancing down the wicket and hammering that wide of mid-wicket for 6. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
I predicted the one the other day at the other ground, and I was dead on. So I'm
I'm good at this.
I'm good at this. Sorry, yeah. 5,000 run short.
Wow. So Unmuk Chand has a little bit of thinking to do. You see him gesticulating to that fielder out on the boundary at long on. Not exactly sure what he's telling him, because nothing that fielder could have done would have prevented that ball from sailing over his head for 6. Looking to cut away and missing on that occasion. So you played as a batter, but I'm imagining that you've played with enough bowlers to have strong opinions about how to approach a situation like this when a batter is going after you. What are you thinking as a bowler?
Yeah, I think at this stage is just trying to minimize the hitting areas, you know, and dot ball is probably, or dot ball, or obviously a single is a good option. Trying to, so even if you've, you know, hit the one side or bowl to one side, even if they hit it hard, you got protection there, and that's probably what the at this stage the ball is obviously a little bit softer. It's not might not travel as much, so we just need to probably just target one side of, you know. But if they're bowling both sides of the wicket or pitching up and pitching short, it's going to be hard to contain the ball, especially with this outfield and 2 guys that are kind of going after it. You know, they're at the position where they can swing pretty freely now, so that's always dangerous.
So 2 balls remaining here in the 48th. Hammered in the air. This may land in no man's land again. Milind Kumar pulling up at the last second. You wonder if he'd kept sprinting, whether or not he'd had the chance to catch that.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think probably didn't pick it as early as he'd like to. And then it's always a debate of whether you're going to go after it and try to get it or just contain the 1 run.
Yep.
But in the end, 1 run.
Wide.
Good ball.
Nope, not a wide. Wow,
Good
interesting.
Ball. It's not a bad end to the over.
No, not at all. So a dot ball to end things here in the 48th. 10 runs coming from that over. The score is 269 for 7. Kumar 34 from 23 and Naseem 23 from 10. So these two are injecting a bit of excitement into the end of this innings. And there's your answer. Corner Dry is still going to bowl. As you see, a greater blue heron flying across. I don't know if it. In fact, yep, there Roddy is trying to find it. Roddy is bang on target. A greater blue heron, for those of us who keep ornamental fish in the backyard, that is our greatest enemy.
All right.
Yep. So.
And why would one keep an ornamental fish in the backyard? For research purposes, I would just.
We have, among other things, a koi pond and a goldfish pond.
Okay.
Those things are the scourge of anybody who has those kinds of pets because they will clean out an entire pond in one afternoon.
Yeah, that's seems like easy pickings.
It really is.
Koi pond.
Yeah. Here's Corner Dry. The Yorker, oh boy, looking to scoop that one again. Misses the scoop, but somehow Q ends it into the covers for a single. Yeah, unfortunately for the poor koi, there is nowhere to run.
No,
nowhere
limited
to hide.
options, and they're quite visible, I would suspect, right?
Talk
Their
about
skin.
scoring options. The scoring options are all over the place. There's nowhere to get away from a heron, and unfortunately, once a heron finds your yard,
Yeah,
it
it's a
doesn't
buffet.
leave.
It's
It's
a buffet.
a buffet.
It's a
It
buffet.
literally is a buffet. Corner Dry again. There's a Yorker. Good ball. But that good ball may still yield just a single. So a better start to the over here. Corner Dry with his experience making the adjustment because the last over, anything short of a length or shorter, was being scooped or pulled away. He's made the adjustment now to just simply go full and straight. But full and straight, if you concede 6 singles, you'll take that at this stage of the innings. Better that than to be scooped away for 4s and 6s. Up, trying that scoop again. And Corner Dry himself following the batter on this occasion. He's moving outside of his off stump. But Corner Dry following him. And, of course, resulting in just another single. So 3 balls and 3 singles. This is a much better start for Corner Dry this over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you want this from your penultimate over to try to minimize the damage and get through it. Our cameraman's on it again.
Oh, my goodness. Magicians they are. Here's Dry again. Full and straight. Scooped away into the outfield. Wow, that went away for 4. That is not a bad delivery. I like the length. Maybe the line was just a little bit too wide. And it's
there's little room for error with an outfield like this. It's
Yep.
10 feet either way.
Yeah, looking at the replay, that was just inside the wide line. And so a little bit too much room given by Corny that time to allow the batter to free his arms. And even with 2 fielders in the deep on the offside, and you see the field set for that type of shot. But still, good batsmanship, able to get that in the gap. And so 276 is now the score. 2 balls remaining, 7 runs having been scored in this over so far. Again, the penultimate over of the innings. Full and wide and too wide, given as a wide. So Corner Dry definitely with a specific plan. There's a fielder at deep, let's call it wide third man, and there's a sweeper in the covers on the boundary. So he's trying to get those 2 guys into play. Bowling full and wide is the plan, I would think. Now, do you try to pull a fast one and do the 2-card trick and just do a full straight Yorker? That's also something that you'd potentially be considering. Okay.
Keep it to 1.
Definitely bowling to that field. So that 1 more ball to go here in the 49th. 9 runs already from this over. Corner Dry now just looking to close strong. You just want to make sure that the damage, if any, is limited. I don't necessarily know that you're looking to take wickets here. You just want to be able to keep them quiet.
Yeah.
278 for 7. Just don't give up any boundary balls, and I think you'll be happy. Top edge, sailing well and truly out of the stadium. This lands a good 35 yards, maybe not quite 35 yards, but a good 25 yards over the rope. So corner dry again, going away from that length that he'd bowled the last 5 balls. Dropped it in short again, and that top edge with the wind blowing in that direction helped it sail well over us for 6.
Yeah, again, just getting enough bat on it, and with the wind and with the strength that he's got some good levers on him, so he's making good contact.
Your 292 would actually represent the low end of what they're looking for from here.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can do in the last 10, last 5 overs if you've got a bit of momentum and things like that, and the batters are just kind of swinging. But that's good. Yeah, it's 292 would be good.
In the air, that's going to be a catch. Easy catch taken by Ali Sheikh. So the carnage is taken away just for a second. Mohamed Naseem, 31 from 13. And I believe he is the batter who is taking the walk back to the pavilion. Here you see in the replay, thick top edge and a simple catch in the end, taking it backward points by Ali Sheikh.
Good innings from him. He came in from the beginning, was very positive. To get 40 off 27 in this stage is crucial.
And I was wrong with regard to who the batter is. That was actually Suraj Kumar, who was dismissed. So good innings on his part. 40 from 27, 3 4s and 2 6s. And so Justin Dill starts with 1 wicket. So 284 for 8 if you nail 292.
Free lunch. and a koi pond visit.
And a visit to the koi pond.
Yeah.
Here's Justin Dill. Bang! That is 6. That is a bullet. Well and truly over the top of long on. 6 of the biggest runs that you'll see. 290 is the score.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
See,
it's amazing this game sometimes. So it's I'm
absolutely amazing.
At 292 now. Yeah, I think the forward defense is key here.
Amazing hitting. Absolutely amazing hitting. Naseem now to 37 from 14.
Yeah.
I would think that he'd want to take the strike for the rest of this innings.
I think that's probably the smart. I mean, he's a tall guy and it seems to make good contact, and his levers, he's obviously seeing it well, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow. Big swing and a miss. That's a good delivery. The length was just out of the hitting zone, and Naseem having to sort of go across the line but not able to make contact. So 3 balls bowled. Wicket. So wicket, 6 dots. What do the next 3 balls entail? Unmukhchand.
Oh, that's out.
Who's out?
Apparently.
Wait, what did I miss? How was he out?
Out.
Caught behind?
Caught behind.
He was caught behind. Absolutely zero reaction from anyone. Maybe Roddy can get us a replay of this, because I was not aware that he even edged that. There was literally no reaction whatsoever from bowler, from keeper, from fielders. Just the softest and most muted of celebrations that you will ever see any level in cricket. Wow, here's a replay. Big swing, collected, and umpire Owen Brown raising the finger, and no one even saw. Amazing. So that is a wicket. Owen Brown confirming that that was
Just
indeed
need one
caught
appeal,
behind.
Just need one appeal. There was one.
There's
All that
one
matters.
appeal, yes.
That's all that matters.
So 290 for 9, 2 balls remaining. Swing and a miss. Are we going to get to 292?
And didn't I have my give or take 5? That's got to be up there too. So I'm right. This is Price is Right rules here.
If this ends up at 292, you really do have a standing invitation to the koi pond and the goldfish pond. Here's the last ball of the over. In the air, do they come back for 2? They get 1. So, unfortunately, Zubin, there's only been, you've fallen short by 1 run.
What do you mean? There's one ball left. I think we have 1 ball left.
Is that 1 ball left?
1 ball left.
There is 1 ball left. Whoa. We're not quite out of the woods yet, all right? Let's see. Here is the final ball. Oh, you got to be kidding me. $292 is the final score. Predicted
For the record,
25 overs ago by Zubin. He said the final score was going to be 292. He nails it
2 for
on
2.
the money.
Get your lotto numbers in. Get your lotto tickets in.
If anyone wants to know what the lottery numbers are tonight, come and ask this man. In the meantime, a really good innings here played by Oman. We see the summary. Jatinder Singh caught a ball by corner drive for not. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati 95, and a couple of middling scores in the center, and then down towards the bottom, Kanwar Ali 27, Mohammad Nadeem 40, Suraj Kumar 40 from 27, and Mohammad Naseem 37 from 15. And that represents the bulk of your runs for the innings. As far as the bowlers are concerned, Corner Dry started out well, got a bit of stick towards the end, ended up with 2 for 68. Justin Dill, 2 for 52. And then individual wickets by Calvin Savage, Emil Alfonso, and Mohamed Mohsin, and Heath Richards chipping in 2 wickets of his own. So good start to this match. 292 is the score. A tremendous effort by the Oman players. And now we will be taking a bit of a break. I would estimate somewhere around 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, we will be back for the chase for the MLC Invitational XI. Until then, this is Brian Walters signing off for the moment from Prairie View. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. The applause that you hear is for Captain Unmuk Chand and co-opener Lahiru Milanta, who are walking out to attempt to chase down this pretty stiff target of 293. This is Brian Walters again with you. And you saw a bit of late innings drama in the first innings. Oman seemed to be trickling along, probably aiming to score somewhere around 250, 260. But a flurry of fours and sixes toward the end of that innings pushed them into what I think is a pretty challenging target of 293. The bowling will be coming from the forest end, it appears. Nope, check that. The bowling will be coming from the highway end. Opening bowler for Oman will be Bilal. And he will be bowling to the left-hander, Lahiru Milanta. Bilal is a left-arm seamer. You would think that he would be swinging it away from the left-handed Milanta. And Unmuk Chand, of course, has played in games of varying magnitudes up to and including scoring a century for the U19 Indian team against Australia in the U19 World Cup a few years ago. These days makes his living here in the United States. And if you have never seen him bat, hopefully this is not a case of commentator's curse, but I think he's one to really keep an eye on. So umpire Owen Brown has signaled. Scorers are ready. Commentators are ready. Most importantly, the great Zubin is ready. Zubin, good afternoon.
Am I back on again, am I?
That you
Okay.
are.
Good start.
Flicked away down the leg side. The left armer bowling to Milanta. So I've seen Unmukt bat before. I don't know that I've seen Lahiru Milanta bat very much. What can you tell us about him, what you know about him?
Yeah, I'm limited in that capacity too. I just kind of limited to what I saw in the nets the other day.
Sure.
But he looked composed and looked switched on, a little bit aggressive, which I think is good, positive. Most keeper batters are have a bit of positive attitude and go after it. So I think should be interesting to see how he goes about his business.
So Bilal Khan, left armer. So in theory, we'll be swinging it into the right-handed Unmuk Chand. Unmuk, I think, a talent to behold. A good leave. Just watching that one all the way onto where the ball, he was pretty sure that the ball was not going to threaten the stumps. And I think a batter like him wants to take a couple of deliveries before he gets going. 292, 293 is a stiff target, but it's not one that makes you have to go hell for leather immediately. So you can take a couple balls and kind of see how the ball is coming onto the bat and how you want to construct your innings from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as an opening batter, just get a good sight of the ball and get into your work.
This one a little too wide for the liking of umpire Owen Brown. The wind has picked up a little bit. This is something to pay attention to because it's kind of hard to tell. It's blowing from the west to the east, really sort of from the northwest to the southeast. So if Unmuk Chand were to get a ball in his driving arc, if you were to elevate that ball, this wind could help carry it in that direction towards long on. Well played. Solid defensive shot. There's a short mid-wicket in position. That's an interesting field setting. There's a catching position. Looking like Oman is looking to take wickets here early on. There's two slips. Actually, there's just one slip. But there's that man catching a short mid-wicket. And, of course, we're in the first power play. So only two players allowed outside the circle. One is down at fine leg and the other third man. Pretty standard.
Yep, definitely the bowler looking to swing the ball back in, and with the short mid wicket for catching is looking for the ball to just kind of go back into the right hander and get something uppish early, which is definitely a possibility.
So you were a right-handed batter when you played. How difficult was it for you to face a left-handed seamer?
Yeah, I think in general, something that's going away from you and with the potential to swing back in is always tough because it brings bold and LBW into play.
Yep.
And if there is something in the wicket, is certainly can hold its line and go across. I found it a little bit more challenging if they're around the wicket.
Really?
If they're around the wicket, kind of just from a sight perspective, it's a little challenging. And that's just my preference. I mean, it's just, as opposed to the kind of the left arm over, you can have almost like facing a right-hander from the other side. But when they do go around the wicket, it just does a bit. They don't do it often. But when they do, it's a little challenging. I don't let them know that, of course. Nice to get off the mark there. Fantastic.
Just running this one down to backward square leg. So Unmuk Chan opens his account. 3 without loss is the score after 1 over. So go ahead. When I played sometime back in the Reagan administration, I was a left arm fast bowler. I absolutely loved going over the wicket to right-handers. I found that they were much more uncomfortable with that across the angle that goes across them. The feedback I got from most right-handers is that they preferred when I went around the wicket because that was easier for them to see. It's interesting to hear you say the exact opposite.
Yeah, I would assume it's just a preference. I think traditionally that is the case. You generally bring in all elements of getting out if you come over the wicket. With the ball, if you did swing it back in, so that's. But again, it's just wickets, and maybe it's a different part of the over, or part of the game, and if the ball's not swinging around as much, you can come over around the wicket and change the trajectory.
So bowler now coming from the forest end. Doing a little bit of work to find out who exactly this bowler is. Kalimula. Tall right-handed seam bowler, it looks like. Bowling to Unmuk Chan. Unmuk Chan taking a little bit of a look. 1 from 5 balls, actually 1 from 6 balls so far. A little bit of width. Tries to open the arms up and cut, not able to make contact with that to the extent that he wanted to. So another dot ball. So 6 of the 7 balls that Unmuk Chan has faced have been dot balls. I don't think he'll be bothered by that at all. He's the sort of player who can accelerate when he wants to, and I think he's just taking a little bit of time to have a look. Cutaway, lovely shot. That was such a proper cricket shot. Short outside off stump and just riding the bounce right on top of it and cutting it away behind point for 4. So that's the first boundary. That was the third. First boundary, third delivery of the over. Cut away really nicely by Unmuk Chan for 4. So he moves on to 5. The overall score now to 7 without loss. Unmuk Chan now 5 from 8. Lahiru Belanta alone facing that first ball of the inning so far. He's 1 from 1. And Kalimula Khan is the bowler who now has to come up with a response to that great shot by Unmuk Chan. Right back in defense and very light on his feet. Tell me a little bit about, from what you've seen, about his footwork, because I'm the traditional West Indian. I plant the front foot down and I swing toward the fences.
Hey,
footwork wasn't my best.
See ball, hit ball. I like that theory. I grew up in a very West Indian dominant league up in Toronto, so I don't mind that. It's whatever works in the end. Well played. Yeah, I think he's pretty on the eyes. Obviously, Unmukti has just such a nice kind of balance to his cricket. He picks length pretty well, forward and backwards. Plays under his eyes well. So I think you'd want to sculpt a batting technique around something like that. If it's very Indian and very very composed. So he's obviously been successful and it's working for him. He's worked hard in his game this whole week. He's in the nets and things like that. He's had a lot of throwdowns and amongst other things to just get his mind and his game right. So I think these preparation wise, it's been good.
Fantastic. So Milanta now on strike, facing up to Kalimula, right arm over the wicket, stays over to the left-hander. Oh, a little bit of extra bounce on that occasion, hitting high on the splice. Kalimula is a very tall bowler from my observation from 100 yards away. Looks to be somewhere around 6'3", 6'4", and like you'd expect for a fast bowler of that size, hitting the splice pretty hard. So that's the end of the second over. At the end of that over, 5 runs from it. The score is 8 without loss. So back to the highway end of the ground where Bilal Khan is continuing, bowling to Unmukchand, left arm over. Clipped through backward square leg, at least 2. And that will be all that they get. The fielder running around from fine leg to restrict them to 2. Unmukchand now up to 8 from 11. Unmuk, very compact, classical sort of a player. Tremendous footwork. Able to play shots on all sides of the wicket. And this is stroked beautifully into sort of wide off mid-off, but not able to get it past that fielder at mid-off. So another dot ball. As a reminder, the score that is being chased is 293. So another 283 runs remaining. They're currently scoring at the rate of 4.29 runs and over. Oh, great delivery, and he is gone. Oh, what a great delivery. That left arm angle from over the wicket, leaving Unmukchand. We want to see the replay here, but it looked like it pitched and left him and tickled the outside edge. Umpire Owen Brown with a good look. Here's a replay. The left arm over angle. Oh, yeah, went just in that right channel, that 4-stump line. Unmukchand disappointingly walking away because he realizes that that ball has found the outside edge and his day with the bat is finished. He goes for 8 from 13. The first wicket falls for Oman. Unmukchand walks back toward the pavilion, and the MLC Invitational XI are 10 for 1. So 11 for 1, check that, 10 for 1 score after 2 overs and 3 balls. Captain Unmukchand has just been dismissed. And to the wicket now is Cody Chetty. Chetty, a right-handed batter. And now a little bit of a aggressive field being set by Zishan Maksud. Left arm over. Here's the first delivery to Cody Chetty. Very aggressive field, in fact. 2 slips, a gully, short cover, a short mid wicket, and the mid on and mid off are very, very close to the bat. Probably 25 or so yards away from the bat. So a very aggressive field. You'd expect that Oman would want to be able to take wickets up top. And that field setting suggests that they're looking to do exactly that. 10 for 1 is the score. 2 balls remaining here in the third over. No ball called by umpire Owen Brown. A loud call. It looks like an overstep. And that's exactly the case. Overstepping on that occasion was Bilal Khan. Umpire Owen Brown with the call. And it is now going to be a free hit. Not sure exactly what Bilal Khan is protesting about. And of course, umpire Owen Brown is not going to take kindly to being questioned, nor should he. It's definitely going to be a free hit. And Cody Chetty has a golden opportunity here to get off the mark in style. Are we doing that again, Josh? So, of course, with the no ball being called and the same batter on strike, you cannot change the field. So here comes Bilal Khan coming into bowl to Chetty on the free hit delivery. High in the air. Very easily could be taken. No, in fact, it's dropped, but it doesn't make a difference either way because they run through for a single. Of course, you cannot be dismissed via the traditional means on a free hit. So not very consequential that that catch was dropped, and it stayed in the air long enough that even if it had not been dropped, had that catch been taken, that run still would have counted. So looking at the replay here, there's that, yep, looking at the replay, that's great camera work, absolutely great camera work. It certainly appeared that the back foot came down just outside of the line of the popping crease. So that's a great call by Owen Brown. And not exactly sure what the protest was about for Bilal Khan. But either way, score is now 12 for 1. And this is defended into the backward point area. 1 ball remaining here in the third over. In fact, no, that is the end of the over. So after 3, the score is 12 for 1. Twelve for 1, another 281 runs needed for victory by minor league cricket 11. Invitational 11, I should say. 12 runs in 3 overs obviously means that they're scoring at the rate of 4 runs and over. The required rate, keep an eye on that required rate as we go through this innings. The required rate is now 5.98. They're going to need to score at that rate to be able to overhaul this great, huge total of 293. And continuing from the forest end is Kalimula. Defending this time is Cody Chetty in front of the stumps. Fielder short cover cleans up and there's no run. Chetty now has been at the wicket for 4 deliveries. 1 run scored from 4 balls faced. That 1 run was courtesy of the free hit a couple of deliveries ago. Melanta opening the batting alongside with his captain Unmuk Chand. Chand has been dismissed, and Melanta is still at the crease 1 for 3. He is now the non-striker. Cut away, boy, that flew at catchable height through the slip's cordon between slip and gully. So that's going to be something that keeps the bowling side interested. Again, a very aggressive field being set. You see that there has been 2 slips and a gully. Here's a replay of that ball flying through the slip's cordon at certainly a catchable height. That certainly will keep everyone involved interested in that type of a delivery. Kalimula, tall right-hander. He's now going around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Lahiri Milanta. Oh, check that. Okay, my eyes are deceiving me. My eyes are 54 years old, Josh. Looking, oh, this is going to be, I think, just a bye as it gets away from the keeper, and umpire Brian Kane now signaling that is a bye. So apparently I'm being graded as I commentate here. Josh Dascombe perfectly happy, staying off of camera and shouting comments from the peanut gallery instead of picking up a mic and coming over here to help commentate. Now the delivery from Kalimula, Kodichete up on his toes and defending into the covers for no run. So things have sort of slowed down a little bit to a crawl. The run rate now down to 3.71. Make that 3.82. But the required rate, again, continue to keep an eye on that required rate as it's now up above 6.02. Great lifting delivery and a big grunt from Kalimula as he releases that ball. And, of course, the roars of approval from the slips cordon. A lot of work to do here for the minor league Invitational 11. But they bat pretty deep. Talked about, of course, Unmuk Chand earlier, and then Kodichete is a good batter in his own right. And after him, there's Angelo Pereira, Milind Kumar, Oba Spinar, Heath Richards, all of whom are great attacking batsmen. Oh, another ball that dances by the outside edge. And with that last delivery, only 2 runs scored from that over, one of which was a bye. So 1 run from the bat and another one via the extras route. At the end of 4, the score is 14 for 1. The answer would be yes. Yes, I always need a hand. Please, come on in. Hey, we're being...
All right.
A little bit of attention being paid to the guys describing the action here.
The caution tape seems quite fitting, actually.
The caution tape really does seem fitting. Oh, good delivery to start the 3rd over here from Bilal Khan. Defending it into the onside awkwardly is Lahiri Milanta. So, you're top order bat. Your captain has just been dismissed. And you're chasing a total that appears to be climbing in terms of the rate that is required with every delivery. What is your approach when you go out there under these conditions?
Yeah, I don't think panic stations at the moment. This is just getting through it and building a partnership. Oftentimes in the first 15 overs is when you really can either in or out of the game. If they can get through the 15 overs at a reasonable rate, that sets up our middle order and end of the game. So I think we're perfectly fine at this stage.
When your captain is also your opening bat and is also arguably your best bat, what effect does that have on the rest of the team when he's dismissed cheaply?
These are the challenges of any cricketer, and it's tough to, I think everyone's worrying about their own game, and they obviously want a good platform, and that's the benefit. Everyone wants to come in when it's 100 for no loss and 100 for 1,
yes.
right? But it's oftentimes it's never like that, and you can be 50 for no loss and 50 for 3 in the same over. So
yep.
It's cricket's a tough game, and mentally you just have to try to battle through it and keep yourself on an even keel. I don't think that was ever my strong point. but I can say it now.
Well, there's also 5,000 extra runs that you haven't
There's
scored.
5,000 extra runs that
exactly.
haven't been accounted for.
Now, look at this field. Tell me your opinion on this. There's 2 men on the drive in the covers.
Yeah.
There's 2 catching covers, probably almost looking like a slip cord and right next to each other. There's acres of space on the leg side. They've done their homework here, I think. They're attempting a specific plan, but this is lofted down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and goes away for 4. So I suspect after that shot that you might see a change in that field with those 2 fielders in the short cover region, because Lahira Milanthe feels like is looking to transfer some of that pressure back onto the bowling side.
Yeah, and a good positive shot, to be honest. I mean, I think if Oman feels that that's a position for them to get a wicket with the 2 guys up close, that means there's maybe a little bit of too-paceness in the wicket. And that shot is the right shot to just kind of hit it on the up. It doesn't have to go for 6. It just has to go over the 30-yard circle, and you get your runs. And he's been, I think, it's a good approach by the batter. Well played.
Nice sound coming off the bat, isn't it?
Yeah, good bats these days. Good bats these days.
Sometimes I wonder, and again, you are 12 years younger than me if you said you're 42. So I often wonder what would the scores be like if somebody like a Viv Richards were to have
You're
the
talking
bats.
my man now. You're talking my guy. That's my favorite player. So,
oh, my goodness.
Well, he used to hit him 20 rows back at the MCG, so I think he'd do just fine. Just fine.
I'm thinking he would also.
He's my guy. I'll tell you that. He's my favorite. And there's some good clips on YouTube that you can have a look at, which I'm sure you have. But just the entertainment factor, the swagger,
There is today being the 3rd. In exactly 10 days, I'll be traveling to Antigua.
Antigua was just there recently.
The Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah.
Wait, you were in Antigua when?
Probably November of last year, October, November. Yeah.
I was in Antigua for the first time in March of this year to see England play, and it was so good that I'm doing it again.
Yeah, it's a lovely place. And
fantastic
great for cricket.
place.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic place.
Good spot.
And being at the Vivian Richards Stadium is just, it's almost like you're walking on hallowed ground. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It's got an aura about the place, and it's a nice statue of him out front, which is a tribute to the man that he is and a man of the people. Very, very strong personality in Antigua.
Absolutely. In the meantime,
what was the result of that game?
Test. Okay, so I can tell you what the overall result was.
Okay.
And then I can also tell you what the thinking was, at least what I believe the thinking was that led to that result.
All right.
The pitch. Oh, here's a look at the pitch. We'll get back to that in just a minute. I think overall this pitch has played pretty true after the first 10 or so overs, and this is run down to 3rd man for a single. But given a look at that pitch again, and I want you to give me your thoughts as to what the grass on this pitch looks like and how you anticipate it plays now versus the very first part of this match.
Yeah, and it goes back to kind of the toss that Unmak won and putting in Oman. He probably thought the wicket was probably going to get better, and I think it's quite true that it's going to be a bit more even for both teams. Middle way through is just going to be a good batting wicket. There is a fair amount of grass coverage on it and pretty consistent, which has been nice. It's not a massively fast, but consistent enough. I mean, you can't argue with 290.
Exactly.
292 to be specific. And there hasn't been any gremlins in the pitch, and shots like that are going for the boundaries. So I think, I don't think anybody's going to complain. It's a nice ground all around. I think there's a little bit of turn in it.
Sure.
And it's good for both batting and bowling.
I'll tell you what, this is a great shot. The ball actually jagged back into Cody Chetty, but still angled the bat enough to get it past those fielders in the covers. And again, we spoke earlier about how quick the outfield is. You'll get full value for your shots. Once it beats that inner ring, always going to run away down the hill for 4.
Good camera work too, I must say, following the ball.
Great
well
camera work. We must be paying these cameramen just a ton of money.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's definitely 6 figures. That's It's got to be. Is that quality?
Good comeback.
Good on the roller,
delivery.
too, I think. It's good on the roller, too.
So back to Antigua.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the specific scores were. There was never any doubt that that test was going to end in a draw. None.
It is a good batting wicket. It is a very good batting
After the
wicket.
first day, I think there were 2 wickets down.
Yeah.
After the second day, there were like 7 wickets down. So there was never going to be a result in that match.
I saw the pitch. Well, I saw the block.
Yeah.
The square.
Yeah.
Back then, and I was like, geez, I wish I used to play on. I don't think I ever had these type of, quite true tracks to bat on. And, it makes sense that the score was quite high.
My own conclusion was that, look, we've been in a pandemic for the last 2 years. 97% of Antigua's GDP is from tourism.
Right. We need the 5
There's
days.
no way that that test was going to be anything less than 5 days. Absolutely none. Oh, well, stopped.
Yeah. We'll field it. Yeah, it's. I mean, you need. They're probably saying 2 years of runs haven't been scored there. They need to try to get it all back in one game, right? Get it all back going.
And what I thought was extremely interesting, the very next test, which we also attended, was in Barbados. The Barbados wicket generally offers a fair contest between bat and ball. But the Barbados wicket was as dead as the Antigua wicket. So again, 5 straight days, no chance of a result either way. It was the exact same setup.
But they got a party stand.
The party stand was not in effect. Actually, it was, but there were some
limitations with the pandemic.
I was about to say there's some silly rules. So there's the party stand is there. I'll tell you after this ball because this is something that I just found to be really interesting. That's a lovely shot.
Nice shot.
Through the covers. I don't think it will have the legs to go to the boundary. They'll get 2 and they'll stop there. But so the party stand is there in effect. In the pool, there is a limit of 10 minutes per person in the pool, and you have to keep your mask on. In the pool.
How lovely. Yeah. So there's not many people.
What's the point? There's absolutely no point in being in the pool.
The same
at that
fabric
stage.
that's on the face is about the same that they use now. So, yeah, I find that that's strange. But hey, rules are rules, and we're through. Hopefully through it now, and we're hopefully back to cramming 20 people in a small space, right?
Exactly.
Some Mount Gay flowing.
Oh, the Mount Gay was flowing. There is no question that the Mount Gay was flowing, and the banks.
And the banks. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they've got those down.
Plenty of banks, plenty of Mount Gay. Oh,
Well played. Good ball as well.
So, again, if you're okay, I'm taking the conversation away from the batter and looking at the bowler now. If you're the bowler, 267 more runs for victory. You know that you have a pretty decent cushion. In my mind, you're just simply looking to not make any mistakes. Make the batter score off of your best balls. Apart from that, what are you thinking as a bowler?
Yeah, I think just that. I mean, the bowler's job is just to be consistent. I mean, if you think about as a batter, what do you hate most about facing a bowler? Is them being in consistent areas that you're finding it difficult to score. And in white ball cricket, you have to score eventually. You can't just keep leaving and blocking balls.
Sure.
So, forcing the batter to do something, if they get away with it and score a boundary, that's great. But if not, that puts pressure on them to continue to score. So, he's done a good job. He's been hitting kind of back of a length areas and forcing the batters to play the ball. That 6 overs in and score at 27 is a pretty good start for them.
So Bilal Khan appears to have good control. Haven't seen any loose deliveries from him yet. And Cody Chetty, of course, seems to be settling down. I think taking the advice that you gave a few overs ago, where you said essentially you don't have to get all the runs right now.
Yeah.
And it's more important for you to just build a partnership.
Yeah, we saw what happens in Oman's innings. They're doing well, then they kind of had a bit of a collapse, and then consolidated a little bit, and then were able to kind of go guns at the end and put up a good score. Similarly, you can lose a couple and get back in it, or you can just kind of creep your way in. leaving balls is a positive sign. They're leaving
Yep.
balls on that are good, and that's fine. You can make up for it. We saw that it is a good wicket. It's going to be a good wicket for the entire duration of their innings. So it's just a matter of just accumulating and getting within striking distance and getting there in the end. Plenty of experience in this side. Played good cricket, so these guys know what they're doing.
Tons of experience, and I think that's, taking it back to the conversation about, I guess, more globally, how minor league cricket assists cricket overall in the U.S. Having all these players around with all the experience that they've had in several different countries and several different situations, that eventually filters down to everyone else on their team specifically, and then throughout the... Oh, look at that great delivery. Looking at, again, filtering through to the rest of the cricketing fraternity, put it that way.
Yeah, I think there's a massive benefit with having players come in and now living here and calling the U.S. home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well bowled.
Oh, great channel. Absolutely great channel. And so, again, as somebody who fancied himself as a decent left-arm fast bowler, that channel from over the wicket is the perfect angle at which to bowl to a right-hander. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing. That's just back to, it doesn't have to be express pace.
Yep.
It just in a good area, and the batter has to do something if that ball's consistently in that area.
Well, don't get me wrong, though. I was express pace. Just
Of
let's
course.
not.
No, I was never down that. I was never down that. Left armer from Jamaica, he said, right? Yeah, this guy, there's only one way to bowl, really.
Look, I've heard the statement. Tell me if you can identify with this. Oh, look
Great
at
shot.
this. Over the top. That's going to run away for 4.
Nice shot there.
I love the fact that he's trying to transfer the pressure back onto the bowling side. So if there's something in his arc, he's going to go for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's
So
good that
tell
he's
me if
done that.
you've ever heard this. The older I get, the faster I used to be. Have you ever heard that? I think that is the perfect statement for my own bowling.
You just saw me tack on 5,000 runs. It's about the same philosophy for me, right? It's like, oh, yeah, in my day, yeah. Right? We used to travel 10 miles uphill both ways,
Exactly.
right?
In the snow, in
the
Jamaica.
Snow, yeah, in the snow in Jamaica. So it's, yeah, why not?
Oh, man. But look, it's a fantastic sport. I, of course,
Certainly
played
is.
it until I got too old and fat to play. Tried the administration thing for a while with varying degrees of success.
Some say more challenging than the actual game, potentially.
I would 100% agree with you.
Some say challenging.
These
yeah.
days, I'm more than happy doing what I'm doing right now. Another
Nice
good
shot.
shot. That's going to run away for 4 more. Look at the flourish and the follow-through. If we can get a look at this replay, look at the follow-through after he plays the shot. Just keep an eye on the batter himself after he plays the shot. Look at this replay. When it beats the inner ring, just look at the way that he just holds the pose, and then we don't quite see it there, but he held the pose as if he was waiting for all 35 cameras to finish clicking and then continuing along his merry way. So 2 great shots
shot
here
there, yeah.
to start the 8th over. Lahiru Malanta looking to put things back onto an even keel. 35 for 1 is now the score, and that run rate is sneaking up just a little bit now. Good delivery. Boy. Hit the splice of the bat really hard that time. But again, equal to the task is Malanta. Just right in behind it, getting in line, defending it back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, it's well played. Good 2 shots to put pressure on him. Good backup ball by the bowler as well. But equal to the task is Malanta in that. So good for him. Well done.
I'm wondering at what point, because he's bowled very full for the last several deliveries. I'm wondering at one point if he's going to go short.
Your wish is granted. Although that it's a bit of a wide delivery. I think there's a
No,
bit,
that
bit
was
too
a little
short,
too short.
But yeah, there's a fast bowler's fraternity right there. Can't hit me for 2 4s and get one that's up.
Exactly. How in the world could you expect to not
Love
get a
the
short ball after
predictability
2
of that.
4s?
Yeah, exactly.
The
You know,
second
it's
of
gotta
which had
smell
all
it.
the flourish behind it.
Exactly. I like that. That's good. Good by the bowler there.
Oh, he went just for a split second. Thought about playing a cut shot, then thought better of it at the last minute. Boy,
It's good over so far. Testing.
it's a good over. It's a good
Testing,
contest
yeah.
between bat and
Yeah.
ball. Good testing over so far. Defended to backward point. So one more ball remaining here in the 8th. 9 runs from the over so far. 4 or 8 rather from the bat and 1 extra. And the big fast bowler has one more delivery in his 4th over. Good. Watches that one go all the way through, not taking any chances. He's very satisfied with the 9 runs already from that over, Milanta. And as you see here, there's no fuss. They're not bothered at all by the situation. And that's where the professionalism and the experience come into play.
Yeah, as you become proficient in batting, you kind of understand the ebbs and flows of a game and your innings, and trying to get, knowing you can attack and when you can defend, and the good players, which both teams have, kind of understand that. So that's should be a good contest, and obviously the score is a significant one, which means the game's going to go into, if there's any chance, it has to go into the latter part of 40s for the win. So that's good signs.
Go back to Bilal Khan. Bowling to Cody Chetty. Defended and thought for a split second about a single and then thought better of it. 36 for 1 is the score. We're into the 9th over. And of course, as we've said a couple of times already, the first 10 overs constitutes the power play, and so another 11 deliveries left in the power play. After these next 11 deliveries, the field can be spread out just a little bit more than it is right now. And this really is good bowling by Bilal Khan. 4.1 overs, now 4.2. 1 for 14. Of course, the big wicket of Unmukt Chand. But not only has he taken a wicket, but he's actually been pretty economical and pretty consistent, right? Staying on that off-stump line to the right-hander from over the wicket, which I think, again, is a good thing.
Yeah, he's been very consistent in those areas, and as it is, that's just where batters don't want it. And he's been good to Cody's put pressure on him to score now.
Oh, in the air, boy. He'll take the boundary, but I don't think he'll be very happy with that shot.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to warrant a change and maybe take one of the one of the guys on the onside over. If the ball's perhaps not swinging as much. It's about 7 overs old. The old adage is if you give the bowling team the first 7 overs, you can capitalize, and it's probably coming to that with the roughness of the ground.
Now, is that the first 7 overs period, or the first 7 overs with 1 ball?
Yeah, so
because with
good
1
point.
new ball
yeah,
at each
that's
end.
How that's
kind of
true.
early for the ball to stop swinging if it was swinging before.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's not so much the swing as it is. Yeah, they have gone and done that now.
Mm-hmm.
But just if there isn't anything in there
Mm-hmm.
in it for the batters to not having trouble, it's a good follow-up ball.
Boy, so with that line that he's bowling, a consistent off-stump line, I get that you're thinking, okay, maybe if it's swinging in, then the fielder at short mid-wicket can come into play.
Yeah.
But if he has that much control over his line, I think a 6-3 field makes more sense than a 5-4 field. I'm wondering why he was bowling to a 5-4 field in the first place.
Yeah, he's probably thinking there's something in it. If hit the seam, swing, cut in, something along those lines, and trying to get the ball to the batter to play one across and in the air.
Oh,
nice and positive.
Looking to advance down the wicket. Looking a little bit adventurous there, Cody Chetty.
Yeah. Not a bad option at this stage. Definitely not a bad option with the field up.
The field is definitely up.
It's
Mid-on
is just didn't execute fully, but hit it well.
Look how close to the non-strikers and mid-on is. He's almost at that point where the ball was released is almost directly in line with the stump. So yeah, I agree completely that that's a good option. Now, you don't want to get crazy and you don't want to try that more than once. You just put the thought in the bowler's head that, you know what, I'm not just going to sit here and let you bowl at me. I can transfer the pressure back to you.
You haven't watched enough white ball cricket, right? They'll do it again the next ball. It's just the way the mentality is.
Oh, it's got to be wide. Yep. So that's a wide. I believe that's a wide on line as opposed to on length. It didn't look like it bounced that high. Here's a replay.
It's just down leg.
Let's see. Oh, no question. Going down the leg side. And again, height-wise, I think it was just about head height, which is fine. Would not have been a judge wide.
And that's an interesting event. He's come down the track and hit one pretty firmly.
Mm-hmm.
And the next ball is a shorter ball that's gone for wide, which is away from what he's been doing and kind of hitting those lengths. So it's actually quite a good option by the batter.
Oh. Nice. So the only thing that would have changed that consistent off-stump line is just to shimmy down the wicket to give him something else to think about.
You know, if you think about it from a batting perspective, you know, spinners and things of that, or you know, you would try to sweep a spinner if that's or use your feet to a spinner.
Mm-hmm.
To change their length. So if they're constantly on the same length, you know, you do the risk and you hit one down the ground. They change the field. They start bowling fuller or shorter.
Mm-hmm.
That works in your advantage. So you kind of that would be the the tactic that you try to play to get the ball back in your area. So maybe a shorter ball is easier to face off him because he's maybe not express pace.
Express, correct.
And that's something when we're that it's almost like advancing down the pitch and changing the lengths of the bowler. You know, that's. In the end, it's T20 cricket or it's 50 over cricket. You have to score. You got to make those runs. So you have to can't let the bowler settle too much. You know, it's a bit of risk and reward.
Completely. So going back to Kalimullah Khan, bowling from the forest end, right arm over. Oh, he's trying to leave that one was Milantha, and it took, I believe, the glove on the way through. Luckily for him, that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah.
Here's a replay. Oh, that was very wide of him, actually, not the glove. It came off the bottom edge of the bat. Pulled out of the shot just a little too late and very easily could have edged that onto his stumps. But luckily for him, he lives to fight another day.
Shot.
That's through. That may run away. Yep, that does run away for 4. So Milantha now 21 from 22.
Yep.
Playing, I think, a really responsible innings. He's looked good in defense, and when the opportunity presents itself to attack, he's certainly not opposed to putting that pressure back onto the bowling side.
Yeah, he's certainly been positive, and he's been good in defense, and then that's a positive. He's left pretty well, and when he has gone after it, they've gone for 4 most times than not. So he's batting really well. He's at a run of ball now, and looking good. It's good.
Well played. It's defended into that backward point area, the area where Ali Sheikh made his own for the first half of this match. Looking down here on the boundary at at third man, left-hander on strike. Looks like Fayaz is warming up. I'm wondering if he's going to go into bowl next. I think I also noted that Bilal Khan came off the field. So, sure, it's going to be a like-for-like swap, as they say.
Yep. Yeah, obviously with the playing 13, there can be a bit of shorter spells and a couple options.
Completely. Boy, Fire's taking a long time to warm up.
Shouldn't take too long with this weather. It's poor body.
Yeah, with these weather conditions, it should not take very long to warm up. But
it's nice at the moment with a bit of cloud cover. Can't imagine being out there for 50 overs. It's a long day. Well played.
So Milantha 21 now from 25. 4 runs have been scored from this over so far. So the last ball of the power play is coming up.
Yeah, let's see how he does this. They brought fine leg in, put out a kind of a sweeper. I think it's a good move by Oman to just kind of keep Lahir guessing here. Good
That's
over.
well played. And a good over, certainly, by Kalimula. 10 overs down. The score is 45 for 1. Ten overs down.
Okay.
Power play number 1 finished. 45 for 1 is the score, and the new bowler, as we mentioned earlier, is Fayaz. Waiting for Mr. Fayaz to turn around so we can see his uniform number so we can confirm. Yep. Number 1, Fayaz. Don't have a last name for him just yet. Fayaz Khan. Bat. Okay. Fayaz Bat. Here comes Fayaz. Bowling to Cody Chetty. 45 for 1 is the score. Another 248 runs needed. Ooh, squared it off the outside edge. Misfield, a backward point. And that is a good piece of fielding down there by the fielder running around from third man. Limits the damage to 2 runs. So Fayaz bat. Right arm. Seamer.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to hit the deck a bit harder. It's kind of in the block, which could be a good opportunity for some runs if he strays a little bit with the outfield being that fast. Just need to get good contact on it, almost like that one, just going away for almost 4 runs there.
Sure. Well, the field that's set, it's interesting. I was about to say the field that's set looks like you'd expect short of a length, or maybe even some instances pace off, because all of the coverage is square and behind square. Mid on and mid off are inside the circle. And then there's a sweeper on the offside. There's a wide third man. There's a fine leg, and there's a deep backward square leg. So that suggests that he's going to be bowling on the shorter side to get the batters to play square of the wicket. But that last delivery was very full, a drivable delivery. So wondering whether or not maybe that might have been a double bluff.
Yeah, or he just,
Or just
second
missed
ball
his
into
length.
his length.
That's the length I'd expect. Oh, great
Well
piece of
fielded.
fielding. Boy,
Well fielded there.
Ali Sheikh has cloned himself. Another
Another
left-hander at
left-hander.
backward point. Just FYI,
Well
when I
fielded
played,
when-
not only was I a fast bowler, I fielded at backward point, just so you know.
Well, I'm in that same category as well. Fielding was actually my stronger suit. Maybe got me in the team as well.
There you go. Hey, look, you can't forget about those 5,000 runs now. That's important.
I'm going to have to go back and tag each of the, figure out which grounds his runs are scored at.
There you go. Single. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. He seems to be hitting the type of length that you'd expect for him to be hitting with such a field. Good, hard length, drawing the batter on the back foot and making him play square of the wicket, which is what has happened for the last 3 deliveries. So 4 runs so far here in the 11th over. Fayez Butt, right arm pacer, and again appears to be hitting the. I'm sorry if I said 4 runs, I meant 4 balls. Boy, I have people correcting me all around this ground, which is a good thing. No, the left arm pacer was me. All right, that was.
Harsh crowd over here.
Yes, goodness. You come grab this mic, man.
10 hours of commentary practice. Well played. Well bowled.
Immediately switching around the wicket to the left-hander. 1 ball remaining here in the 11th. Fayez bats. 3 runs conceded so far in the 11th over, his first. And again, immediately switching to around the wicket for the left-hander. I've already made my thoughts known about that. I don't need to repeat them anymore. Hammered, absolutely hammered, well in front of square, and runs away for 4. So Milantha continuing along the same vein that we talked about, transferring the pressure back onto the fielding side. Here we see on the replay from around the wicket, opens the shoulders and blasts this one through the covers for 4.
Yeah, good balance on that shot. Not a lot of, and not required necessarily. Stride forward, just good balance and hitting the ball on the top. Good hands through that.
So with that shot, the 50 comes up. So roughly 1/6 of the way there. Current rate 4.73. Looking to score at a rate of 6.18 from this point on. So essentially a run a ball is what minor league Invitational 11 needs from here. That does appear to be the same bowler, I would believe. Yep. Mm-hmm. So here we are again. Defended, just running down to third man for a single. Cody Chetty just guiding that ball behind point. Chetty now 14. Check that, 15 from 27. Milantha across the way, the Panther Stadium. Prairie View is in Prairie View, Texas. The town of Prairie View, before it was known for cricket, was pretty much known for the Prairie View A&M University. And what you're seeing here is the Panther Stadium, the home where Prairie View Panthers play football, the American type of football, I mean. Prairie View, not a very large town, maybe 5,000 or so people who live here. In fact, there may be more people attending the university, Prairie View A&M University, than there are living in the town of Prairie View. Stroked into the covers, just a single. But of course, the profile of Prairie View, the town, has been lifted tremendously in the last several years with the development of this wonderful facility here, the Prairie View Cricket Complex. I'm assuming that there are no facilities similar to this in Canada, am I right?
There is a similar facility, King City it's called.
Okay.
Similar layout with about 4 or 5 grounds.
Mm-hmm.
A little away from the city of Toronto, but not too far.
Mm-hmm.
It does the same thing. It's turf on most of the grounds. There's 4 turf grounds there.
Okay.
And when prepared well, they play quite well. But when they get a little overused, it's challenging. But no, it's a decent facility. You know, this one, you know, I think we're massively impressed with this facility this whole week, and have been great to host us and put on some fantastic cricket.
Well, what I love about this facility here in Prairie View, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a Texan, but you can essentially play cricket here 10 months out of the year. There's probably 1.5 to 2 months where it would not make sense to try to play cricket here. I would say January and February. But of course, January for us is like June for you guys.
It's like, what's wrong in January? Is it -20 where I come from?
So January in Houston or in this area is probably an average, maybe middle 40s Fahrenheit, which translates to
How do you
probably
manage?
7 or 8. Well, I mean, oh, look at this.
Great
On the
shot.
back foot, that ball maybe didn't time it as well as it could have, but the intent was there, and that ball ran away for 4.
Well played. Well played. Nice shot there. Good pickup of length. Eased it over.
You see on the replay, just maybe not going all the way back, but just picking the length early and just swinging through the line. Pitch playing true enough that at that length, once you pick the line proper, or pick the length rather, and then play through the line, you get value for your shot. So it did not hit that as hard as you could have, but the intent, I think, is what was important, and that got in the boundary.
Yeah, the outcome was the one he wanted, and 4 runs on the board. So good batting by him. But to come
Fantastic.
back with the weather, yeah, it's huge to have. The U.S. has a huge benefit of good cricket weather, probably 9 to 10 months potentially in this part of the world, and that's huge. And you do need a break, not only just for the ground itself, but the players and things like that need a bit of a time off to have get their bodies right and things like that. So but 10 months is adequate and perfect for cricket conditions.
Fantastic.
To have, and these are good grounds, and when they're maintained really well, they're fantastic to play on. So I think it's a massive benefit to have this at our disposal.
So we were talking about Oshawa versus Thornhill earlier.
Thornhill.
Told you my wife is from Oshawa.
From or lives? From.
She's born in Jamaica, as was I.
Okay.
Moved to Oshawa when she was 4 years old.
Oh, she's from Oshawa.
Grew up in Oshawa.
She's from Oshawa.
She once had a parade for her through downtown Oshawa due to her exploits on the track. She was a former
Sprinter.
track and field athlete.
Okay.
Of course, she's Jamaican, so of course she can run fast. That just
Okay.
goes with the
Go with
territory.
right.
So she was on the Canadian national team in 1984 at the Olympics.
Fantastic. Okay.
And so we were doing a little bit of research the other day. She still holds a disproportionate number of the track records still in Canada. So at the point when you go back home and start looking through, look up the name Karen Nelson and see what records you can find. Because I was actually surprised to see how many records she still holds, and she stopped running, a few
very
decades
impressive.
ago.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. That's more than anybody from Thornhill has done. I'll tell you that. Right, so then Oshawa's back on the map. Single-handedly put it back on the map.
So we have spin introduced into the attack for the first time here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Bowling from the highway end is now Ayan. Ayan Khan. Thank you. Left arm orthodox. Bowling around the wicket to the right hander rather, and over the wicket to the left hander, which is not surprising. And in turn will be into Lahiru Milantha. First delivered to him, just defending in front of the stumps. Milantha now 32 runs to his name from 33 deliveries, so scoring at just almost a run a ball. Using the feet on this occasion, getting that ball beautifully driven through the covers for 4. That is a lovely, lovely shot. And just needing to get to the pitch. Once he skipped down the wicket, here you see the replay, just using his feet there, getting to the pitch, playing that ball right under his nose, and it races away through the covers for 4.
I'm now getting comments from my friends that I've been bashing Oshawa this whole time, and now there's a Canadian national star that's lived there, and I don't even know about that. It's just digging myself even further in. Can't even rely on my super prediction of 292.
No, that's not going to help you anymore.
To get me through the day. So.
Ooh, boy, he wound up like he was going to go big, and then just sort of at the last second opened the face and got it down to the sweeper on the offside for another single. Wow. This is a good start. Kane has now 5 delivers bowled, 7 runs from his overs. So if you are minor league, you're actually ahead of the rate that you want as it relates to this over. And oh man, looking to cut this one, gets a thick under edge. Disappointed in himself that he didn't get that one away, but just a dot ball to end things here in the 13th. 6-8 for 1 is the score. 6-8 for 1. We're going to have a change in bowling. Double change. New bowler coming from the Forest End. Okay, so Faya's bat. I will take your word for it. Bowling to Cody Chetty.
I'll tell you from his action.
Yep, that does look like him. Up.
We'll see his number.
Yep, number 1 is Faya's bat. Oh, man. So Faya's bat switches around. Was bowling earlier from the highway end, the southern end of the ground. He's now switching around and is bowling from the Forest End. His figures so far: 1 over, 1 for 7, or none for 7 rather. Oh, wow.
Effort ball. Fantastic.
Definitely an effort ball. I don't think that Cody Chetty will be very happy with leaving his bat hanging outside off stump like that. Here's a replay. Oh, boy, that ball easily could have come off the edge of the bat. He's going to want to either shoulder arms completely or drop his wrists to get everything that has trouble written all over it out of the way. Good start to the over here by Butt. There's that length again. This time he rides the bounce effectively and just runs it down to third man for a single. Think every indication is after this over, potentially, we may have a break. In
Yeah, I
fact,
think they probably asked him to just try to bang it in, go hard for the 1 over before the break, see if he can get something started.
Interesting.
2 good balls. He's kind of hit the deck and, keeping them honest.
Well, in looking at the field, there's square leg, and in fact he's now drifting around a little bit finer, and there's also a deep fine leg, so always a possibility that this ball could be short. Not short.
I think there's
on
one
this
coming in the
occasion.
next couple balls. I
Oh,
agree with you.
the field is definitely set for it.
I think there's a couple fuller deliveries. That was a bit fuller. Maybe this one's just tucked up.
So 1 run from the first 3 balls of this over. And a bowler who comes in and hits the deck hard, you would expect at some point he will ask the question of how do you play the short ball. Oh, ho, ho, ho. It's not a genuine short ball on that occasion, but still short enough that cut shot was actually on offer. Melantha not making any contact with it. And of course, this is very much a psychological game too, because if the batters know that there is a break coming, sometimes they sort of back off. And then if you're a good bowler, you're exactly right, tentative. And a good bowler can try to take advantage of that. So let's see how the next couple of deliveries develop. Oh, well played. In fact, it looked better live than it did actually, ending up trickling to that fielder at short mid-wicket. So
yeah, he's asking a lot of the batters here. I think it's good. He's bowled 2 or 3, kind of trying to hit the back of a length, with a bit of pace through it, and then a few full to just see if the batter's up to the task of getting bat onto it and hitting straight down. I think that was a little, that was a good last ball. Trying to wrap him on the pads, maybe.
Maybe this will be the short ball. Nope. Went all great Yorker right in the block hole. Oh, great piece of bowling. Good over by Fayaz Bat. And in fact, it does not appear that there is a water break imminent. For a split second, I thought earlier that they were gathering. In fact, there's umpire Owen Brown signaling to the third umpire, Roshane Samuels. I think he's indicating that maybe the next over is going to be a water break, or after this next over. Either way, we're going back to Ayan Khan. 1 over so far. 7 runs conceded from that 1 over. Score is now 70 for 1. Another 223 runs needed.
Yeah, I think just MLC guys are probably just looking to get to 100 for 1 here.
Wow,
and he's
using
looking
his
to do it
feet
pretty quickly.
Absolutely, yep.
They're positive. It's good signs. Using his feet.
It's been there for a while. 38 from 41.
Yeah.
And growing with confidence with each stroke. Full toss, struck into the covers, no run.
2 balls he's hit pretty firmly for no runs. And
yep.
So it'll be interesting to see where he's at. He's obviously a positive player, and see how he goes about the next ball.
3 consecutive dot balls. Nope, you don't ever want to run for those.
Yeah, I think this is key period for a batter to kind of, he's gone through 3 balls where he should have probably got singles off at least one of the 3 of them to get off strike. That relieves a bit of pressure off him. Now he's got 3 dots. Nicely played. Nicely played. Good temperament.
That's good temperament, because it's the type of situation where if a bowler starts delivering several dot balls in a row to a batter, that kind of gets him in a mindset, well, I need to get off strike or I need to make something happen. And that's usually when a rash shot can come. But particularly because a water break should be coming up after the next 2 balls. You see third umpire Roshane Samuels down the wicket or at the boundary edge, waiting to bring the water onto the pitch. It's the type of setup that if you are a mature and intelligent batter, you just make sure that you get to the water break without any damage. This is squirted off the outside edge. Runs away for a single. And that, I believe, is the break. So, at the first water break, 15 overs up. The score is 71 for 1. Another 222 runs needed. We'll take a break ourselves here in the commentators area, and we'll be right back. We're back here in Prairie View, ready to continue the chase where the MCL Invitational 11 is trying to overhaul an imposing total of 293. They are 71 for 1, so they need another 222 runs. First delivery of the 16th over is punched into the outfield for a single. Nope, check that they did not get to punch it into the outfield for a single. My eyes deceive me. My 54-year-old eyes deceive me, Zubin.
Honest mistake.
Well, a dot ball and a single look so similar to each other.
Yeah.
Anybody can get those two mixed up.
Yeah. He did hit it well. Made good contact, so he's got the offside kind of open, and it's not a bad option to just push one to deep cover. Well played again.
Paya's butt is bowling that good hard length that can be difficult to score off of, particularly if he has the line right, and the line appears to be pretty consistent. Right on that off stump or maybe that fourth stump line, he can be very difficult to score off of. Now, if you are Cody Chetty, how long do you allow him to continue doing that until you try something different? Maybe walk across the stumps or maybe advance down the pitch. How long do you give him before you do something different like that?
Yeah, I think, again, cricket is just about the calculated risk when you can, and weighing that against what time of the game you're playing, and is it worth taking the risk right now? I think there is a bit of it, but it's also, here he's batting really well at the other end and scoring, so it's just probably up to him to just try to get a single than to maybe take it over the top. We saw Cody advance a few overs before and try to hit butt when he was bowling it from this side over the top, and I think that might be a good option. But again, 73 for 1, it's not they're in good position.
Oh,
Just
another
Force
couple
gotta get
runs
2
here.
runs there. Got on him a little bit, but good. Got on
Didn't
him.
exactly make contact the way he wanted. For a split second, his heart would have been in his mouth. I thought mid-wicket was in with a shout there.
Yeah, I think initially from this angle, from what I saw, it looked like he was going to go right into his hands. But
Yes.
hey, that's the way it is sometimes. It's good,
Fortune favors the brave, as they
right? So
say.
they say, yeah.
There
Good
is that
follow-up
length
delivery again.
Boy,
Yeah.
he really hits the splice very, very hard. It's a type of bowler, as they say, bowls a very heavy ball. It's very difficult to get off of the square.
Yeah.
So the last over, or last ball rather, of the 16th over coming up. Paya's butt bowling to Lahiri Malanta. Oh, off the back foot in the air. There's a man down there and he takes it easily. 2 yards maybe inside of the rope at deep square leg. And Malanta, after having a really good start, ends up holding out to deep square leg. The second wicket falls and MLC Invitational 11 is 75 for 2.
Unfortunate, that one. Connected quite well, and that, picked up the only lone fielder out there. Unfortunate.
Well, I thought the shot was on. There's acres of space out there. And it's unfortunate that he hit that directly in the direction of that one fielder out there at square leg. At the end of all of that, another wicket falls, and the new batter now is Angelo Pereira. Well, that is certainly a body blow. The one batter who appeared to be truly looking to push things on, scoring at a quicker rate than his partner, scoring at around a run a ball. Now Cody Chetty ends up being the senior partner in this partnership. He is now 21 from 37. They crossed while the ball was in the air, and so Cody Chetty will be the one taking strike. Oh, check that. That was the last ball of the over, wasn't it? So certainly the last ball of the over. So we're going back to Ayan Khan, left arm spinner bowling from the highway end. The score is 75 for 2 after 16. Here he is. Left alone outside off stump. Immediately you see Oman going on the attack. A slip fielder coming into position. There's a short cover. There's a regulation extra cover inside the circle. Looking to cut off the scoring options. This is stroked right to that man at extra cover we just described. So 2 dot balls to start things here in the 16th over.
Yeah, good attacking field from Oman. Well played. You should just get that a bit straighter down the ground where this kind of long off. Get him off for a single.
And this is good bowling. He's tossing it up and tempting Chetty to see if he wants to do anything with it. Chetty so far is not taking the bait, keeping the ball on the ground. I don't know how long he can continue to resist that, because each delivery is slower and slower and tossed up more and more. So let's see if he continues that vein. Another slow delivery. This one is stroked eventually down to mid-off, or long-off rather. Nadeem coming around and keeping the damage to just 1 run.
It's a good single there.
Good single. So runs
good for him. He kinda
slowing down a little bit. So the last 4 overs have yielded 2 runs, 2 runs, 3 runs and a wicket, and thus far with 1 ball remaining in this over, 1 run. So the deceleration is taking place exactly when MLC does not want it to. 1 ball remaining as umpire Owen Brown signals the left arm around. This is played to backward point. No run, and that is the end of a very miserly over. So the runs have dried up a little bit here in the last several minutes. Usually is the case that when wicket falls, runs slow down at the same time. So 10 over, or check that, 17 overs bowled. Last over by Ayan Khan was his 3rd. He's conceded 10 runs and not taken any wickets. Cody Chetty, 22 from 42. He will now be on strike, facing again Fayaz Butt. Oh, very full and
great shot.
Proverbial French
Take
cut
that.
on that
Take that
occasion.
any day of the week. Take that.
Oh, you will take that French cut because
Yeah.
it signifies runs.
Runs.
You take runs any way you can get them at this stage, but good delivery, just right up there in the block hole and looking to play forward through the offside, a thick under edge, a thick inside edge rather, and runs down to fine leg for that single. But of course, changing his length on that occasion. Everything he'd bowled, or most of what he'd bowled to that point, had been that good hard length that we've talked about. But this one was much, much fuller, almost Yorker length. There's the Yorker again. That is a great delivery. Equal to the task, has to be said, was Pereira, defending it very well. So good contest between bat and ball here.
Certainly. Interesting, tough period for both batters now to just kind of get through.
.58 is the required rate from here. Full
Good
and
shot.
struck down the ground for 4. That is a good stroke. Absolutely brilliant stroke. And on drive, not always the easiest shot to play in cricket, but it was very straight and in between the 2 fielders at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Lovely. In fact, it went between the legs of the non-striker That tells you how straight that shot was
Yeah,
played.
very well played shot.
Very much so. So that releases a little bit of the pressure. Here we see Pereira with his first scoring stroke. 4, not out now from 3. Codicetti on the other end, 23 from 43. And unfortunately, we have yet another snake ball. You know what snake balls are, right?
I'm assuming it's when you get in there, you're going to have to battle a few rattlers. Are rattlesnakes common in this area?
I wouldn't say that they're common. You'd more
Something poisonous?
than likely be able to see a rat snake than a rattlesnake.
Okay.
Rat snakes are very big and intimidating, but they're not venomous. Rattlesnakes you will see around, but rat snakes you're more likely to see than rattlesnakes. But it's always disconcerting. For example, we go to my son's soccer practice and there are signs up that says, warning, venomous snakes around, be careful looking for balls in bushes. So it's that part of the country where you have all kinds of those animals around.
Yeah.
Oh, great comeback delivery. That's going to
ball.
be 4, I think. Yep, it's going to be 4. I think he gloved that. Yep, absolutely. Umpire Brian Kane signaling 4 and also tapping the glove to let us know for sure that did come off the glove rather. Here's a replay. Back to that hard length that we talked about. He definitely did glove that. And just dying and out of the reach of the keeper, but certainly something to keep Oman interested in here because that is 4 more runs to the total. But again, a moral victory because that very easily could have gone anywhere and taken a wicket.
Bit surprised they didn't have a slip in early. Always a new batter comes in, put a bit of pressure. You never know. That probably would have carried the first slip, or at least got close.
It certainly would have gotten close. Maybe would not have carried all the way because, of course, the ball comes off the glove differently than it comes off the bat. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, obviously. But my suspicion is just from having seen the replay that it was dying as it got close to the keeper. So it may not have carried all the way to a slip fielder had one been there. Oh, goes fishing. Sort of an aborted appeal by the bowler himself, Fayez Bat. No response from the keeper. Boy, that's Naseem is the keeper and not supporting his bowler here in the appeal, and so it ends up just being a dot ball to close things out here in the 18th over. The score is 85 for 2. Yeah. Here we see a replay on that last delivery. Good lifting delivery. So So generally the slip is a little bit deeper than the keeper, and that ball definitely would have landed short of slip. Outside off and cut away. It's a good start to the over. Pretty firm shot, but defended or actually hit well and good piece of fielding at backward point. So just a dot ball to start things here in the 19th. Advancing down the wicket and stroking down the ground. Just a single. So 1 run to the total. Pereira is now on 8. Chetty 24 from 45. One gets the sense that this pair would do well to stay there, continue rotating the strike, prepare for the big hitters down the lineup. This is hit in the gap. No one out there. A rank full toss there, bowled by Ayan Khan. Not going to want to repeat that type of ball. And just helping himself to 4 easy runs is the bowler. Here is the batter, rather. Here's a full toss and just slapped
Good
away in that
positive
open
intent.
gap. Absolutely.
Yeah. Nice. Made good contact. Picked the spot to hit. Just got there. It's good. It's good. He's come in and batted really well. He's looked really composed.
So there's an intense cross-training regimen happening here at
Do it all
Prairie View
here
Cricket Complex.
at the-
Absolutely.
At Prairie View?
Oh, look at this.
No.
Appeal first for a catch, which was given not out, and then for I would believe that would have been a run out had it been a dismissal. But I think that he got back pretty safely in the end. And perhaps we might.
Here.
Let's see that replay. Yeah, off the pad, and then he certainly got that bat down in time. Here we see on the replay again. This will be interesting to see. Yep, definitely got the bat down in time. So certainly not going to be out from that standpoint. And then, as you mentioned, it came off the pad, so that was not a catch either. I will say he was defeated in flight. I don't know if he's going to go dancing down the wicket again.
Yeah, he was good to get there. A couple balls before and get it on the full.
Yeah.
And this one just beat him a little bit, but that's fine. Shot.
In the air. Where does that go? All the way for 6. That is a lovely strike. Not easy to hit inside out like that, but the good thing that he did there was hit with the turn. Advancing, not necessarily advancing, but elevating that one over the top of long off. That is a clean strike, a proper cricket shot, and that goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. In all honesty, that's good use, making space and being solid at the time of impact, and he's just hit it nicely over.
Absolutely lovely. So that is the end of the 19th over. 11 runs coming from that over. Cody Chetty, 24 from 45, and Pereira all of a sudden is off to the races. He's 18 from 10. So back to Fayez butt rather. Run down to third man. Just tickling that one down to third man. You would think that if he consistently bowls that line and that length, that shot would always be on. I don't know if you'd always want to try to play that shot. There's always a chance that you don't get the contact that you want and then you feather one behind.
Right.
But I think the best way to upset that line and that length is just to continue running him down to third man. That will get frustrating after a while.
You know, and then you know that one effort ball that he has, or one that takes off a little bit, might just grab the the outer edge.
Yep.
Played again. This looked really good here. He's come in. He's already raced away to 18, and he's kind of every single ball he's almost middled well.
I think you're absolutely right.
He's coming.
Now the question to be asked is, how long do you ask these two to just continue picking up ones and twos? They're big hitters coming down the lineup, so that you'd like to have your big hitters coming in when there's, let's say, 80 runs to get in 13 or 14 overs.
Yeah.
Can you continue to have these two just simply work the ball around until it gets to that stage?
I think you can. I think they're in a good position at the moment. You know, 100 runs in the last 15 overs is not a tough task, as we saw. It's definitely not or 80 in the last 12, something like that calculation. You know, it's just about getting there and with wickets in hand, and you know they haven't reached the 20 over mark, so we got 30 overs to make that happen to get 200 runs, which is not a tough task. It just needs to just keep going.
Oh, that's a good call, I think, because it easily could have been a run out. That fielder backward point pounced and was right on that delivery, on that ball rather, not getting it through the infield, and very easily could have been a run out had they chosen to run. So, one ball, or one run rather, having been scored here in the 20th. 2 balls remaining, and Fire is about to continue. There's a short ball put away elegantly, expertly. Boy, that was a good short ball, meaning it got up around the height that you want a short ball to be at, but equal to the task on that occasion. Just here, see on the replay. Here comes the short ball, knocked in short, and then just getting inside the line. Expert piece of batting and putting it away for 4. And another short ball.
Brings up the 100, too.
That does bring up the 100. 101 for 2. So good start here to this passage of play. Here comes the bat again. Oh, looking to run that down and not making contact. Boy, you don't want to give it away. You don't ever want to tickle like that unless you absolutely have to. And he's lucky he did not get an edge. Here's a replay. In fact, it's not often that you see a rehearsed shot that is as bad as the shot that was played in the first place. But luckily for him, the edge not taken. Pereira 22 from 15 and Cody Chetty 25 from 46. The score is 101 for 2.
Continuing with the spinner here. Left arm.
Ayan Khan. Thus far. Four overs, none for 21. Short of a length and cutaway. Fielder coming off of the boundary, sweeping on the offside. Just a single.
Cody's been good here. He's just he's obviously got Pereira at the other end who's batting well and kind of keep a few boundaries. So he's just giving him the strike. I think that's just wise till he starts getting going as well.
Ooh, advancing down. Now, if you'll note that Ayan Khan is not tossing them up as much as he was before, because as the batters are starting to get more and more comfortable, I think he's wanting less and less to throw that carrot to them. This is struck down the ground. It's going to be at least one, and that's all they'll take. Good piece of fielding by this fielder down here at long off. Yeah,
that's good. I think Angie has really done a good job here with just being positive and using his feet, and if he's not quite there, just getting pad or bat onto it. It's good. He's really, he obviously plays spin pretty well.
Yep.
And he's being positive against him, so which is good. It's just seems to be making good contact.
Oh, looking to go back and force it. Not sure what that came off of. Maybe on the edge of the bat, just trickling to a slip fielder. No run. Down the wicket, high in the air, but not very deep. The fielder down there at long. Oh, no, did he touch the rope? No, he did not touch the rope. I think that's a clean catch. Umpires will be interested. Owen Brown asking for the ball. Here we look. This will be interesting to see. Lofting it in the air. Let's see the camera work. He's very close to the rope. Is he touching the rope? We cannot tell, but it is. Well, he settled underneath it, then comes forward, and then goes back. Oh, it's going to be very, very touch and go. We do not have an official third umpire review system here, so I would love to see the zoomer. The rope did not move according to umpire Roshane Samuels, the third umpire, so I think it's a clean catch. It was very close, lofted in the air, and ultimately the only thing that matters is that the wicket has fallen. So the third wicket goes down. That is Cody Chetty, who has been dismissed. And unfortunately for MLC 11, another wicket has fallen. Boy, I'd love to see that replay again when Roddy gets a chance. He's punched into the outfield for a single. And that is the end of the 21st over. Here we go. Here's a replay. Lofted in the air. Judged, it has to be said, it was judged very, very well. Catch taken there, that step, and then that other step, not sure, can't tell. It's not definitive from our angle here. But I think it was taken without touching the rope. Obviously, if the rope had been touched, then it would have been a 6. But from that angle, very difficult to tell. But just judging from looking at the rope itself, cannot see the rope move at all. Here we go, looking again. Catch taken. That step right there would have been the one in question, but you cannot see the rope move, so you have to assume that the rope was not touched. And so either way, it's going to be a wicket. Third wicket goes down, and the new batter is going to be Milind Kumar. .104 for 3 is the score after 21. So a new spinner into the attack. This is Kawar. Kawar Ali. Quick single taken on the infield. So Kawar Ali, a leg spinning right-hander, it looks like. First 2 deliveries have yielded 1 run. Here's Ali. Short. Oh, that's caught. What a brilliant catch. Oh, my goodness. What a brilliant catch. It has to be said. That may be the catch of the day so far. Powered away through mid-wicket. At least but the batter thought he had 4 runs through mid-wicket. But that mid-wicket fielder snapping that up just a couple inches off the ground. And the wicket goes down. Here we see the replay. Don't know if the camera would have caught that. That happened so quickly. Pulling it away, and that's immediately taking that catch. He was probably 7-8 yards away from the bat, but a clean catch taken on that occasion. That is really an excellent catch taken by, not exactly sure who that fielder was, but it's a clean catch. That is the end of the day for Milind Kumar. Here's a replay again. Short, pulled away. So Sandeep is the one who took that catch. A brilliant catch. Just nonchalantly taking that catch. Not very easy at all. It was pulled pretty hard. And another wicket goes down. The score is now 105 for 4. Really tricky. Boy. So the game has changed and swung definitively in the direction of Oman as MLC Invitational XI is struggling all of a sudden. Obas Pinar is now the new batter, right-handed batter, tossed up and stroked back down the ground. Immediately off the mark is Obas Pinar. Pinar and Pereira. So definitely some work to do here for both of these batters. Lofted, that is a lovely shot, and that shot was always on, turning away from the right-hander, and so that area over the top on the offside down the ground is always a good area to target if you're facing a spinner, if there's no one out there facing a leg spinner, I mean. And so a good pressure release type of a shot. Okay, so we've just heard from the umpires that the ball went into the water. There is water out there, which probably also means that there are water moccasins out there. Moccasins. Snakes. Where there's water in Texas, there are water moccasins. So just be very careful. You don't want to go fishing for those balls. So 4 runs more to the total, 110 for 4. We're going to have a replacement ball here. Again, that ball went into the water beyond the boundary at long off. And so one ball remaining here in the 22nd over. Keep an eye on the required rate. That required rate is now 6.5. The actual run rate is 5.04. Okay, so replacement ball has been delivered by reserve umpire Roshane Samuels. 110 for 4 is the score, and one more delivery remaining here in the 22nd over. Here it is again. And defended this time just up back down the pitch. No run, that ends the over. 110 for 4. Another 183 runs needed. 28 runs in which, or 28 overs rather, in which to get them at a rate of 6.54. And so still a long way to go in this match. If you are MLC, you're looking to just consolidate, make sure you don't lose any more wickets, and then keep the scoreboard ticking, and then at some point launch towards the end. But it's not going to be easy because this Oman bowling side has proven to be very effective, very accurate with both pace and spin. So you're not going to get this very easily. You're going to have to work for it if you're MLC. Oh, Pinar with a sweep around the left leg side, at least 2. They may get 3 if they run hard. No, they choose not to. So just 2. Good start to the over by Pinar. Just sweeping this one around, tickling this one around the corner. 112 for 4 is the score. Obas Pinar has shots all around the ground. It really is a tremendous batter. Oh, looking to go big there, not able to make contact. I think he was trying to play that one behind square. There's a fielder at backward square, a backward point rather, back on the 30-yard circle. So don't know whether or not the value is in that shot that he was looking for. And again, clipped around the corner. That's going to be 4. Full toss going down the leg side, and Pinar just had to get something on it. Just got some bat on it, racing away down the line for 4. Score is now 116. Here's a replay, just helping it around the corner. No real flourish in the shot. No real flourish needed in the shot. Just needed to run it off the face of the bat, and it runs away for 4. So Pinar now up to 7 from 4. Pereira's been there for a while, 29 from 22. So it's the rare time in this innings that both batters are striking it at more than a run a ball. And I think Captain Unmukchand is not going to be very dissatisfied with that. Off the back foot and hammered into the ground, but well fielded by that fielder. Short cover. 116 for 4 is the score. So another 2 balls. Zubin, where's your money? Should I ask you for a specific over in which this match will be finished? Since you are the
MLC
king of
293. I've been pretty good so far. It's always in 3s, isn't it? I've got 2 in a row now. 2 out of 3. I got to go 3 in a row. Shot.
driven. Oh, right back to the bowler. Spectator catch, if you will. 2 dot balls to close things out here in the 23rd. Score is 116 for 4. So, yes, Zubin, back to you. In which over will this match be finished? I'm not even going to ask you who's going to win. In which over will this match be finished?
48.
48. Well, I'm not the one who played a high level of cricket, so I don't need 47.4.
Place your bets. Place your bets, is it? Fantasy.
Fantasy. For fun, just for fun. Here is the leg spinner again. Swept in the air, and that's past that fielder backward square leg that runs away for 4. Just for a split second, Pereira's heart would have been in his mouth because that wasn't very far away from that fielder. But luckily for him, Pereira got it very fine of that fielder. It runs square rather of that fielder, runs away for 4. Just for a split second, he would have been very worried there because that easily, had he just made a little bit, dragged it a little bit more, could have been right down backward square leg's throat. Cheeky now looking for the late cut down to short third man. Good running.
Good cricket, 5 runs.
Absolutely good
2
cricket.
balls,
So
excellent.
immediately called by Obaspinar. Tell me about how important it is for these fielders, because all of these guys have not played together for a long time. Talk about the importance of them being able to communicate with each other to know when the runs are on offer and to go for them.
Yeah, I think just in general, they're experienced players, and just running between the wickets is part and parcel of the game, and getting as many runs as you can. So I think over time they just you're able to judge a good run, and hopefully your partner, you have a bit of trust in your partner, and you figure out which ones are on and how quick they are and how quick they react. But they seem to have good communication, and that's going well.
Good delivery. No room being given on that occasion. It's a very tight line. Bowling maybe a middle and off line. And defended back down the pitch by Pinar. Ooh, that was short. Looking to
Missed
sweep.
out on that one.
Yeah, he did. Almost like he predetermined that the sweep was on. Feel almost like if he'd gone back and played a pull shot, that might have been a better option. But of course, it's easy to say that sitting up here in the commentator's area.
Love the shaded commentary box.
Absolutely.
It's a great shot. It's 2
out
runs.
into
2.
the deep. They'll get 1. That's all they'll get.
It's good. Keep ticking it over.
Obaspinar, of course, a tremendously talented and experienced cricketer. Played professionally. He's from South Africa. Also played in Ireland for a while and now makes his home in the U.S. One of that group of players who has visions, I think, of playing for the almost said for the West Indies.
Good running.
Throw coming in to the non-striker or to the strikers, and good running there.
Good running by both there.
Yep, absolutely. I almost
Called
said
by Obis on the way through.
Yep. I literally almost said has visions of playing for the West Indies. I'm sure he does not have visions of playing for the West Indies. But
do you have visions of playing?
Oh my goodness!
Are you trying to rekindle?
So that was a Freudian slip then.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. If I don't know, drop 50 pounds, maybe 60 pounds.
Oh, you're having visions of playing now.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
Drop 60 pounds. Hell, dropped 40 years. and let's start with those 2, and then we'll talk about how eligible I would be. So this, I believe, is a captain, Zishan Qureshi, bringing himself on. Left arm. Maksud, what did I say? Qureshi?
You said Maksud.
Oh, did I? Okay. No idea what I said. Zishan Maksud. That's what I think I said. Qureshi. Actually, there is a Zishan Qureshi who plays here in Florida. Obviously, this is not that person. So, captain bringing himself on. First delivery, worked away into the onside for a single. Zishan Maksud, captain, left-handed batter and left arm orthodox spinner. He's now bowling to Pereira. Pereira, 36, not out from 25. Obaspinar, 9, not out from 11. So his strike rate has fallen below 100. Don't think he'll be very bothered by that. Oh, cheeky. A little late cut. Dabbed down.
Shot.
Running down to third man. A sliding stop. Good work by the fielder running back from short third man. But 2 more runs to the total. So Pereira now up to 38.
In quick time, too. 26 balls.
In absolutely quick
Nice.
time.
Good conversion.
Very full and hammered straight. Boy, that could have
Might
been a
get through.
catch. And then fielder running around from long on, not able to get there. Those are the types of catches that, as a bowler, you do not ever want to see coming back at you. Struck very firmly. Here we see on the replay, Maksud, bang, right back at him. And also, in fact, that came off his hand. Didn't realize that it came off his hand. And, of course, umpire Owen
did
Brown
well.
also taking
Umpire
evasive
did great.
action himself. Oh, in the air, simple catch. Oh, my goodness. A very simple catch. Looking to force that away on the onside. Absolutely mistiming it and giving the simplest of catches to that fielder short mid-wicket. So another wicket goes down, and MLC is in a spot of bother here. Here's a replay. Oh, yeah, that's just not the shot to play to that delivery. Looking to force that away on the onside. Just sort of spooning a pretty simple catch in the air ultimately. And I think even at 54 years old and several pounds
be able to
overweight,
bag that one.
I would have been able to pouch that one. Fifth
Yeah,
wicket
look
goes
at-
down. Score is now 131 for 5.
It's rather unfortunate. He was going well there. His
Yeah.
Key looked positive and is making good contact. I was just got big on him a little bit.
So new batter going in. It is now the much heralded Heath Richards. Well, if he would do honor to the name on the back of his shirts.
I've already talked about the great man.
We did talk about the great man.
IVA.
We only saw him bat just for a short period of time yesterday, but if I remember correctly, he did hit a 6 to end the
I
game.
think he put one onto the roof, per
Yes.
se.
Yep. So, as advertised, he's generally expected
Yeah.
to be a huge asset here. Now,
Bowled well in the first innings as well. Had
he
a good.
did.
good
Oh
spell.
my goodness, the sprinkler system is on for some reason, and we're going to have to make sure that that gets turned off as soon as possible. Huh. Well, there have been delays in the past for water, but generally the water is coming from above, not below. That's not what you want to do. It's a good way to break the sprinkler head, and that will never stop it from coming on. Yeah, a bit of an issue here. We're going to have a delay while this is sorted out. Obviously, sprinklers cannot be ongoing while the game is going on. So maybe this gives us a little bit of time to get caught up with where we are. Score is 131 for 5. Here's a scorecard. Lahiro Milanta caught Singh bowled but for 41 from 47. Unmuk Chand, captain, 8 caught behind, bowled by Khan for 8 of 13. Cody Chetty, 26 from 49. Angelo Pereira, 42 from 28. And Milan Kumar, out first ball. And now the batters at the crease, Obus Pinar and Heath Richards. Bowlers pretty evenly spread. Bilal Khan, Fayaz Butt, Ayan Khan, Kawarli, and Zishan Maksud, each with 1 wicket. Okay, so the delay has been completed. We've gotten the sprinklers to stop sprinkling, and we can continue. So 1 ball remaining here in the 25th. Quick single taken here. Throw not made, and all of a sudden Richards is off the mark. Boy, I've missed saying that. Richards is off the mark. I really wish I was still watching the big man play.
Did you ever watch him live at all?
I saw Viv Richards live once, 1979 at Savannah Park in Jamaica against Australia. He scored 31 runs, but it was 31 of the most savage runs that you will ever see.
He rarely disappoints, even if, even seeing him walk out, even if he
Oh
scores a
my
duck,
goodness. Seeing him walk out alone is worth the price of admission.
Yeah.
Just the command that he has, his
Yeah.
presence, his arrogance, just all of it is just so
Yeah, it's
uniquely.
definitely a pleasure to watch.
Oh my goodness. Tremendous.
In the 80s, 1989 to be specific, he played a game at the Skydome, which is
At the
Rogers.
Skydome?
Yeah.
Really?
There was a rest of the world versus the West Indies, because West Indies was the champs at that time.
Sure.
And he just played on synthetic and things like that. And,
Sure.
it was a big thrill. That was the only time I got to see him kind of in person.
Sure.
He was just kind of this larger-than-life figure.
Of course.
With the orange, green, and yellow
Yep.
wristbands.
Yep.
Just wearing whites, of course, as they did
Of
back
course.
then.
So 89, Richards would have been 37, if I'm not mistaken. He was born in 1952. Bang, that was here to be hit, and he's gone. Oh, my God. Oh, spectator catch. Okay, fine. My eyes don't work, all right? All right. Thank you. You know what? You're about to come commentate for me. Oh, look at that shot.
Fantastic.
Oh, reverse sweep. Tremendous. Absolutely lovely reverse sweep by Obis Pinar. Runs away for 4. So back to Viv Richards, playing in the Skydome in Toronto.
Yeah, it was just the best players around the world on one team. The rest of the world versus, I think Tendulkar would have been there at that time too. Just kind of coming in as a young, fresh.
So the rest of the world versus the West Indies.
Yeah.
So 89, Brian Lara would have been 20 years old then.
Yeah,
so
I think he would have been in that team too.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Big swipe and a miss by Pinar. Now, what was the result of that match, as if it matters?
I'm going to say West Indies won that. Or a quick Google search could help me. I need a...
Sure.
We need an analyst, quick analyst.
Coming back for 2. That's good running. Great running, in fact.
Good playing.
Never did think that there was going to be 2 there, but they easily run through for 2. So that's the end of the 26th over. 7 runs from that over. At the end of the over, actually it's 8 runs from the over. Am I right? 7 from the over. So the score is now 139 for 5. We're going to have somebody with younger eyes than me who's going to come and join me in the commentators area. Unfortunately, this person is so young that we cannot speak about having seen Viv Richards play, because I'm sure you've only heard about Viv Richards through Google and Facebook and YouTube.
Right, you are there, Brian.
Good afternoon, Josh. How are you?
Good, thank you, sir. As we see Obis Pina
Powered
sit
away.
back on that one.
Yeah.
And slap that one over mid-wicket for 4. Just a little bit short there from Maksud.
Yep.
And Pina takes full toll.
Well,
Brian, how's your day going?
I've been talking nonstop since about 10 o'clock this morning, but apart from that, I'm good. I'm blind. Spectator catches look like real catches to me. Around the wicket looks like over the wicket, or the other way around. You know what I mean. It's been one of those days, Josh.
I'm glad we can share it together. I'm glad I was here to witness it.
Oh my goodness. So this game is very delicately poised.
Very delicately poised. You'd have to think that it's Oman's game to lose from here. Of course, 5 for 144 after 26. I completely forgot about that, actually. I forgot that was something we spoke about yesterday.
Are we going to go back to that again?
No, we're not. We're not. But this stage of Oman's innings, similar position, Brian?
Well, you could make the argument that the game is each team is halfway to victory. I'll tell you what I mean by that in a second. So this is a single. So
Richards.
that brings the scores now to 146, which means that they need another 147 runs, MLC, to win. They're exactly halfway there. 5 wickets are down, which means Oman needs another 5 wickets to win, and we're barely past the halfway point of the innings.
We're right on the halfway point.
So, boy, this game really could turn either direction. No way of telling what's going to happen from here.
Long batting lineup for the MLC
Yep.
Invitational 11 as well. Lots of batting depth in this side today. So I think we're in for a cliffhanger this afternoon.
Oh, man. My 54-year-old heart cannot handle another cliffhanger. Bang! Off the back foot.
That one will get away to the boundary again, and it's the second time that's happened this over. Uncharacteristic from Maxoon. That brings us to the end of the 27th. MLC Invitational 11, 150 for 5.
150 is up. We go again, dropping short. And Obaspinar does not need an invitation to play that pull shot. Not any risk in the shot, really. There's only one man in the deep, and he was way too square to be able to get that one. So 150 for 5, only another 143 runs needed. It's always a good psychological boost when the number of runs that you have is more than the number of runs that you need. In the meantime, here's young Heath Richards again facing. Oh, this is going to be cut down to the fielder in the deep on the offside for a single. So Heath Richards, you mentioned yesterday that he's a batting all-rounder. We saw a little bit of his ability towards the end of the innings yesterday. Tell me from what you know about him, what is it that he would exceed or excel in this sort of situation?
Look, I think this is obviously batting with a very experienced partner here in Obus PNR.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to help him through this PNR. I think that's going to really help him as he gets into his innings, gets into his work. He can rely on his partner to hit a few boundaries, capitalise on the loose balls, and that just takes a little bit of the pressure off the young new batsman at the crease. Of course, the MLC Invitational 11 a little bit ahead of their Omani counterparts. Of course, the 5th wicket of Oman's falling at 150 after 30 overs earlier today.
Very interesting. So when Richards came in at the end of the game yesterday, and I'll finish that thought after this ball. Oh no, absolutely what you do not want to have happen.
Mix up there between the two.
Oh, goodness.
And that will be the end of Obus PNR.
Oh, that one hurts.
Catastrophic mix up there.
Absolutely catastrophic.
He goes for 25, score 152 for 6.
Now, I have to say that is Obus PNR's call. He is the one running toward the danger end. He's calling very loudly. And unfortunately for MLC, Richards is unmoved. That absolutely was Obus PNR's call. So he's not going to be very happy with that. That's something that the management team is going to have to sit and talk about a little bit, because that's certainly, I think, looking at that replay, just very needless run out. I think if Richards responds immediately, that is an easy single. Oh, you really do hate those.
Yeah, not what they would have been looking for. That partnership was just starting to flourish. Of course, all that good work undone by a little mix-up there between the two batsmen. Won't have batted together a lot, those two. As we see the new batsman to the crease, young left-hander Ali Sheikh.
Ali Sheikh, the left-hand, right-hand combination is a good thing, but all things considered, I think MLC would prefer for it to still be the right-hand combination, because you don't ever want to give away your wicket. Under no circumstances do you want to do that, but particularly not in a situation where you need to build a partnership. I started saying earlier that when he came in yesterday, Richards, there's not very many options but to just go for it. It's going to be interesting to see.
We see another mix-up. This time couldn't be collected cleanly by the fielder at short cover, and Twice in 2 balls here, Brian.
Uh,
And hot Texas sun of this Friday's causing a few mix-ups.
is it youth? Is it inexperience? Is it nervousness? Is it a mixture of all three?
Richards slaps that one down the ground to long on for what's a relatively safe single there, Brian.
Oh, that one seems like a pretty safe single, yes. Wow. Well,
A great opportunity for 2 really promising young players here, though. Of course, Ali Sheikh, part of the USA Under-19 squad last year, unfortunately didn't get to take to the field with a chance to qualify for the World Cup, but great opportunity for him against an international side here as he's in, and that one beats him, beats the wicketkeeper.
Wow.
It's going to roll away for 4. We'll see if there was any bat there.
let's see.
And there was.
It was bat. So
Bat off
was
that one, and
edge.
he's off the mark.
Wow. Well, he'll take it. It looks like a
We'll have another look at it
drive
here.
in the scorebook. But whoa.
Wow.
It was an inside edge.
Yeah, that one's an inside
Wow.
edge, and
Did not expect for that to be an inside edge. That was beautifully bowled. And again, with a leg spinner bowling to the left-hander, it makes sense that it would have turned in that direction. Of course, Ali Sheikh just wanting to make sure that he feels bat on ball. So he probably went at that a little hard, and the thick inside edge evaded the keeper and ran away down the hill for 4.
we've got Kawar Ali versus Ali Sheikh.
It's the battle of the Alis.
Battle of the Alis.
Goodness. So 157 for 6. We are evenly, well, we were evenly poised.
An Ali off.
An alley off. Oh, it bowled him.
As he drags that one
goodness.
on. Richards lining him up down the ground, and the experience of Zishan Maksud picks up his second. And the 7th one goes for the MLC Invitational XI.
Well, unfortunately for the MLC, 8 deliveries ago, you and I were just talking about how evenly poised we were. At this stage, it does not appear that we're still evenly poised. Here's a replay. Very full all the way up there, and boy, that front foot is splayed away to the leg side, probably opening up himself just a little bit too much there, Richards, and aiming at mid-wicket when he should have been more aiming down the ground. And
Yeah, I like the thought process there, facing the spinner, the wind at his back, but just missed on the execution piece there and gets through the gate and bowls him.
Absolutely. So 157 for 7. Still another 136 runs adrift. And 3 huge body blows. Maybe 2 huge body blows in the last couple of overs. And that has MLC struggling just a little bit here.
Spot on there, Brian.
So now we have 2 lefties at the crease. Mohamed Mohsin and Ali Sheikh. Mohsin, a right-handed leg spinner, but a left-handed batter.
Yeah, naturally quite an aggressive batsman, Mohsin. He'll likely be taking his shots on here. Very
Interesting.
dynamic player.
So there is a left-handed finger spinner, which means he'll be turning the ball into both left-handers. There's a leg spinner operating from the other end, which means he'll also be turning the ball into the lefties.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see. It's a tough one, Brian, of course. 2 wickets in the last 2 overs and very nearly another one.
Yep.
Be interesting to see as that one well fielded there by mid-wicket.
Wow.
And they've just been a little bit sharper these last few overs here, the Omanis, and you'd like to think it's their game to lose from here.
Well, no question, but the question I would ask is there any part of you with the 2 lefties at the crease, do you throw caution to the wind for an over and go for it and see what happens? Or is that entirely too risky at this stage?
Batter or bowler? Batting side or bowling side?
The batting side.
Oh, 136 on there. It's going to be hard to score that in 1 over.
Just because you need a pressure release of some sort. Somehow you need to put the pressure back onto the bowling side. Oh, that burst right through the hands of the fielder down here at mid-on. Long on.
Playing a game of rugby, that would have been a knock-on. We'll have a scrum. As that brings us... No, not to the end of the over.
A little bit different when you're with the mic in your hand, isn't it, Josh?
Is that unusual? Unusual, right? It's rare. Rare mistake. That's okay.
Yes, sir.
It's Maxud in and bowling to Mosen as he punches that one down to mid-off. Picks up a single. This partnership's off and rolling. Of course, we've done quite well at keeping up with the run rate throughout this innings, Brian. Never got above 6.5.
So the run rate is absolutely not the issue. The required rate is now 6.33. Oops, actually, is now 6.28 is what they require.
Is that
Full
one?
toss.
Oh.
Wow.
Is that one?
Interesting.
Shake looks over to the square leg umpire, Brian Kane. He's not going to oblige, and that brings us to the end of the 29th. A successful one for Oman. MLC Invitational 11, 161 for 7.
So I'll give you an idea of what I was referring to. South Africa, West Indies, Barbados, 2005. 2 quick wickets fall. I think Andre Nell took one. Sean Pollock took one. Ryan Lara is at the wicket. The score is, 8 for 2 or something along those lines.
That's a lot of wickets for not many runs. 8 down for 2. As we see the leg spinner continue, and Ali Sheikh pats that one back, no run.
You really, really need to say say the score properly. You really do need a lesson in that. Anyway.
Sorry, Brian. I'm going to interrupt that thought for a second to revisit yesterday's. As Ali Sheikh deep in the crease slaps that one, but can't beat mid-wicket. It's worthwhile revisiting yesterday's poll.
Should I even ask?
It ended a lot closer than what we originally thought. So a total of 33 votes. As he flighted that one and punched down the ground for a
Well, the
single.
fact that you're referring to it now tells me that it drew closer.
So 33 votes in total. 64 for 4. 58%.
58%. So
4 for 64, 42%.
So you left here yesterday and went and called all your friends and relatives in Australia and said, "Here's a poll. Come vote on it right now, please."
Please vote on my poll. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And a big shout out to all of those friends that have finished. Thanks for tuning in.
But back to my story. 8 for 2.
Yep.
Brian Lara comes in. Probably 5 overs later, the score was
that one
absolutely
slaps.
blasted.
And that one
Blasted through the cover.
deep into the bushes. They'll be doing well to find that one.
Yeah, exactly. So that gives me time to finish my story. 30 minutes later, the score was around...
They found the ball?
They found the ball, and the score was probably 45 for 2. And we're talking a test match.
Yep.
How did that game get transformed so quickly? Because Lara said, you know what, we need a couple of overs where I put the pressure back on the bowling side. So that's sort of what I'm referring to. Do you do anything as a batting side to right now just take the pressure back in the direction of the bowling side? Because alternatively, you're just allowing them to bowl at you and that continue to squeeze the noose and it continues to constrict the innings. Do you do anything to sort of maybe see if you can get an 8 or 9 or 10 run over just to give the bowlers something else to think about?
Look, I don't think so. I think with the way that this game is positioned at the moment, run rate not an issue with these two batters at the crease. Batters at the crease. Mosen, we saw last over, a very powerful ball striker, and Ali Sheikh got some power himself for a young player. I think the key will be continuing to rotate the strike and then making sure that when they get that bad ball, they put that away, and that'll see them navigate their way to 293 with some ease. But at this stage, desperate times, partnership desperately needed here for the MLC Invitational 11 as the players take a drink. MLC Invitational 166 for 7 after 30. Welcome back here to Houston, Texas. Lovely Friday afternoon. Hope you're enjoying this match from wherever you're watching. As we see the MLC Invitational 11 in a spot of bother here against the Oman national cricket team. 166 for 7 in pursuit of Oman's 292.
The game has been transformed dramatically in the last few overs. We do not yet have the technology to create a win predictor. But if we were to have a win predictor at this stage...
I'm looking at your Excel spreadsheet, Brian. It's pretty impressive here. I'm sure we can do something up in that.
You know, it's so funny. Every time after each game, I go back home and I change something with the spreadsheet to add more information.
Yeah.
One of these days, I may come up with a win predictor.
A win predictor. Perfect. So, yeah, I think the MLC Invitational 11, just looking for a partnership now.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking to build partnership, these two left-handed batters at the crease. And it's the type of situation here. One partnership can really take the game away.
Mm-hmm.
Mosen plays that one nicely, and they will make it through for a single.
What I like to hear in these types of situations is immediately the call and immediately the response. There's no yes, no, yes, no. You just see the opportunity for a run. You don't do anything risky, but you run aggressively. And you take any singles, any and all singles that are on offer. Ooh. Good full delivery right in the block hole. Driven back to the bowler for no run. So 2 runs so far from 4 deliveries bowled here in the 31st over. Powered away
That
down
one
to long on.
Punched down to long on.
So the runs per over for you at this stage, Josh, are not as important as just not breaking this partnership. Is that a fair statement?
That's exactly right. Happy for a couple of few quiet overs here. But in saying that, they've done well at ticking the scoreboard over this over 4 off that one. MLC Invitational 170 for 7.
$170 for 7. New bowler coming in now for Oman. That will be... Don't see a number 19 on a scorecard, so your guess is as good as mine as to who this new bowler is.
I think we have the winner to the alley-off, though.
An alley-oop, if you will. Ali Sheikh, 9, not out from 10. Mohamed Mohsen, 8 from 8. Make that 8 from 9 as that first delivery is worked into the onside. No run. And Damba is the bowler. Mr. Damba appears nowhere on my scorecard, so I'll just take... Oh, what a shot.
One.
Oh, my goodness. That is an ankle breaker.
I think you can actually see that fielder's hand just go over the boundary rope now. It's taken... That fielder's hand has done well to stay attached there, Brian.
Oh, my goodness. This was blasted. I think that might have been his ankle that stopped that. Well, you sacrifice a lot for your team, but that's one of those that's going to hurt a lot more later on. This is clipped around the corner. I
have a feeling that his hand may have got in the way of that one as opposed...
Hey, a little excitement there. Good running in the end. 3 runs.
Get back for 3. Well run there by Ali Sheikh.
Absolutely good running. That's the type of commitment that you want to see, and that's the kind of decisiveness that you want to see. A good call and an immediate response. So 3 runs to the total. In fact,
leg buys.
It was leg buys. Okay, so 3 leg buys.
As I said, Brian, having been in that position in the field a few times where one gets struck hard at you, you often actually get yourself in the way by accident.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid the ball rather than actually stop it.
Sure. Absolutely. So you mentioned the required rates earlier. Still hovering around 6.49, which by no means is unattainable. In modern cricket, anything you'd like to think going into the last overs, anything under 12 runs and over, you'd almost have to back yourself to do it as long as you keep wickets intact.
Of course, the wickets in hand's a problem here.
Yep.
Ali Sheikh punches that one back to the bowler. That'll bring us to the end of the 32nd. Just the 3 leg buys off it. Dunbar's first over, 173 for 7. Of course, we spoke about friendly games of happenstance earlier today, Brian. Definitely not a bet. And speaking of that, we've had a viewer reach out, skeptical about MLC Invitational XI's opportunity here. Of course, we were joined in the box yesterday by this viewer, Selby Sturzmaker. Definitely thinks it's advantage Oman in this game.
Wow. Way to support your team, Selby.
Missing in action today, enjoying the weekend in New York. As that one hits Mosen on the pad, travelling down the leg side. Yep. Friendly game of happenstance now between myself and Selby. I think the MLC Invitational XI still very much in this game. That one will make it past Maqsood for a single. Yes, just the 6. They need to be just conscious of not letting that rate get too high here, Brian. But this has been a productive little partnership so far. Shake in, punches that one down the ground for a single again. And the more that they can just keep this scoreboard ticking over, of course, only 32.5 overs done here. Get it to the 42nd, 43rd over. Reassess at that point. And at that point, if you can chase up to 10s at that point, I think, even with the 3 wickets in hand, is that one beats the field and will run away for a much-needed boundary.
Wow. So from our angle, we don't know how close it was to those 2 fielders in the covers, but they both sort of had their heads down, which tells me that it was not anywhere near to them. Just off the back foot, Mohammed Mohsen, neither fielder in the covers was close to that, I don't think. So runs away easily for 4. 115. So another thing to pay attention to here, Josh, is when the required runs falls below 100. That's a psychological boost for the chasing side. And if that target is reached with still this partnership still going, I think that gives them an advantage.
Definitely have to agree with that. As the fielding side here, you're very much in the mindset that you're only 3 good balls away. You're only 3 good balls away from taking the wickets that you need to win this match. So they'll still firmly believe that they're right in the driver's seat here, but just sensing a little shift in momentum over the past couple overs, a stable little partnership here from Mohsen and Ali. And for mine, this game's very much still in the balance.
I think it's more in the balance now than it was 4 overs ago.
Mohsen.
And this is what's causing the momentum to swing the other way. Just the ability to pick up these singles. I don't care at this stage if they pick up 4 singles and over. 4 and over is more than enough to keep the momentum going. And then again, you keep those wickets in hand, you can certainly launch toward the end. I think I like your idea of reassessing where things are at over 42 or 43. And of course, you absolutely do not want to give away your hand at this stage. Damba, I think, is going to be continuing. Yep. Bowled a maiden to start with. Bowling to Mohammed Mohsen, 14 from 16.
Mohsen strikes that one down to long on.
.170, check that, 181 for 7. All you want to do at this stage is just to make sure that you do not hurt yourself and you keep picking up these singles. These singles are so important. And by no means is this an insurmountable total. It started out being a total that was a little bit challenging, but you've done enough hard work to be within striking distance. You just don't need to lose any more wickets as the greater blue heron flies over the field, looking for some koi to pick off.
If we had a cameraman that was awake over there, we might be able to capture that bird in flight as Morrison
hammered.
slaps that one straight past
Absolutely
cover.
hammered.
Speeds away for 4.
Wow.
This is what I was talking about with that pyre,
Yep.
that power, Brian.
Oh, that was lovely.
Plenty of pop in that bat, as I'd say in the baseball world. So we
Wow.
have another look at this one here.
Bang.
Absolutely speeds away. The cameraman's done very well to keep up with that one.
Yes,
Actually.
he has. Well, I mean, it's a good thing that he was following the ball and not
Good
following
thing-
the birds. That
Good thing that I woke him up the previous ball. Of course.
Wow. 186 for 7. Again, the number of the runs needed from here for victory is 107. So when that number falls below 100, that's a tremendous psychological boost for the MLC 11 Invitational. Invitational 11,
Nicely
I mean.
played down there, too long on by Mohsen. He moves along to 20 to run a ball now.
Wow.
Ably supported, of course, by young Ali Sheikh at the other end, 11 off 15. This partnership blossoming into something promising for the Invitational 11.
Well, they clearly listened to you, Josh, because their approach is exactly as you've prescribed. Don't take any chances. Keep picking up the ones and twos. If you get a bad ball, punish the bad ball. But certainly make sure that you continue advancing in the direction of victory. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. The momentum certainly has swung back in the favor. Maybe we're even money again. Maybe.
I still think Oman are in the box seat in this one. Even with some capable batsmen to come, Calvin Savage and Cornet Dry in next, I think the points are still to the advantage of Oman here. But this partnership, a couple more overs and game will be right back in the balance as Maksud continues. And Mohsen plays that one back to the bowler, no run.
This is intelligent batting. This really is intelligent batting.
Very much so. Brian, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Who's your favourite caller?
My favorite.
Commentator. Who do you enjoy? If you could pick any commentator to listen to, what you're sitting at home watching a game of cricket, who's your caller?
Easiest question you've ever asked me, even though that person is no longer with us.
Shane Warne.
No, sir. I love Shane Warren. He's not my favorite commentator.
Don't enjoy listening to what type of pizza he eats for dinner.
No, not a big fan of that conversation.
Came up a lot with Warney.
Ah,
Who have you got?
the late, the great man from Barbados, Tony Cozier.
Of course.
So I will tell you, and again, I'm a much older vintage than you. I can
Age
count.
is just a number at the end of the day, Brian. It's
I
all
can-
about how old you're feeling. Trust me. Trust me, these legs are weary.
Oh my God, spare me. I can count on one hand the number of actual cricket matches I went to live in Jamaica. And I listened to every single match that the West Indies cricket team played in the 70s and 80s. The majority of what was described to me at a cricket match was through the voice of Tony Cozier. So Tony Cozier himself not only was the best commentator in the world to me, but he actually taught me cricket. Just listening to Tony Cozier describe Michael Holding coming in off his long run, or listening to him describe Viv Richards taking apart Imran Khan, all of those things are what drew in my mind a picture of what was happening on the cricket field, because I rarely ever got the chance to actually see these games live. So these days,
There's a certain magic to listening to cricket called on the radio, isn't there?
oh my goodness.
Got very, very fond memories growing up in Australia listening to ABC radio. Of course, the test summer down in Australia. Hot weather outside. Got the radio on in the background.
Yep.
Listening to them describe the action, of course. The beauty of radio is that with no pictures, they create a far better illustration of the action as opposed to relying on the pictures in front of it.
I 100% agree with you.
So we see Bilal Khan back into the attack.
So then you answer that same question, and I'm assuming it's not Shane Warne.
No, not Shane Warne. Of course, I grew up in an era where I was fortunate enough to have Richie Benno, Tony Gregg
Yep.
behind the microphone for Channel 9 in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
More recently, there's some callers like Ricky Ponting and Adam Gilchrist that have come into the box over the past few years. Always add a lot of value.
Mm-hmm.
Kerry O'Keefe, always good for a laugh.
Okay.
Oh, Skull. Yeah, always cracking a few jokes. I think if I was a commentator, if I had to model myself or liken myself to a commentator, that would probably be Kerry O'Keefe. But Jim Maxwell on the radio in Australia, very good as well. It's Khan in, and that one chopped down to third man by Ali Sheikh.
I don't know that I've heard Jim Maxwell. The name doesn't sound familiar, but somebody who...
Radio in Australia.
Got it. So somebody who, I don't know if you've heard or not, but Fazir Muhammad, have you heard him?
Ooh, no.
Trinidadian. Very descriptive. Somebody else who I think works better on radio than TV because he describes the action exactly the way you want to have it described. He's good on TV, but I think he's much, much better on radio.
Is that one won't beat the fielder mid-on, and they'll scamper through for a single. 3 off the first 4 balls of this over, and the total required, Brian, now down to 102.
Mm-hmm. So we're approaching that psychological barrier that I talked about earlier. But now you have me scouring my brain thinking of all the fantastic...
Harsha Bogley?
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. That's the next person whose name I was going to call. Reds Pereira. Have you heard that name? Reds Pereira and Tony Cozier, in my mind, were 1 and 2 in the 80s and 70s in Jamaica. Reds Pereira is now probably 80 years old. Still around. You see him on social media every once in a while, which is kind of funny for an 80-year-old man to be active on social media. But Reds Pereira, Tony Cozier, in my mind, 1 and 2. And there's a few others who... Henry Blofeld. Was he one of my favorites? No. Was he interesting to listen to sometimes? Yes. Did he get annoying every once in a while? Yes.
And that one guided down to third man. That'll be 5 off this over. First one back from Bilal Khan. He has 1 for 24 off his 6 overs. MLC Invitational. 100 needed in the last 14 overs there. 193 for 7.
Okay, so let's see what other question I can ask you while I have you here. And of course, you're losing me after 14 overs because I'm called to be home back in Austin this afternoon or this evening. So,
what do you got on there? What's on for the weekend, Brian?
Well, I am nothing if not a soccer dad.
Excellent.
So my son plays tomorrow, and I'm not going to miss that game. In fact, that's the last game of the season.
How's the season going for the team?
The season has not gone as well as they would have liked. He plays both club ball and high school ball.
Excellent.
But I've told him 100 times, I really don't care about the results in the game. I care that you're one of the best players on the field.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
That's the measuring stick I have. If they lose 4-0 and he has a great game, that's all I care about. Of course, he doesn't see it that way.
No.
And the losses eat him alive, but...
As Mosen punches that one down the ground for a single. We've seen Dumba swing around to the other end here. He's now bowling from the US 290 end.
Interesting. So that target that we talked about is now under 100.
Yep, 99 off 83 deliveries now as Dumba into the left-handed alley shake. And he manages to get that one down the ground again for a single.
It's the difference between a professional unit who knows how to measure a situation and react accordingly to it, and a team that is prone to panic.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen here, this partnership has moved along to 39. As that one falls just short of the bowler. Moved along to 39 off 50, 38 off 50 deliveries. And it's been just what the doctor ordered for the MLC Invitational 11. Brian, I've been fortunate enough to bat in a few partnerships like these in my time, and you can start to sense the energy change in the field. You can start really building that connection, feeding off your partner's energy, and the momentum can shift really quickly. And that's what we've seen here over these past 30 minutes. Oman, a little bit anxious here, must be looking for a breakthrough.
Well, unlike you, I have not batted in partnerships like these throughout the course of my long career in the Houston Cricket League. I'm usually the guy who comes in with 4 overs to get 35 runs, and then I swing for the fences.
That one is beautifully manipulated there by Mosen. Running away, we'll see the big fast bowler chase after that one, and he'll do some great work down there and keep it to just the 2. That one brings us to the end of the 37th now. 96 needed off the last 13. 197 for 7.
96-13. 7.38 required per over.
And as I said, I think we've seen definitely a bit of power in the bats of these two. So I'm not sure they'll be too concerned about that run rate at the moment. Of course, anytime it's around between that 6 and 8 mark, it's only really one boundary every 2 overs. One boundary and over can really get that down into a manageable. So they'll be breaking it down, hopefully. A couple of little milestones. There's that one well fielded there at backward point at no run. And that's the thing. They'll just be breaking it down into little goals here. Over by over, boundary by boundary. Boundaries are a big one psychologically at this point in the game, Brian. You take 6 off that total, take 4 off that total, and it makes that scoreboard and that number of runs required really feel like it's going down at a dramatic pace.
And you get the sense that Oman senses exactly that, because they've brought back their opening bowler.
That one punched down to mid-off. He's hit that one quite well. Can't beat the fielder, no run.
Bilal Khan with the big wicket of Unmukt Chand earlier on.
Bilal Khan, the leading wicket taker in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 tournament at the moment.
Wow.
Of course, Oman played almost all of their matches as part of that competition, so not surprising, but he's definitely their spearhead. He's coming in from the forest and bowls to Sheikh, who has a go at that one, and will have a wide. Have to re-bowl that one.
I think that was a wide on line as opposed to on length.
Yeah, we'll have another look at it here, but I think you'll see. No, that'll be a leg side wide. That one. Yeah, Brian, this definitely bringing back their experienced spearhead here. That's the one thing about this Omani side, a lot of experience. Of course, they were fortunate enough to play their T20 World Cup at home last year. Currently top of the CWC League 2 standings as Khan in and bowls to Sheikh. Can't beat the bowler, no run.
Well, the reason you go back to your number 1 bowler, ostensibly, is to take a wicket. They realize that even though the required rate is sneaking upward, the more worrying stat for Oman is the fact that there's still only 7 wickets in the wicket column. And the last wicket fell probably 8-9 overs ago. So this has been a really effective rebuild for MLC. And they're definitely wanting to break this partnership, Oman.
Khan in and bowls to Sheikh.
Oh.
He hits hits the splice of the bat quite hard there, didn't
Yep.
he? It'd be interesting to see, Brian, whether or not the batsmen have recognised the importance of these 3.2 overs that are left from Bilal Khan. Of course, you know, that run rate hovering around the 7.5 figure now. A couple of quiet overs from Khan will see that get closer to 8 or 9. But maybe they're saying to themselves, you know what, I back myself from the other end. We need to see off the spearhead. So he's in bowling to Ali Sheikh, a short ball, and that one will be another wide.
Certainly a wide, and then that one I think was a wide based on the height.
Yeah, not happy with that one, Bilal Khan. He's
Here it
got his
comes.
hands on
Here's
his
a
hip.
replay. Oh, ooh, he may have a complaint there.
No, that one's a wide.
Ah,
One's a wide, Brian.
interesting.
The rule is that it is when the batsman is in their
Normal standing position.
normal standing position, and that one well over his head. So we'll have
For
to
some
re-bowl
reason,
that one.
It looked wider on the replay than it did it looked higher on the replay than it did in real life. I said that backwards, but you know what I mean. So
We're
ultimately,
just
I
so in
think
sync now after 2 days in the box together. I knew exactly what you meant. He goes full Yorker there. That one sliding down leg side with the angle.
Yep. Wow.
We'll have another look at that half-hearted shout there. Is that one?
Ooh.
Might have been some bat there.
Had to have been bad. Otherwise, that's pretty close.
That's why the man sitting 2 seats to our left here is an umpire and not me.
Exactly.
Third umpire for the day, Rushane Samuels, telling us that one's come off the bat. It's Khan in and bowling to Ali Sheikh. He's gone for the Yorker again, and that is well kept out
Yes.
by the young left-hander.
Wow.
What an experience for him, Brian. That's the end of the 38th.
2 runs from this over, and those 2 runs were 2 wides. So
Have
I
a
think,
look at this Yorker again.
right in the block
That
hole.
is beautifully executed by
Yes.
Khan. Brian asked me to bowl it. Asked me to describe the perfect Yorker, and I think that's what we've just seen.
I'll tell you the best Yorker I've ever seen, and I'm still not clear how it was kept out. Barbados, 1999, Australia versus 9 wickets down, probably, 4 runs needed for victory. Brian Lara standing on the other end. Jason Gillespie bowled the perfect in-swinging Yorker to Courtney Walsh. He somehow jams the bat down on the ball. Still no idea how he kept that ball out. That's one of those Yorkers that we just saw.
No, right you are there. Right you are there. 200 came up last over.
Sure did.
No, not
Where is
quite.
that gone?
No,
1.
That's most on strike.
So that should be 200.
As we see the 200 come up now.
Yep.
Mosen moving along to 28.
So yet another psychological hurdle has been passed.
Sheikh punches that one down the ground again for a single.
Curious as to whether or not you remember that game at all. That was the Brian Lara 153 not out game.
Yep. No, familiar with it. Familiar with the match. Not a great day for an Australian fan. As he's in bowling, and that one played beautifully by Mosen there. Out to the sweeper at deep point. Of course, a big thanks to the people providing us with these pictures today, Brian.
Oh my goodness.
SC Tech Productions. Roddy behind the desk, rather.
Tremendous talent by Roddy.
Justin Gill behind the camera, joined by facilities manager Mangesh Chowdhury, of course. I had to go on there before. It's been a real team effort today as he's in bowling to Ali Sheikh, punched to cover for no run.
Wow.
It'd be remiss of me not to also bring up Nostradamus that we had behind the mic
Goodness.
earlier today as well.
Nostradamus is extremely famous. He doesn't know it yet.
Old Nostradamus Sakari.
Nostradamus is going to be known for something other than being hit in the box by Sean Tate.
That one played
there's going to be some hitting for it to take place in the 40th over. I will say that. So 202 for 7. 39 overs complete. So the last over of the second power play is about to begin. And it will be bowled by. We're going back to Bilal.
Yeah, Bilal. And just as I mentioned last over, Brian, what we've seen here is just a couple of tight overs from Oman.
Yep.
And of course, their experienced left arm fast bowler as that one whipped off his toes by Mohsen out to deep square, and they will just take the single. But yeah, what we've seen over these past 2 overs is what I was just touching on earlier. Couple of tight overs from the fielding side, and this is that experience I was talking about. They've identified an opportunity to really dry it up, get that run rate up to 9s and 10s,
Yep.
and put that pressure back on. Of course, only 3 wickets away now.
It will be interesting to see when this pair decides to flip the switch. Short and hammered away into the deep. That's going to be one.
Just the single.
Yeah.
That one on the top of the bat. There was some excited cries of support from my left ear, but yeah, that one's spliced.
That actually sounded better than it looked eventually. So as I was saying, it's going to be interesting to see when this pair chooses to flip the switch and go from accumulating singles and trying to hit big. I think somewhere around the 42nd and 43rd over, as you mentioned, would feel like about the right time to make that happen.
Yeah, no, right on there. It'd be interesting to see how, as that one will need to be re-bowled by Bilal. Very, very interesting point there, Brian. And of course, this now Bilal Khan's 8th over. Be interesting to see what the captain Zishan Maksud does here. Of course, probably eager to keep 2 from his spearhead up his sleeve in the event that this one does go deep. But
Mohsen 30 from 37.
It's been
Sheikh 16 from 31.
Stunning knock from Mohsen here so far. It's Khan in and bowls. That one guided down to third man for just a single. That will also... No, not quite yet. Ali Sheikh, of course. Saw him in action in the field earlier today with a sharp catch.
Yep.
Had a couple of overs with the ball. He'll be a big part of the Dallas Mustangs team this upcoming minor league cricket season.
Tremendous.
It's Bilal in and bowling to Sheikh, and he can... A well run there. They'll get the single, and that'll bring up the 50 partnership, Ryan.
Wow. Absolutely brilliant. 207 is now the score. And that 50 partnership is impressive, not just for the runs. 50 runs is 50 runs, but for the fact that they've blunted the attack. A couple of quick wickets when these two came together, and you get the sense that the game could have easily gone downhill for MLC at that point. But this stuck together, stuck to the plan. I'm sure they've spoken about it several times and just looking to consolidate. And then now, of course, looking to see when they...
As that one doesn't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. Got that one out of the middle as well.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Oh, that's a classic left-handed shot, Josh. Clipping through mid-wicket for 4. That had 4 written all over it. Luckily, for Oman, fielder was just there in position to do the cleanup work there. Short. Pulled away. Not really making good contact. It really dribbles down to deep backward square leg. A single to close things out here in the 40th. So, 6 runs from that over. 208 for 7, and so we're all set for the final push, Josh.
Yes, we enter the final power play of the day.
85 runs needed from 10 overs. Even I can do that math. 8.5 runs and over for victory for MLC.
Glad I went to university for 4 years to study accounting to be able to do that math as well, Brian. And right you are there. It's a very expensive piece of paper that I got to be able to do that.
Absolutely. Don't just give those to anybody, Josh.
Evidently they do.
Oh, goodness.
As Dunbar continues, he's in bowling, and that one off the inside edge, it'll run away. And a very leisurely stroll there for both the batsman and the wicketkeeper.
Yeah. So, of course, now we're in the third power play. During the third power play, you can have as many as 5 fielders outside the circle. Those 5 fielders now are deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and sweeping on the offside.
That one is chipped off the leading edge. It will fall into some free real estate around mid-off. We'll swap ends for a single again. That's right, Brian. It's certainly a little bit harder to hit boundaries in this period of the game. That extra fielder.
Wow.
There's a period there where they had it. As that one.
Oh,
Beautiful shot from Oman. Just as I said it. Comes down the wicket. Punches that one over cover. Beautifully played. He moves along to 37. The score, 214 for 7.
Wow. Look at this replay when it comes up. Just a firmly struck delivery. That angle from around the wicket to the left-hander. Advancing and hitting inside out. Maybe a slight element of risk because he's hitting the leg spinner.
Off spinner.
It's an off spinner.
Off spinner.
So then that would make a difference, would it not?
Still a very, very... It is the equivalent... It's the diving equivalent of the triple somersault pike twist, Brian. Very high degree of difficulty, that shot. But, of course, when it comes off like it did there, stunning outcome. Big Olympic diving.
Clearly. And as soon as I get home to Austin, the first thing I'm going to do is take these glasses to the optometrist because clearly it's time for a new prescription. Single down the ground. 7 runs so far in this over. Very important passage of play here. Again, we're looking at about 8.3 runs and over. And this is struck right to mid-off. No run. You spoke a second ago, Josh, about having...
This is it here, Brian. This is the equivalent of the shot that we've just watched from Mo Center. For those of you not able to see this, I'm watching a triples. Wow. That's what we just saw, the cricketing equivalent.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
The degree of difficulty appears to be difficult in that one.
High.
It appears to be high in
very
that
high.
Wow.
As that one is the end of the 41st. 8 off it. Wow. The MLC Invitational XI, 216 for 7.
So, the country of Australia generally has a pretty strong swimming culture. Were you a swimmer at all?
I'm able to swim. I have the capability.
Sure.
I did win my 7th grade 50-meter butterfly race.
Really? Okay. It's a very hard race, by the way.
I know, it's an odd stroke to choose.
Yes, it really is. 216.
41. As we see a change in the bowling, just as I indicated to you before that we might see. 2 overs left from the spearhead Bilal Khan. They'll be keeping them back in case this one gets a little bit closer.
Yep.
As we see Kawhi Ali back in. The alley off continues. That one chopped down a backward point. We won't have a run there.
Wow. Good friend of mine was the CEO of USA Cricket for a while, and then became CEO of Swimming Western Australia.
Yes, Darren Beasley.
Darren Beasley, very good friend.
It's,
Not seen Darren in a while.
Darren was actually the person that got me into USA Cricket for the first time.
Was it really?
Darren Beasley, yep.
Fascinating.
CEO in 2013 and 2014, if I recall correctly.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to deal with Darren during the short time as that one. Can't beat short fine leg. They'll only manage to get a single as Mosen moves along to 39. Sheikh, 20, ably supporting him. He's 20 off 37 balls. This partnership really blossoming, 61 off 83 deliveries now.
Wow.
As
Oh,
he's
cheeky.
delicately played that one.
Absolutely cheeky.
And in hot pursuit, manages to pull it in, and they'll just get 2. Well played there by Ali Sheikh. Very delicately played. I was fortunate enough for Darren to get in touch with me. I was a young whippersnapper back in Australia and found my way to Florida for a couple of games back in 2013-14.
Fantastic.
As he bowls, played off the front foot to mid-wicket for a dot. You'd have to think with this run rate creeping up towards 9s that that desperation for a boundary would start to increase a little bit now. So that one played nicely into the leg side.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the end of the 42nd over, and the required rate is exactly 9. So needing to go at 9s after 42, this feels like the point where we're going to need to start accelerating. And of course, to our left, here Captain Onmuk Chand standing up, barking orders. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it from here, because we are now at that magical 42 over mark, that unofficial magical 42 over mark.
First time I've ever heard the 42nd over referred to as the magic mark. Brian.
Well, I mean, we both decided that it was around the same time that we needed to see something happen one way or the other.
No, spot on there. This partnership's been exactly what they were looking for, as we see a little conference here in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
A few of the senior players from the Nepalese side just getting together.
Otherwise known as Oman.
Sorry. I don't know whether I've gone 4 today or back. I don't even know what day of the week it is, to be honest with you, Brian. Is it a Tuesday?
Well, at least you can see, all right? So there's that.
No, of course, it's a lovely Friday afternoon here in Texas. Beautiful conditions at Prairie View Cricket Complex. This nice breeze sweeping through, cooling down what has otherwise been quite a warm day.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a few of the players last over taking the moment to have a stretch. As Nesta, as that's punched 2 extra cover.
Boy.
For no run. Yeah, I think what you'll see here, Brian, is that Mohsen will continue to be the aggressor in the partnership, and Ali Sheikh's role now is to really just get him onto strike.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that is that one very nicely played. Was tight single.
Not out.
Not out.
It's a good running. Genuinely good run. Just these are the little things that make all the difference in the world.
And that's what I was just touching on, I think. Ali Sheikh's role in this partnership now, as this game starts to get a little bit tighter,
Mm-hmm.
is really to minimise the amount of balls that he's on strike. Focus on getting down the other end as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Get his more senior partner on strike, who's played quite a free-flowing innings so far for 39. It's that one.
Goes again.
Deflected into the gap though.
Just make sure that there are no dot balls. Of course, you don't want to be suicidal, but you're looking to run on anything that is even remotely close. You can build pressure just by being aggressive and looking for those singles.
Sheikh plays that one beautifully, and it'll make it down to long off. And they will cross ends for just a single, of course, just across town at Moose. The UAE cruise towards what seems to be a likely victory. 10 runs required in 7 overs with 5 wickets in hand.
Interesting.
And that one will have a big impact on the standings as Mohsen gets that one. As this will be tight. He hits.
Wow.
He's been run out. That's a great piece of fielding there from the extra cover.
Oh, what
Had
a
to hit
great
the
piece
stumps
of fielding.
directly.
Yes.
And he obliges and gets the run out. That'll be the end of Mohsen.
That is a tremendous piece of fielding. Oh, my goodness. Pick up maybe 10, 15 yards from the non-strikers end and had a stump and a half to aim at. Quick
We'll see it
throw
there. And he's
absolute
got him.
bullseye. And, of course, it has to be said, umpire Owen Brown in exactly the right position to be able to make that call. And there you see the replay.
Yeah,
Bullseye.
just short of his ground there, but
Oh,
a beautiful piece of fielding there.
great. You
From
have to
Sandeep.
give credit. Absolutely have to give credit. That was a
Stunning
brilliant
piece of fielding, and that's that moment. That's that experience I was talking about there. Cool head in that situation. He's able
Yep.
to pick up cleanly, throw down the stumps. And that's a big wicket.
That is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Every once in a while, there's something that happens that swings the momentum firmly in one direction or the other. This feels like something that happened that absolutely swung the pendulum back in favor of Oman.
Spot on, Brian. And they would have been searching for that wicket.
Oh,
and
yes.
just as that partnership was starting to get going, once again, they find a breakthrough. Now just 2 wickets needed, with 69 left to get for the MLC Invitational 11 as we see Calvin Savage come to the crease.
So what are we expecting from Calvin Savage? What is he like with the bat in his hand? See what he did with the ball earlier. What are you expecting from him with the bat?
Definitely a capable batsman. Definitely an able partner there to shake.
Mm-hmm.
They swapped ends.
Wow.
Oh, no, that's right. Sorry.
Tremendous. So 224 for 8. That is the end of the 43rd over.
Just as I foreshadowed a little bit earlier today, Brian. Of course, 10 runs needed off these last 7 overs. I would have loved to have not lost that wicket last over.
Yep.
But 10 runs and over for these last 7. Game very much still on.
Game on. You do not want to lose any wickets. You certainly don't want to lose Ali Sheikh. Savage at the wicket also as his partner, and then the only one behind them is Corny Dry.
Yeah, of course, a very capable batsman himself, Cornet. So batting right through till 11 today, this MLC Invitational 11. Brian, potentially one of the great parts about cricket in this country is that because of the facilities and some of the limitations, everyone ends up becoming a decent little batsman themselves, as that one beats the cover fielder, and that one's going to run away for a boundary. First ball.
Oh, you take that if you're MLC. You want to make sure that you keep the scoreboard ticking. In theory, this was a dot ball that was converted into 4. You would think that fielder in the covers would have been able to stop that. Tossed up.
Hit nicely by Savage there.
In fact, just looking at the body language of Savage, he was actually back on his heels, thinking he was just going to be experiencing the dot ball. But obviously, once it got past that fielder in the cover, is always going to run away for 4. And now that fielder who was at short cover is now dropping back probably onto, in fact, he's now at sort of an extra cover
Yeah, they've
position.
just adjusted their field slightly. Move one of the fielders from behind point to short cover and straightened up that extra cover. He pulls out the reverse,
Look at this.
and it beats backward point.
Wow.
And back-to-back boundaries.
Wow.
Is there a twist in this one?
Okay, so I would think that you'd want to be careful. Don't want to take any premeditated shots, but if the reverse sweep is there, in other words, if the ball is far enough outside off and third man is inside the circle, sure, you can go for it.
And that's one of the beauties of limited overs batting, and one of the skills of limited overs batting, Brian,
Yep.
is being able to manipulate and move the field around as you need.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've seen there, as that one picks it up one-handed, they'll make it through for the single. But what you've seen there, what you've seen the batsman do quite well there, Brian, is manipulate the field around based on those 2 shots that he's played. He's gotten rid of the slip, the catching position.
Yep.
Got that fielder back onto the ring and opened up a few extra gaps in the field. And that's the art of limited overs batting, particularly against spin, is being able to make the bowlers put the fielders in positions where you want them to be.
Absolutely, and that takes a fair amount of skill. I think you've alluded a couple times now to there being batting from 1 to 11. You don't normally see a number 10 batter with the ability to move the field around like that, so that speaks to the point that you were making.
Absolutely, and of course these being practice matches, 13 players allowed to bowl and just 11 to bat. So what you've seen today is probably a little bit of extra batting depth from both sides. We saw the same thing happen with the Omani side there, tail wagged, as that one will go the journey. A loose one there from Koha Ali.
Wow.
And a big over here. 16 off it.
16 off it with one ball still to come. To come, and Nostradamus is coming over to take a look at the scorecard. Wow. One ball to come, 16 from the over so far. The required rate currently stands at 8.59. We may be calling for the box of balls here in a minute because that ball, I believe, is lost. Wow. Do we have another twist in this game, Josh?
A slight delay in proceedings here as they walk down into the forest to retrieve that one and lob it back.
Wow.
240 for 8 after 43.5 overs. And as you just pointed out, Calvin Savage, 15 off 4.
Oh, my goodness. Striking it at almost 400. That's not easy to do. 53 needed. And each stroke that yields a boundary or a 6 is going to be a tremendous uplift for MLC, and also something that puts Oman back on its heels a little bit. And I think we've made the decision now to get the replacement ball.
We'll have a look at a new one. And Brian, what's been enjoyable today is the spirit in which this match has been played.
Yep.
Obviously a practice match for the Oman side ahead of their Cricket World Cup League 2 assignments, but definitely a competitive hit out for both teams.
You want to be able to spend time in the field. You want to be able to put yourself in game conditions and see how you respond. The good thing is that if you're going to make mistakes, you make them here. And for example, let's go back to the run out where between Obaspinar and Heath Richards. You want something like that to happen. Well, you don't necessarily ever want it to happen, but if it happens, it's a benefit that it happens in the context of a practice match, so that you have time afterwards to sit and talk and let's say, hey, here's what we did wrong. Let's not ever let that happen again. You don't ever want something to be on the line when an error like that costs you wicket.
No, right, you are there. And it looks like we've reset the field. Oh no, we might still be missing a fielder here, actually. We might have lost a troop down in there.
Oh, Snake got him.
Looks like we're one fielder short. I can't tell. No, we are. Yeah, we're definitely a fielder short here. No, I stand corrected. There are the right number of fielders on the field.
Okay, so your deep fielders again. Deep square leg, deep fine leg.
We'll see a change
Sweeping,
in the field here.
and then mid off, long off, and long on.
That one punched away to backward point. Can't get through for a single. That brings us to the end of the 44th. Big over there for the MLC Invitational 11. 53 off 6. They're 240 for 8.
Well, you'll take that 16 runs when you can get them. Now, if you put yourself in the mind of the captain, is now the time to go back to Bilal. Is now the time to ask your spearhead to handle, at least if not taking a wicket, pulling back the scoring. Because very much, I think it's very much
the
needed.
captain, Zishan Maksud, out there might be listening to you, Brian. Look who's got the ball in his hand. It's Bilal Khan.
Wow.
Right as you'd called for.
Bilal, very accurate left arm pacer and bowling to the left-handed Ali Sheikh. It'll be really interesting to see here.
Of course, he's only got two overs left here, so he's brought him back on early, hoping to wrap this one up. It's Khan coming back from the Highway 290 end. He'll be on that one shortly.
Wow, yep, I will.
Back on.
Almost had a no ball there. There were 6 on the boundary.
Maybe you don't need to get those glasses checked after all, Brian. Maybe those glasses are all good. It's Khan in and bowling to Ali Sheikh.
Oh.
As he gets that off his pad. And that one will run down the fine leg. They'll only get a single.
Wow. Big call this. course, only 11 more balls left in the day for Bilal Khan. And you wanting to make sure that if you bring your spearhead back at this point, you're either looking for an over with 1 or 2 runs, or you're looking for a wicket. Because by definition, if your spearhead is going to be going for runs, then you expect that they'll be able to score off the others as well. And so you're looking for a good tight over. And again, you'll absolutely take a wicket if that's the case. Now the left-hander going around the wicket, my sense is that he'll be spearing it in Yorker length toward Calvin Savage.
Yeah,
Savage is
I think it's pretty well spot on there, Brian. It's Khan in bowling to Savage. It's that one, yep.
Exactly what he's
As
doing.
predicted, he's gone for that Yorker again. Executed beautifully, but Savage was up to the task. Punches that one out to the sweeper at deep cover for just a single.
Required rate again exactly at 9. Absolutely enthralling end to this match. 51 runs is not a lot of runs, but neither is 2 more wickets. So this really could go either way. Going back over the wicket to the left-hander is Bilal Khan.
He's in bowling to Sheikh, who's coming down the wicket and gets that one just past the outstretched left hand of Bilal Khan. Gets down the other end for a single, just like we'd spoken about. 50 off 33 now needed.
50 off 33 15 years ago would have been a big deal. 50 off 33 in modern cricket is nothing if you keep wickets in hand. No, there's not a lot of wickets to keep in hand, granted. But you don't need to take any chances. You just want to make sure that you don't give the spearhead a wicket and then potentially get your runs off one of the other bowlers.
Savage slaps that one down to long off, and it will... Cleaned up by the fielder down at Nesta. The fielder down there at long off, and that one was tagged.
Nesta took one for the team there. Oh my goodness, that banged off of his chest. That gave me heart attack.
And that's what I spoke to that earlier, Brian, about the intensity at which this has been played for what has been a practice match.
Yep.
That there, both teams desperately wanting to win this one. Khan in and bowls, as that one is slower ball bouncer into the pitch. Ali Sheikh, not much that can be done about that.
Nope. Umpire Owen Brown signaling that is 1 for the over.
And of course, 7 balls left from the spearhead, Bilal Khan now.
Yep. Wow, so dot ball. Pressure's come out in these situations. That required rate now sneaking up to 9.48.
It's Khan in and bowling to Sheikh. Or is he advances down towards that one, gets him high on the bat in the end. Gets it out to deep, square leg. That'll just be the single. 5 off it. You'd have to think that's an even over.
I think it's more than an even over. I would think if you're bringing your spearhead back, you're either wanting him to give up only 1 or 2 runs, or you're taking a wicket. So under the circumstances, you will take this as MLC all day. 1 over spent of the spearheads, remaining 2, and you get 5 runs, almost like a bonus. So we're still under 10 runs and over required. The required rate now is 9.6. The single biggest number on the scorecard right now is those 8 wickets. Just don't lose any more of those if you're MLC, and you certainly
48-30. 48 off 30 needed, Brian.
48 from 30. My goodness.
See another change in the bowling here. The leg spinner. You have to think. There's that one. This is the leg stump. That'll be a wide.
A
little bit of confusion here in the box for a second there, Brian.
I was like, wait, are we
Nostradamus in my right ear. Of course, we're only here for one thing today, and that's to have Zubin's predictions come to life.
Completely.
47 off 24 now. Ali Sheikh at the crease. 29 not out here.
Oh,
It's that one.
do they want to get 2 on that? No, they thought about it for a second.
He's batted beautifully here, the young fella.
Sure.
Just
It's actually 29 remaining. 46 from 29.
Just 20 years of age, Ali Sheikh, and he's played innings, shown maturity beyond his years.
Absolutely. He's now 30 from 50. Savage 17 from 7. You see now that they're bringing in
Change in the
Nestor.
field.
Yep. Nestor
Fine leg coming up, mid-wicket dropping back. Seen the power that Calvin Savage possesses last over. As Faisal in bowls to Savage, who slaps one out. This one won't make it in the gap.
Wow.
It's dug into the turf there.
Well fielded.
And well cleaned up there at deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll get through for the single.
So 3 runs from the over so far. 2 legal deliveries. That required rate now sneaking around 9.64. 45 runs more needed.
Very rarely got above 10, has it, Brian?
I don't think it's gotten above 10 yet.
If we'd had that win predictor, we would have been able to see who's in the balance at this point.
I'll work on
one
that.
Slapped out to the cover sweeper. They'll swap sides for a single.
Maybe the next time you and I cover a match together, Josh, I will have worked out how to do a win predictor in my Excel spreadsheet.
You're going to need to get cracking on it then, Brian. I think I'll be seeing you all in the not too distant future. Of course, Toyota minor league cricket season, the second edition of it, just around the corner.
Cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait. Such an exciting time. So 249 for 8. Another 27 deliveries remaining in this match.
What's been great to see, Brian, is the temperament and the fact that the MLC...
That's 6! Oh, that's 6!
Is deep.
In the slot. Absolutely in the slot and planted over wide long on for 6 more. Savage now up to 24 from 8. Look at that. Look at that stroke. This is not the stroke of a number 10 batter. Right in the slot and just absolutely blasting that ball away. 24 from 9, correction. Savage definitely injecting the momentum into this portion of the innings that you want to see. Wow. Oh, we still have a long way to go here, and I think third umpire Roshan Samuels walking out with a box of balls. But I would suggest that you're not going to see another ball that full to Savage unless it is absolutely all the way up Yorker length. Boy, he was pouncing all over that delivery, right in the slot, a little bit on leg stump, but just a clean strike. Absolutely brilliant cricket shot. Flying away in the air, down to wide long on for 6. In fact, the ball has been relocated and thrown back in. Don't think that one reached the water. Umpire Brian Kane just having a quick look at the ball and throws it back to Fayaz's butt, indicating that, sure, it's okay to continue using this ball. But now we are with 2 balls remaining here in the 46th. There have been 10 runs scored from this over, courtesy of a huge 6 from the last delivery. Savage now looking to close things out here with, you would think, at least another boundary, but certainly with more runs to the total.
Yep, spot on, Brian. It's Faisal in and bowls to Savage. Is that one through the gap, and it will run away for a boundary.
Wow. 14 runs from this over so far, with 1 ball still to come. Here we look at the replay. Fayaz butt short outside off stump and cut away. You would think that fielder backward point was in with a shot to stop that ball, but it bounced over his outstretched left hand and ran away down the hill for 4.
Savage, 28 off 10.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Partnership 35 off 19 deliveries so far, Brian.
5 off
And that
19.
run rate dropping dramatically.
Down, required rate meaning down to 8.16. Let's see what happens on this last ball.
Last ball of this one is that one. Can't beat the man at backward point.
Ooh. Wow. So that is the end of the 46th. 24 balls remaining, 34 runs needed to get. Are you a Jurassic Park fan?
No, but I'm definitely a Morrisville Raptors fan.
The original Jurassic Park, Samuel L. Jackson, hold on to your butts. I'm assuming you've never seen that. Otherwise, you'd have immediately gotten the reference.
No, unfortunately, I can't share the amusement there, Brian. That amusement is solely yours, my friend.
If a joke is told in the forest and no one hears it, does it generate a laugh? Wow.
I think my view on humor and comedy, Brian, is that as long as I find it funny, that's all that matters.
Well, I'm with you there. So 4 overs remaining.
Justin, as we're having a look here at the forest, have we found that ball last over? Is that what Justin's trying to show us there? No, we've cut away now. What you got for us there, Justin?
So Kalimula is coming back into the attack, the number 2 bowler.
Kalimula took the new ball from the Forest end earlier today. Part of their World Cup squad last year. He'll be looking to break this partnership and swing this game back in Oman's favour.
What a great delivery.
Starts off with a well-executed Yorker.
Oh, boy, what a skill to be able to generate that type of delivery in this situation. Those are the deliveries that are almost impossible to score off of. Unless you're A.B. de Villiers or somebody of that vintage. Those are the deliveries that you simply just have to respect. Not a lot of ways that you can score or manufacture runs off of a delivery like that. 23, 34 are your relevant numbers. 34 runs needed from 23 balls.
Kalimula into Ali Sheikh again, and he hits that Yorker again beautifully, but this time Ali Sheikh up to the task. He'll get that one down to third man. They will take a single. Calvin Savage back on strike. 28 off 11.
It
of course,
will be really interesting to see how he attacks Calvin Savage.
He's taken the bowlers on over wide mid-on so far, Brian, and that one, those strikes have been into the wind as well. So this time the wind at his back.
Yes.
You'd like to think they'd be targeting the side screen here.
But the first 2 deliveries in this over have been right up there in the block hole.
Very, very well executed to this point so far.
So how long, assuming that he continues bowling Yorkers, how long does Calvin Savage attempt to defensively play the Yorkers versus when does he look to hit big? Because he could easily play over one of those Yorkers and get bowled. He has to be careful here.
Back down the ground. It won't be able to cut that one off. It runs away for a boundary.
Wow. So that is what I'm referring to. Looking for the Yorker, but not getting it as full as he did the last 2. So 29 runs needed. Here we see the replay.
First time he's missed his Yorker. Not by much either.
Not by much, but you don't need to miss by much.
My mic wasn't even on, bro. I'm just talking now. He hasn't missed his Yorker by much there.
Wow.
Savage up to the task. He's moved on to 32 off 12.
My goodness. 29 runs needed. 21 balls left. Scoring rate required at this point, 8.29.
Mid-off comes up into the circle.
Wow.
Interesting to see
Big
what
call here.
Kalimula does. He's in bowls.
Wow.
He's dug that one in and he's kept low.
Yes, it did. It did not bounce at all.
Savage has done well.
Wow.
To keep that one out. He's also managed to take the single.
Yes. That is the first real piece of misbehaving that you've seen in this pitch so far today. knocked in short. You were expecting it to be up around head height. It barely got the stump height. But geez, with two balls remaining.
Not the first misbehaviour I've seen this week in Houston, though, Brian. Let me tell you about the Grand Tuscany Hotel.
Oh my goodness, I cannot even imagine.
As Catamula in, bowls to Ali Sheikh. Hits that Yorker again beautifully.
Wow.
Loud applause from the MLC dugout.
Look at that. They are both on 33. Ali Sheikh 33 from 54. Savage 33 from 13. 7 runs have been scored from this over so far. So with 19 deliveries to go in this match and 27 more runs needed, Catamula has 1 ball remaining in this, his 7th over.
It's a massive ball in the context of the game, Brian. A boundary here. And you'd have to say advantage MLC at that point.
Oh.
Very big delivery. Catamula in bowling to Savage. Back of the hand, slow ball. It catches it high on the bat. Out to deep mid wicket.
Wow.
And taken.
That
The
is
back
a
of the hand, slower
big
ball.
wicket.
Accounts for Calvin Savage. And just as I called it,
Yes.
massive ball in the context of the game.
In the context
We'll
of
have
the
another
game.
look at it here. The back of the hand, slower ball into the wicket. Catches the splice of the bat. And a very simple catch taken out there at deep mid wicket.
Clean catch taken. So now this game swings again. That momentum that we've referred to a couple of times has now gone in the opposite direction with a big wicket. Calvin Savage really excited the crowd here just for a few overs. In fact, 13 balls, make that 14 balls. But ultimately, he holds out in the deep, courtesy of a well-disguised slower delivery into the pitch, only succeeding in elevating that ball without much distance, and a clean catch taken in the deep by the Omani fielders. So that's the 9th wicket down. And with 3 overs remaining, 18 balls, 27 runs are needed. And again, we don't necessarily need your high-powered degree to work out this
Sorry
match.
about to say my high-powered brain there. Brian, I was about to say, well, you're too kind. Something's clearly been a long couple of days if you're throwing out compliments like that. But as we see Cornet dry, the final batsman for this MLC Invitational 11. Bowler.
It is Bilal Khan.
As we see a change in bowling again from the Omanis, continuing to mix it up here.
His last over.
A last over from the spearhead, Bilal Khan. They'll be looking to close this game out here, bringing back the spearhead. Of course, this game's still firmly in the balance here. 27 needed, 18 deliveries. Khan in and bowls to dry.
Oh, that
and
you
he's
don't
going to
need.
have to re-bowl that one. 26 needed now. Umpire Brian Kane. Saw him in action yesterday. Be joining us here again tomorrow and right throughout the rest of this MLC Invitational Series. Of course, a great opportunity for the umpires here to umpire some international quality matches, Brian.
Absolutely love it. And I spoke earlier about how important it is for somebody like Brian Kane. I'll say more in a minute.
It's Khan in and bowls. As that one chipped, falls short of the fielder at deep long on. And just heart and mouth there for a second, Brian.
Just for a split second. In fact, I'll hold on to my thought about Brian Kane. Let's see the end of this match. 25 runs needed now.
You'll have to tune in on the 2nd of July. Brian Walls is back behind the mic.
As I was saying about Brian Kane 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. As I was talking about with Josh Baskin behind the mic 3 weeks ago.
Oh my goodness. What a game. What an absolute cracker of a game.
Right you are there. Young Ali Sheikh, 33 not out here. He's played very steady knock here, a slower ball. And well dug out there. They'll get through to the other end for a single.
Wow.
And what a great experience for young Ali Sheikh. 20 years of age, competing against the leaders of the associate world at the moment in Cricket World Cup League 2. And holding his own. It's great to see.
More than holding his own. Going up against international quality players. And this is just, you're absolutely right. Such a great experience for him.
Bilal in and bowls to dry. And that one will be a wide. He's going to have to re-bowl that one as well. 4 more deliveries left from the spearhead.
Wow.
23 needed now off 16 deliveries.
Wow. Is it doable? Yes. As you see the replay here, Coin to Dry is a very tall guy, probably 6'4". So to get a bouncer bouncing over his head means that that ball probably bounced closer to Bilal himself than it did Coin to Dry.
All 2 meters of Cornet Dry is well to get up there.
Yeah.
As Bilal in again to Dry. As that one slapped through,
Oh!
mid off, runs away for a boundary.
Wow. Solid stroke, proper cover drive, just wide of that fielder at mid-off, runs away for 4. 19 runs needed, 14 balls to go. Oh my goodness. Have we seen another twist in the tail here, Josh?
Oh, it's an absolute cliffhanger here, Brian.
Absolutely.
Hold on to your hats, everyone at home.
Or your butts. Jurassic Park, look it up.
You have to go home to the hotel tonight and watch that.
Two balls left. 3?
19, 15.
Good point.
We see the Omani support staff continuing their lap of the oval on the hunt for a few Kookaburra turfs. Precious commodities in these parts. The last thing we'd want to leave behind today.
Oh, goodness. And umpire Owen Brown signaling to...
They've been in the associate world for long enough. They know how much those balls cost.
My God. Well, Josh, I've been talking for so long that there are now 3 mics that are on red. I only hope...
Don't leave me to do this by myself, Brian.
Okay, we're down to the last mic here, Josh.
And fortunately, just the 15 deliveries left. So I'm not without a partner for the last 15 deliveries. It's been a great day out here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. Compliments to the ground staff. Prepared. What's been a great wicket for one-day cricket, you'd have to say.
Oh, my goodness, yes. Absolutely brilliant wicket. Just as we thought it would play better in the second half of the day than it did the first. Good success up top when Corner Dry opened the bowling, and then it settled down and essentially became a run-scoring wicket.
Spot on. Bilal in and bowling to Cornet Dry. That one creamed out to the field.
Wow.
Long on. They will just take the single.
18 from 14. Wow.
Seriously, though. Got 2 more games left. 9? Okay, I feel better about that.
2 deliveries left in Bilal Khan's spell.
Khan in bowls to shake. Just bunted into the leg side for 1. He moves along to 35.
Wow.
17 needed now. 13 deliveries.
Oh, my goodness. Photo finish coming up.
Right you are there, Brian.
Wow.
The last ball of Bilal's spell. 1 for 47 off 9.5 in bowling to Cornet Dry. Last delivery.
Oh!
Off the bat and will run away for a boundary.
Wow.
Big over for the MLC Invitational
Big
11.
over. 14 runs come from that over. And look at this. 13 from 12. Oh, my goodness.
As we're reminded by Nostradamus himself. I'll tell you what, that would be quite something, wouldn't it, Brian?
Oh my goodness.
That'd be quite something for...
I'd legally change my name.
be quite something for Zubin Zakari to predict not only the exact final total of the first innings, but also the over in which the game will be completed.
13 runs needed. 12 balls remaining. 1 wicket in hand. Can this game be any more on the knife's edge? And we're going, of course, back to Kalimula.
Kalimula, again, picked up a wicket off his last delivery, a big one. That was Calvin Savage.
Completely.
Yet the game swung since then, Brian.
Yes, it has.
Kalimula in from the 290 end, bowling to Ali Sheikh. As that one flicked off his legs, and that one's going to run away. It'll be a boundary.
Wow. Just 2 straight on that occasion from Kalimula. And Ali Sheikh, look at this. Clips this one easily behind square, racing away from that fielder inside the circle on by fine leg. And it runs away down the hill for 4. So 9 runs needed, 11 balls to come. Wow.
An incredible knock here from Ali Sheikh. 39 or 57 deliveries.
Oh my goodness.
Been an integral part of 3 partnerships here. As Kalimula in, bowls to Sheikh. As that one pulled out to deep square. It falls just short of the man deep square. That one would have had his heart in his mouth there for a moment.
Yes, he would. Anguish cries of catch it throughout the field. Landing short, just 1 bounce to that field at deep square leg. We're now 8 runs away from victory. Corner dry back on strike. 8 runs, 10 balls required, or 10 balls remaining. Oh my goodness.
8 off 10.
Don't forget, they're 9 wickets down. So, oh yes, there's some excitement coming.
The umpires jokingly asked me if we were playing a super over at lunch break, and now, unfortunately,
it may come
close
to that.
needing to make a decision.
Right.
Kalimula in and bowls. And
Down
that
the
one,
leg side for a wide.
on the leg side, and
Wow.
wide delivery. 7 needed now. 10
7
deliveries.
needed, still 10 deliveries. Oh my goodness. Amazing, amazing end to this game. Boy.
As they change the field, third man goes back. Deep mid wicket comes up. They're tight on the single here.
Oh, no question.
Big delivery here from Kalimula to corner dry. In and bowls. Is that one?
Wow.
Another one down the leg side. He's gone with a fast Yorker there.
Yes. And don't look now. We are 1 stroke away from this game being finished. 1 stroke away from this game being finished. A ball in the slot can be hit over the top to end this game.
And what's incredible, Brian, to think that this was a free game for any spectators to come and watch.
Can you imagine that? Oh my goodness. Oh.
I'll tell you who the big winner is today, the scorer who's got paid to watch this game of cricket. Incredible. Kalimula in and bowls and
another wide. Oh. 5 more runs needed. Oh my. 8 runs have already been conceded. Can you imagine? Zoom in. Oh my goodness.
No.
Here's Kalimula again.
We'll call that one a tie, I think. Kalimula in to dry. As that one played off his hip.
Wow.
As that one, they will swap ends. 4 runs required. 9 to 89 for 9 now.
You can do it in singles. You can do it in singles every other ball at this stage. Oh my goodness.
2-8-9 for 9. Ali Sheikh on strike. 40. Not out 58 deliveries.
If I'm Ali Sheikh, I'm looking to tap this ball into the leg side. Acres of room. Easy two if you want it. No reason to do anything rash.
Kalamula in and bowls to Sheikh. Short ball pulled into the gap. It'll just be the single.
Wow. 3 runs required.
3 off 8 deliveries.
8
Cornet dry on strike.
This is
11 runs.
nerve wracking.
He's 11 off 5.
Oh my goodness. This is absolutely nerve wracking.
Who said that?
3 runs needed now. 8 deliveries remain. 1 wicket in hand. Kalamula. 2 balls left in this over in.
Oh!
It's a tight one, and Ali Sheikh makes it through.
Oh!
And they'll go for an overthrow.
Scores a level.
Scores are tied.
Oh my goodness. Scores are level. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And the next run wins this game. The next run or the next wicket. If the 1 run scores, MLC wins. A wicket results in a tie.
You'd like to think that either way, we might be done this ball, Brian. 292 for 9. Scores
my
are
goodness.
level. Fielders up
Coming
in the
in.
circle. Fielders coming in.
Corner dry, a very tall man with long levers. Mid-off and mid-on coming in. You would think that if there's anything even close to driving length, that he would go through with the shot, particularly with the wind blowing in this direction.
Kalamula in. Bowling to dry. Chopped it down. Backward point. No run scored.
Wow. So it goes.
Commiserations to Zubin Sakari. who has
Zubin Zakari,
lost the daily
you're out
double.
of the prediction. Yeah, you're out of the prediction business. I'm sorry.
It's been quite a day today, Brian.
You said that was a single too. What a day's worth of cricket. What a day's worth of cricket. Oh my goodness.
It's been quite something here. Incredible day out here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. We'll be back here again tomorrow as well, Brian. I will be anyway.
Well, I'll listen to you. How about
I
that?
look forward to it.
Oh,
Look forward to
my
being back
goodness.
here tomorrow. Houston Hurricanes taking on Nepal. Sandeep Lamachane back in action. But before that,
Here we go.
He's in.
Last over of the match.
he bowls.
Oh,
Is that one?
quick run. And
And
there's
that's
the
it.
end of the game.
MLC takes the victory.
Oh, thick outside edge. Boy, Ali Sheikh will not mind that at all. Wonderful, wonderful victory and a masterclass in teaching how to recover from a wobble in the middle, keep your head together, and then push on towards victory at the end. So, victory by 1 wicket for MCL Invitational 11. The last scorecard, here we go. Ali Sheikh, 42 from 60. Mohamed Mohsin, 40 from 46. And Calvin Savage, 33 from 14. All had a big part to play. The corner dry towards the end, 13 from 7. Staying with Ali Sheikh to bring home the victory. A lot of single wickets by the bowlers for Oman. Bilal Khan, Kuram Khan, Fayaz Butt, Ayan Khan, Kawar Ali, Zishan Maksud, all with 1 wicket. Check that. Zishan Maksud with 2. Nestor Damba, 6 overs, none for 25. But that is the end of the match. What an absolutely fantastic advertisement for cricket, for associate cricket. Here's your summary. Oman batting first, putting up 292 runs, 292 for 9. An MLC Invitational 11. 1 ball having been bowled in the 50th over. Overhaul the total with just 1 wicket to spare. Pereira 42, Sheikh 42, Melanta 41, and Zishan Maksud 2 wickets, the pick of the bowlers, along with Khan and Butt. But what a wonderful game and a tremendous advertisement for cricket here, not only in the U.S., but for associate cricket in general. Tremendous game. MLC Invitational takes it by 1 wicket. For now, we'll be signing off from Prairie View. This is Brian Walters. It's been a pleasure to bring you the action coming here from the fantastic Prairie View Cricket Complex. And we will see you in the future on another broadcast. Good night.